FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Harley up top. Late dish. Blocked denied by Shan, and he scores! Jeremy Slavin got the first one, but couldn't keep the second one out. A power play goal for Dallas. They cash in twice in the first period, and it's 2-0.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Shan and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3. The Fan. Got the entire morning crew with you. Sean Sharif, RJ, Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Russell live on the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, and Twitch as 6-0 ended up 6-2, and the Dallas Stars at the AAC end the 6-game winning streak of the Massholes.
Yeah, and the power play returns, and you get a couple of power play goals early to set the tone. And Otter did not have to do a whole lot.
Go Stars, baby!
He barely saw any shots. I don't even think he saw 20 shot attempts in the entire game. So that was exactly how you want to draw that up. Don't pressure your goalie. Get an early lead. Take advantage of the power play when they're going to give you a couple in the first period.
And that's why the deserve to win meter at moneypuck.com, Sean, said that the Dallas Stars deserve to win this game. 74%.
Dallas Stars.
And Miko was out with an illness. Did it without Rantanen.
Did it without Miko. This team is, they haven't, it's like they haven't had their full roster. It seems, I know they have, but it seems like they haven't had their full roster for like half the games they've played since, the middle of December. Got to get that going. Got to get this team, playing better hockey because you really want to. As you head into, we got about 3 weeks here, 2.5 weeks before they break for the Olympics. That's going to be almost the entire month of February. I think they stop playing on the 5th, and they don't play again until the 25th or 26th. So they got to get going here and then get a little bit of a rest.
And then the center of the Senators controversy finally addressed things yesterday.
Linus went on with TSN, and he kind of laid it on the line on just shame on y'all in the media.
And what was the rumor?
Well, the rumor is that I guess he had gone home after a road trip, and the rumor was that he told his wife about some of the dalliances the players have with ladies of the road lizards, as Randy would say.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that she got into the girls group, the WAGs, the wives and girlfriends, and spilled the beans, and all hell broke loose.
Well, it wasn't the rumor, though, that she didn't spill the beans until she found out that she was getting screwed over, which...
Yeah.
At that point, if I'm in the WAGs, I'm going... So hold on, you're just here to stir stuff up like you weren't going to tell me before.
Right. Yeah, and that's why this thing was like, okay, this is a weird story, and I don't know whether I believe this or not.
And then he disappeared on game day.
He took a leave of absence,
which he has had some personal mental health issues in the past.
In the past, I don't know that he's taken leaves of absence like this before, but he's definitely had some mental health issues that he's had to deal with throughout his playing career. And then he was on with basically the Canadian version of 60 Minutes and SportsCenter, talking about this.
The rumors that was being spread about me and my family started the day after I take an absence of leave. And people wonder why hockey players, professional athletes, are not talking, why we're not showing any sort of emotions, why mental health in men and in women are a stigma. It took them less than 24 hours from my absence of leave to try to find reasons to why I'm gone, saying that I'm a homewrecker, a person that no one likes in the team, and I can't defend myself. I didn't know about this until days later. And it sucks because I have a family. I have a wife, I have kids. I get sent text messages asking hey, are you guys good? I'm like, yeah, why? And then, they tell you about the rumors and you're like, what the is wrong with people?
So he's on the road trip. They're on the road. He hasn't played as of yesterday. But he's on the road trip with them. So it's kind of like he's trying to work his way back.
That sounded pretty legit, pretty sincere. He was calm. He was cool.
It did. It did sound legit and sincere. So, whether or not this is, any of this is true, and look, it's not. The problem is that obviously A, it's nobody's business. But B, it's like I'm sure that rumors happen in a clubhouse. Whether they're true or not, I'm sure they happen all the time, and when they get out, then it gets really ugly.
Yeah, I had a tendency in the past to, if I heard something like this, I would just go, well, probably. Because, that just seems like such an odd thing to get, spurred out of nothing unless there was something to it. There's got to be some level of smoke here, even if every detail's not true. And then there have been instances of internet rumors around, Cowboys topics that I've seen over the last 5, 6, 7 years or whatever it is.
Stripper poles.
Where it's there's stuff in there where it's well, I know none of that happened. This internet rumor that started that caught fire that now everybody's convinced, oh, this is what it is. It's no, that literally never happened. And so I don't know how that got started. So now seeing it on that level, it's okay, well, I guess I can see how there are just some weirdos out there who are going to flat make stuff up.
2 new additions to the Baseball Hall of Fame last night as Andruw Jones and Carlos Beltran get in.
Yeah, and this was interesting because, Jones is sort of, he's become the Darren Woodson of the Baseball Hall. Bobby has said that the
one guy deserves it, one guy doesn't.
Well, Bobby has said that they said about Woody is that we didn't have schemes, we had Darren Woodson. Andruw Jones was kind of like that in center for the Braves. They played him extremely different than you would a normal center fielder because of the pitchers. He was playing super shallow at times, and he was playing in kind of a different spot than the scouting report would normally have a player play for that particular hitter because of his pitching staff. And he kind of got a little dinged with some of the metrics because of that. But I mean, to me, he was the best center fielder of that era, right? 95 to 2010, him and Griffey. Defensively. Yeah. Offensively, he was fine. He was good. To me, he was much more deserving than this nonsense about trying to get Omar Vizquel in there. God, who cares?
That's exactly the name I threw in my email was Omar Vizquel.
God, Omar Vizquel. Ozzie Smith, take your 270 hitting butt, too, and get out.
And Andruw Jones had 434 home runs, Bob.
Yeah, he did. And that's the thing. He also had a 50 home run season, which there's not a lot of people that have done that. But,
31, 26, 36, 34, 35, 36, 29, 51, 41, 26 in consecutive years.
Sound like Sir Mix-a-Lot. It's a 254 batting average, 823 OPS as a center fielder. His OPS plus is 111. It's a lot of he didn't even get to 2,000 hits for his career. He was somebody who was, to me, he strikes me more as defensively. He was great. He was always great. He strikes me more as wasted potential than anything else.
Ooh.
That he should have been a 500 homer, decades long threat at the plate. And Beltran, I'm fine with. Beltran, and if you look at Beltran and Jones, okay, they both have the same number of home runs. I think Beltran's got one more for his career.
Yeah.
But close. Beltran as a postseason performer, what he did in 3 different playoff runs. Beltran is a guy who almost got to 3,000 hits. Beltran is a guy who OPS is higher, OPS plus is higher, was just more consistent over his career and didn't feel nearly as much like a flash in the pan as Andruw Jones did.
I have no problem with Carlos except
what?
You can't. We're just now picking and choosing which cheating is okay. He came up with the trash can thing.
Innovator.
Yeah.
You can't tell the story of baseball without him.
Right. He came up with the trash can thing with the Astros in 2017.
I know you do.
I hate that.
He got banned. He got removed as the manager of the Mets because of it. But that's okay, but Manny Ramirez and A-Rod aren't?
Let's go back to the trash can scandal and ask the question that we did years ago. Which cheating is worse between steroids and what they did?
The trash can.
Trash can.
Because they were doing it. Everybody in baseball was doing steroids. or the vast majority. Every team had a few guys on it who were doing steroids. It was a level enough playing field of like, okay, Roger Clemens is able to pitch till he's 55 years old and be like a 1.97 ERA. To me, that's a more level playing field than we're banging on trash cans and getting awful tattoos.
And the guys who really got stained with the PEDs were the mid 90s to mid 2000s players. Well, PEDs didn't get invented in 1994. Like, it's very really possible that they're using them in the 80s.
So you agree that the trash can's worse than steroids?
Yeah, because you're impacting the actual game. It's like, I think the trash can's worse than Pete Rose. Because Pete's like, theoretically, according to him, he was only betting on his team to win.
Yeah.
And he's always told the truth.
Always told the truth.
Bobby, but you don't think that is enough to keep him out?
Who?
Carlos.
No.
Because then you would have to keep Belichick out.
Yeah, to me, I mean, look, it's an awful scandal, but also, like, at the end of the day, to me, somebody just going like, hey, I got an idea is a difference between an entire organization going, let's implement this and put it into play.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was 40 years old. It was his last year. Like, he was essentially a half a player for them at that point. Like, to me, I don't know that just destroys the rest of his career, where he was consistently one of the best outfielders in baseball for 15, 20 years.
If you got caught juicing in the final 2 years of your career after your prime, say you're aged 38, 39 season, are you then kind of dismissing that the same way because it was at the end of Carlos' career? Or you juiced?
I generally would put juicers into the Hall. So to me, it's a little different. But also, I think the problem with juicing is it introduces, well, were you doing this earlier? And nobody just caught you because there wasn't testing. Right. So that introduces a longer term of just, well, you've introduced doubt into your entire career. The Astros were innovators. Like, I don't think there was a whole bunch of trash can banging in 1999 across Major League Baseball.
Because, look, Altuve's going to get in eventually. You're going to see.
He's tall enough to ride.
Right? I mean, Verlander's going to get in. Who else is on that team? I don't think
any other Hall of Famers.
Yeah, you might get, I don't think Cole was on that team yet. I think he was on the other title team they had. But you're going to get a couple of guys in. Man, that 90s Braves team, they mentioned this last night, they had 8 Hall of Famers. 8 Hall of Famers from those Braves 90s teams and only won 1 title. That's a wild number.
Who else came up short? Got robbed in limbo.
Chase Utley came up short. Andy Pettit, King Felix, they all got around 40 to 55%. That's a little bit of a jump for them. I don't know. I'm surprised Felix hasn't gotten more.
What year was this for Felix?
I got to go check.
It feels like he's been out for. This may be year 2 or something for him.
Obviously Utley. They think Utley now, based on the jump he made and where he is, that he will get in there eventually. I don't think of Chase Utley as a Hall of Famer. Second base is an interesting position because they don't have a ton of great, great all-time great Hall of Famers. They got Joe Morgan. You got obviously guys from yesteryear, but. Robinson Cano was one that could have gone in, but he had the PED issue, and he was tracking that way. Then his career had to fall off. So maybe Chase gets in, but Cole Hamels was another one that was on the ballot yesterday. Rangers had a couple of guys that had played for them, and obviously both last night in Jones and Beltran.
Yeah, some of the guys that were just below Andrew Jones at 78, you had Utley at 59%, and then it was a bunch of guys under 50. So it was Andy Pettit, Felix Hernandez, A-Rod, Manny Ramirez, Bobby Abreu, Jimmy Rollins, Cole Hamels, Dustin Pedroia, and then rounding out the 20% or more group was Mark Burley.
And then speaking of baseball, Bobby, disappointment over FanFest being canceled.
Yeah, and there's nothing the Rangers can do about this, really, because there's obviously...
mild morning today. It's mild.
Inclement weather. No, last night we got we had a little blue note stuck in our door saying freeze warning, drip your faucets, and then it was 50 degrees last night. It wasn't bad at all. But the Rangers did announce yesterday that due to weather, for the frozen precipitation that is expected in North Texas this weekend. They have made the difficult decision to cancel Saturday's FanFest at Globe Life Field. They said that they will be automatically refunding in full back the payments for everybody's tickets who were purchased. But this just sucks because FanFest has routinely every year been their pep rally for the year. And it's something
I don't know if I like that one.
really good attendance and something that gets fans excited for the season. I know like kids who go out there always love it and getting able to like get right up close and meet all these players. So it's a disappointment that they're not able to just reschedule it.
Pepe, didn't you go recently?
I went the year after they won the World Series.
Wow.
So, and that was a great atmosphere. I mean, they had players autographing on every level, and you had to stand in lines and stuff. It was great atmosphere. I would do it again, too.
I remember thinking when I went to FanFest one year, oh my gosh, I'm meeting future Cy Young Award winner Tanner Scheppers. I'd be like, nope, that didn't happen.
All right, there it is, little Diamond Calves to start off your Hump Day edition. Here on Shan and RJ, we'll have a Charlie Puth ticket giveaway that we want you to win as part of the 6 a.m. club in the 720 Expressway. We'll chop it up at 740 below the belt and the red zone as well, but a ton of NFL news as always. Trayvon Diggs done in Green Bay, and are the Packers here to screw the Cowboys all over again? Inside the Stars next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, making plays every single night of the week. You've got football playoffs. You got...
to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car, truck, right, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Should we hold off on the laughter towards Trayvon Diggs getting released by the Green Bay Packers? Good morning, Metroplex. You are in the 6 a.m. club with Shan and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, trying to get you to your, what are they calling us? Dalaska?
Dalaska, that's right.
Alaska.
Yeah.
It's good.
Our Dalaska weekend as quickly as possible. Trayvon Diggs was released yesterday by the Green Bay Packers after playing just 2 games and 34 snaps for them this season. Is this just an accounting move to get Trayvon's contract off the books in order to bring back Micah's BFF?
So here's the problem, and that's the chatter that's out there, and and if that's the case, fine. I don't know why you would release him, which this is a release. He's not going to get claimed with anything else. This will be on their books. This will be they're getting some cap relief from this, but they'll have dead money on their books.
And let's take a quick pause because a lot of Cowboy fans are saying, wait a second, Green Bay's getting the relief? What relief did the Cowboys get?
The Cowboys got some level of relief, but they also had they got that too. But they got some financial relief. They just also had dead cap charges on their books from restructures and different things that they'd done with his contract. The Packers, by releasing him, are saving, I think it's $10 million or something like that. But they've got dead money on their cap now. Not a bunch, but it's dead money that they're having to hold. I don't know why. And he may still boomerang back there, but I don't know why they don't just negotiate a pay cut instead of cutting him, eating the dead money, and then re-signing him. Like, it seems, unless there's the possibility that he can go explore the market and they're giving him that opportunity before they then sign him back. Okay, but that still means that they wanted to cut him and that they were like, yeah, but that means there's still some level of disagreement and you still might explore the market and find somewhere else. And to do that before you even have a defensive coordinator on staff, and to just say, yeah, we're just going to cut bait and run, to me says organizationally they had to have looked at it and gone, no, not worth what we signed up for.
Off for 2 weeks?
If you can find out pretty quick athletically if they still have it. Like, if they're looking at him in practice and going, I mean, he played a bunch of snaps at the end of the, and then they threw him out there for one play in the playoffs, and we're like, nope, take him off the field. And so, I mean, I think a lot of this could be they just got to look at him athletically and said, it's not the same. We'll boomerang him back for the right cost, but not at this.
What do you think, Choppy?
Look, it's funny. It's funny that he gets cut. I can sit here and not care about the feelings or whatever. It's, it's funny. This is what we do. We are very petty individuals. Whether this is an accounting tactic or not, I think you're right. They'll just sign him back to bring back his BFF to play with Micah. So, whatever happens to Trayvon, I can't stress enough how much I don't care about this man and how much I don't care about where his football career takes him.
Micah had tweeted back in the day, he's in a better situation right now. Trust me, bro's gonna be great again. And then he gets released. Let's see if he does boomerang back.
And even if he does, there's going to be, he's going to have to show that he's somewhere athletically that he has not shown 2 teams now that he is. And that he's able to get back to a place post-injury that I think there are sincere questions, even within his own circle, of whether or not he can ever get back to that point exactly. The Cowboys determined he couldn't, and the Packers, it looks like right now, maybe have determined the same.
Speaking of the Green Bay locker room, Micah Parsons got called out and questioned by some Packers followers when he had to tell you how much, again, in my opinion, true leaders don't have to tell you how great of a leader they are.
Religious people don't say how religious they are. Rich people don't have to say how rich they are. Smart people don't have to tell you how smart they are. And then leaders don't have to tell you how leader-ish they are.
Micah, in the Packers locker room after they were eliminated, on what he needs from everyone else this offseason.
Yeah, the changes, the players. us players are the one that's playing the game. It changes the players. I challenge the guys, like I said, today. Do more than what your job's required. If you're in shape, run more. Do more. We got to be out there like, we need to be playing. If we got to play 80 snaps, we play 80 snaps, but we shouldn't be tired doing that. We got to strain through, like, look how many plays we lost because we got outstrained. Like, those things that can't happen. People can't outwork, like, and when your effort matches what you're trying to say in the locker room, then it carries over more, man. Like I dare people to beat me to the ball. Like, you know what I mean? I'm running to the ball like my life depends on it. Like, and it do, because, like, my life depends on the outcome of how this team plays. Like, I need you to want to beat me to the ball. I need you to want to beat me to the quarterback every play. Like, everything's a competition. Like, even though we're teammates, we're still competing.
Now, a lot of Packer fans ate that up, you know, like we probably did early on. I probably did early on. Oh, yeah, set the tempo, set the bar, hold everyone accountable. Other Packer fans are like, whoa, shots fired towards Rashawn Gary, who in the last half of the year basically did nothing. Gary disappeared over the final 9 games, failing to record a sack or a tackle for loss. So some Packer fans were taking the shots towards a teammate. Others were saying that's the leader we need.
Listen,
Did you ever watch Remember the Titans?
First off, one word: Sudafed. Okay,
I had to take it off. The
Navage, whatever you need to do to.
He's always had that stuffy nose sound.
Rinse out the nasal passages. Second, I agree with him, man. He's right. And he did the same thing. He did the same thing here. If you need to run more, right? If you want to lay on the training table, lay on the training table more. In the middle of everything, watch everybody. He should have been there for 3 more minutes. You just do more.
This was August 2024. I want everyone on the same level. That's why you constantly see me running in the middle of practice. I want to make sure I can't preach something and not do it. They've got to see me doing it. They've got to see if I'm not doing this, then I'm running because I've got to be in the best shape for them and for me. So I'm just trying to show so much positive leadership. So it's like, man, if Mike is doing it, then I've got to do it, or I'm not going to say nothing about it. This is standard, and he's so good in front of a microphone. He really, really is. And I'm not saying that this can't be a genuine pushing of buttons for certain guys and that he's trying to be a leader. And maybe this is exactly what the Packers wanted is, hey, go out here and say something. Like really kind of push these guys because this was a disappointment. And when you weren't out there this year, we were 0-5 or whatever it was. Push it. So that may be the case. And so I don't want to leave that opportunity off the table. But you're right. He does say this. He has said stuff like this every single year. He is a fantastic player. Doesn't mean he's a good leader. And not everybody has to be a good leader.
He's a tryhard.
He wants it. He does want it. I'll give him credit for that. There's not a lot of guys who want it. He does seem to want to be thought of that way. It doesn't shake out that way. The fact that in that same quotes where he said, hey, I'm running, I'm doing all this, he said that he had a deep conversation with teammates and guys were like, you've got to bring us along with you and you can't be on this journey alone if you're Mr. All-Pro. Micah said his teammates told him that in 2024. So, he clearly has a history of just kind of doing it his own way.
Well, someone new is going to be coaching Micah and that defense because the DC took the head coaching job in Miami, and Bobby basically copied, showing that the Packers are copying Brian Schottenheimer's homework in class.
Completely copy, because when I sent my email last night, they'd copied all but one candidate, and then they announced last night, we're copying the 4th candidate. We're interviewing him too, as the Packers announced they are going to interview Jonathan Gannon. In addition to Christian Parker, Durante Jones, and then Packers reports are saying they'd like to speak to Jim Leonard, but he can't talk right now. And so he's not available for them to interview, but they'd like to speak with him too. So the 4 finalists, it appears, for the Cowboys defensive coordinator job are the same ones that the Packers are saying, yeah, we'd like to take a look and interview those guys ourselves. This team has become so annoyingly tied to Dallas over the last couple of years, purposefully or not. Everything seems to just be in lockstep in this comparison that we're always going to make to that organization. But Matt LaFleur, now that he doesn't have Jeff Hafley, is interviewing these 4. And it's kind of funny because I don't think any of those are from the tree that they originate from, the McVay tree. And they always seem to hire each other from there. But they're going to look at those 4.
Right now, I'm on a Cowboys draft board mission. I want to find out today their preference 1, 2, 3, 4 of the DC names, and then see how it ends up when it all shakes out and guys make their decisions. I want to know, because they're going to tell us, this is the guy. We told you we are going to find the guy, and we found the guy, just like every draft pick. But I want to know the board. I want to know the DC board. Brian Broaddus, Bobby Bell, please get on it, because I want to know what the reality is when reality hits.
Out of those 4, I think they're stacked. And nobody clip me out of context here and say I'm saying this is what it is. I'm saying this is what I'm inferring from. Stop that, Peyton.
Write this down,
This is what I'm inferring from.
Put it on the wall.
I think it's Leonard, 1, Gannon, Parker, Jones is the order I think it is. And I think they'd be happy with any of the 4, but I think that would be the order that they likely are at right now.
I really need to start hearing Zach Orr's name in New York a little bit more. Need to hear a little bit build up. Gary Myers is going to join us. He says that Rex Ryan could be a serious player for John Harbaugh. RJ Choppy would be getting his wish with Sexy Rexy back in the league and maybe the NFC East.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. It would actually give John Harbaugh a real chance, because he'd have actually somebody who knows how to coach a position on his coaching staff, unlike him. He doesn't know how to.
I don't want to know about the positions
Now,
Rex coaches.
Rex may not be able to coach his own life, but he can coach football.
That's not true. I've heard him direct behind a camera before.
There we go. That's right.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
All right, 877-881-1053. Connor Hughes, SNY in New York, tweeted this. I remember talking to Aaron Rodgers in the locker room towards the end of his tenure with the Jets. He mentioned wherever Mike McCarthy ends up, that's a potential landing spot for him.
Really?
Sure sounds like this is Connor Hughes saying this. Sure sounds like McCarthy is headed to the Steelers. Wonder if that gets Rodgers back for another year. So, number one, he's saying that Aaron Rodgers has suggested that he wants to end up with Mike McCarthy, or he would somehow, some way. And then he's basically giving the Pittsburgh job to Big Mike.
I'm a little surprised. I don't know what is more surprising.
Yes.
That's just, but like, because
I don't believe either. I guess I believe.
You have to believe one.
All right. If I have to believe one, it would probably be Mike getting the job. But the only thing that makes me change, I don't think Aaron Rodgers thinks that Mike McCarthy is a great coach that he wants to play for, but maybe at this stage with Rodgers,
there's no learning curve with him.
And he maybe likes Pittsburgh. The locker room apparently likes him, that he'd be willing to.
He already knows the language.
Overlook that. Well, it's Arthur Smith's language.
Or he knows he can run the organization. If Mike's there, he knows.
Yeah.
I've done this once before. I've basically just run the team.
He may be willing to overlook Mike to stay in Pittsburgh. That's my only caveat. If you have to pick one, which one do you believe more? That Mike gets the job, or Aaron would want to play for him again? I don't believe Aaron really wants to play for him again.
I could see Aaron being a little nostalgic and like thinking to himself, like, because I mean, when they played Dallas in Green Bay a couple years ago, at the end he did the press conference. He goes, "I love Big Mike. I've always loved Big Mike." He's now 8 years removed from being with him, or whatever it is. He may just be kind of reflective and then get back behind it again and go like, "Oh no, wait, I hated this," because he hated it the whole time he was playing with him.
Which one are you believing?
I just don't. If it was another team, I could see. I just don't see Pittsburgh hiring Mike. I just think it's not a age fit. Pittsburgh has a trend they like to go down.
Ageism.
How much have you prepared, and how worried are you actually about the unending cold, they're calling it, that's coming to DFW? That's next with the 6 a.m. Club right here on The Fan. But you got a lot of worries if you get involved in a car accident. I'm still thinking about the one that made me late for work yesterday on 6:30.
105.3, the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
How much are you worried, or how much have you prepared for Alaska? It's Shan and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. For a couple days now, people have been hyping up this storm, and I haven't heard anything about inches.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Nothing. I'm like, okay, how much? When is someone going to say? Yesterday, I walked by Brunoff in the hall. I'm like, how bad is it going to be? And he's, I think he was like Friday, Saturday. And I was like, no. How bad? Why is everyone scared to give an amount? And then this morning, I saw, is this hail dropping in the background?
This sounds like
this is heavy snow, according to YouTube.
Rain on leaves or something.
Okay. And then I think finally I saw a projected amount of 2 to 3 inches of snow and maybe an inch or maybe 2 inches of ice. And I'm like,
great.
This is the Armageddon. This is Alaska. My wife is freaking out. She's trying to pressure me into like a $10,000 generator. I know she's going to look at me if the power goes out. RJ Choppy saved my house during the all-time bad storm when he said, there's a battery in your fireplace. And I was like, what? Huh? And Choppy had my house warm. So that's what my wife is bracing for. What are we going to do? We got the baby. I'm not going to get a $10,000 generator. These things are insane. They're out of control. I've had 2 people come out for a quote for the house. I'm not trying to get the whole house lit up either. But It sounds like a complete pain in the butt. And I was like, as long as we got batteries, we're okay. We will all eat, sleep, and migrate in the living room.
Yeah, my neighbor put one on his house. It was just, it wasn't like the 10th. It was like an $800 one. So it does like the coffee machine, the kitchen lights. You know, it doesn't really. It's not going to heat the house.
No heat.
No heat. It's not going to heat the house.
I mean, to me, you gotta have the heat.
Well, yeah, that's obviously if you have a fireplace, huddle around that's one way to do it. But
of course,
it's just
Atmos Energy would have me basically paying for another house with their Atmos with the monopoly that they're running. They're praying for an outage so they can jack it. I can't even turn on the electric fireplace for 10 minutes without getting a $100 bill from Atmos.
Yeah, we've been using the fireplace the last 2 nights. We never use it. Never use the fireplace.
You gonna learn? Learn today.
All right, it's gonna be high.
ERCOT is saying it's just going to be fine.
I know.
We'll be just fine. We're more than prepared for this, which I feel like they say every time. That they're more than prepared and that there shouldn't be a problem. It does feel a little bit
All
like...
it takes is a power line, though.
It does.
Well, that's what we're saying. A 1/4 inch ice is you have power outages. A 1/2 inch, you've got widespread power. And at 1 inch, it's complete destruction because of the weight. On the power
2
line.
inches of ice. If it's 2 inches, that will suck.
If it's 2 inches of ice, we'll see power on Wednesday of next week.
Kristen is already trying to figure it. So we still have...
Should we book hotels right now before they jack up those prices?
We're still running out the lease on the other place. And when everything happened with the Valentine's Day storm a couple years ago, our place never lost power because it's right next to one of the hospitals. And so because of that, it stayed on the grid. Our new place...
Is it a hospital or a fire station you should be near?
School, I think, too, right?
We're by all three, on the old place. The new place, we're not. We're just over by a hospital.
By a lot of shopping restaurants.
So she's already trying to figure out, where do we potentially, where do we want to get stuck potentially, over there or over here? Because... the new place, it's the power never went off, but then we also switched units, and then we had that issue where our power was going out with no storm about once a month a couple of years ago because the little transformer was so bad. So I don't know what we're going to do or how we're going to get stuck, but I know that, or I would expect, I guess, that we're just going to have to collect a bunch of Comrex units tomorrow.
I think Friday, Saturday.
But then, if it's 2 inches of ice, that'll be around till Monday.
Yeah, so I was talking to Brunoff in the hall, and he was like, we may see the cobblestone ice till Tuesday because it's not going to warm up on Sunday.
Cobblestone ice?
That's where it gets
bumpy ice that you go over and your car goes...
Yeah.
Oh, that's just like riding my regular Jeep.
But he was saying 4 to 6 inches. The Weather Channel is sitting here going complete over-the-top panic mode, saying that parts of Arkansas and Tennessee are going to get 18 to 24 inches. And he's like, that's not true. That's not happening. So he's saying 4 to 6, but because it's not going to warm up until Monday afternoon, it's going to be there, not melting. And then
what? Are we going to get the classic melt and refreeze overnight cycle?
Yes.
Well, he'll be in here tomorrow during Neighborhood Watch, and he'll give us more info, I guess. But I always wonder, whenever they reference, the European model is saying this, and they're saying this, it's like, okay, so when you guys are making the forecast, do you just pick one of the models and go, I'm going with this one this time, or do you combine the models?
Yeah.
Or do you make your own call? I don't understand how they come to the
why are we being so submissive to the European model? Because Delkus was saying, no, that's the one to trust.
That's all Delkus will go by. And so that's why he said, hey, I haven't given you guys any read yet on...
Thought we were America.
He's like,
when's Trump going to do the press conference over the weather system?
We're not using
we are renaming it the American model.
Eating the dog.
If you look at it, then, Delkus that's all he goes by. He's like, that's usually the most accurate. So that's why he didn't give a total, because he's like, well, I needed to wait and see what it was kind of saying, but he's like, inch or two of ice, and then maybe as much as 4 inches of snow.
The guy that we love so much, the great Jim Cantori, Thunder Snow, says we are in for a hell of an ending to January. Unending Arctic cold and significant winter precipitation. It's going to stay very cold. This is he said for the eastern half of the U.S.
See, that's the other thing. I feel like the forecast for the rest of the country, people are applying to us.
Yeah, they are, because it's starting here. If you look at the radar, it's like it's all going to form basically west of Fort Worth. It's like dry. Then all of a sudden, bam! This whole thing just pops up, and it just kind of stays here, and then it shifts east. But that's the unending cold. Scary ice accretion. I don't know what that is. Hopefully, a lot of this falls as sleet, but some of the freezing rain could be over an inch, which is crippling.
Yeah, I'm not going shopping and getting stuff off the shelves for bread and stuff. I'm stocked up, I believe. I'm just worried about warmth. That's it. Worried about warmth. I'm not worried about Comrexes. I usually do that and signal to the bosses to have us broadcast ready. I don't care after yesterday. So I'll just be sitting at home chilling while you guys are doing what you do.
Is snow overrated for y'all?
Snow?
Yeah. It's a little bit of a novelty.
Yeah, we get 2 inches of snow. I'm like,
nothing.
That makes us look soft.
Well, it's a novelty
it's
around here. It's like, oh, there's snow. Yeah, the ice is concerned. But in terms of just the enjoyment of snow.
Oh, I enjoy it.
I just think it doesn't do much for me.
Oh, Bobby.
I love snow.
I don't know why.
Oh,
I was miserable this holiday season and Christmas Day. Miserable.
Did you get snow every year, basically, growing up?
Not every year, no.
But consistently enough that it wasn't odd?
Yeah, I would say 50%, maybe 60% in
Are you
Maryland.
talking on Christmas or just in general?
Around Christmas.
Around the area. Around the time.
I mean, in New York, upstate New York was a lot, but...
It was 65, 70, and sunny out on Christmas Day. No, but plus I want my kids to see it. My son is dying for snow.
Yeah, because he would have not have...
He was alive, but he don't remember.
When we went to Detroit for the Cowboys game, they had snow everywhere, and it was snowing when we landed. And I just was thinking, this is so miserable. Why do people like this?
Yeah.
This is just, it's cold,
living in
and
it?
it's
Not a
wet,
chance.
and it's, not like it.
If
I'm talking about for a week and a half.
Just as a change-up.
If I'm going to live in snow, I better live in, Colorado or, Nevada, mountains. I could do something with it.
I ordered a little tent that will be embarrassing for me to put up for my pool equipment because the pipes cracked twice during the last freeze, and I went home and all of a sudden the entire pool was empty because of the liquid getting on the pipes and then cracking. So I've ordered this inflatable tent to go over the pool equipment that I'll be trying to put up for Friday, Saturday.
When the pool gets below 38, mine kicks on. The fountains come on.
Yeah.
Everything runs.
Yeah, I have that too, but it's just the pipes.
Yeah.
Get frozen and crack. They were straight cracked and broken last time.
Yeah.
Cancun cruise is already trending when people think Ted Cruz has been sighted heading on another vacation. So that could be the worst sign.
972 is telling you, Sean, you need to get a 7,000 watt generator.
7,000 watt?
Yeah, they said 7,000 watt,
kerosene.
enough to run a space heater and the TV for your kids.
Run a space heater?
That's what they say.
I need the heater in the house to kick on.
Well, I mean, with
That's
your
what I need.
spacious, your what's a palatial estate or whatever it is? Yeah, that I mean, you're looking at probably 700,000 watt generator.
So the other thing
one of those like dumpster looking generators.
The other thing they said is that we're going to have about 75 hours of freezing weather over the weekend. That storm we had in 2021 was 140 consecutive hours,
and it was like 2 degrees. It was so bad, like the pipes in my garage all froze. My neighbor, because I was the only one that did not have any running water at the end. I was like the last one in the house, and then in the neighborhood. And my neighbor tried to get one of those jet engine looking heaters, space heaters, to put in the garage to blast at the wall, because that was the wall that was causing all the problems.
Pepe, are you worried? And what is your anticipation? What have you been doing?
See, so tomorrow my plan is to go to the store. You know, I do my shopping from, Sunday to Friday. And then usually Mackenzie and I will go out to eat, on the weekend stuff. Then I'll restart that process. So tomorrow I'm going to have to go to the store after the show, stock up. I was listening to Dan Brunoff this morning. He said get peanut butter, jelly, all that stuff, stuff that doesn't rely on the fridge. Because, I got 2 fridges now, but they both go out. I'm screwed.
Wow.
And so,
no, you can put the food outside.
Yeah, leave it on the
ground.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I could do that. No, I mean, but I have my parents that are 15 minutes away, Mackenzie's parents 15 minutes away. So if something happened, the power goes out and we don't have any heat and anything, we can just go over there. So
you think they're 15 minutes away that their power is going to be fine?
No, because their power never goes out.
Broadus fills up like gallon Ziploc bags with water in advance of these sort of things.
No.
Freezes them.
No.
And then when his power goes out, he throws those big blocks of Ziploc bags in his fridge to keep the fridge cold.
What?
He will do that. He's like, because he told me, he's like, hey, you know how you can work around that, right? I do this all the time. He's super prepared. He's got these frozen Ziploc bags in his fridge.
And he'll be at work.
Oh, 100%. And then shaming everyone else.
Shaming everyone else. He'll have to be like a caravan going around picking all of us up like for school. The big Broadus school bus. All right, so let us know what you're anticipating and how bad you actually think it is going to be at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. The big hire that was made yesterday in the National Football League. Why would someone give up a head coaching spot for the offensive coordinator position, and how it may be screwing filthy in the NFC East? Around the rest of the NFL after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a steep...
KRLD-FM Leasing Studio. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yesterday, Bobby Belt ended his worry of John Harbaugh taking over the New York Giants. Today, it'll be RJ Choppy. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Shan and RJ, along with Pepe, running the Fan Cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. A Charlie Puth ticket giveaway coming up in the 720 commercial-free expressway, where we will also chop it up at 740. Mike McDaniel, whose hype, what?
I was like, ow.
He's doing the chopping it up. Ow.
Mike McDaniel apparently turned down a head coaching opportunity with the Cleveland Browns and an opportunity to be the offensive coordinator for Jalen Hurts to go be the OC for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Yeah,
to get that right. To be the OC for Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
When you can work with a talent like Justin Herbert, you don't pass that up.
You don't see guys turn down necessarily head coaching opportunities all that often.
Except for McCarthy.
It's the Mike mix. They're the ones that reject jobs.
But absolutely the right decision. Absolutely the right decision.
It was also reported he was a candidate for the Ravens and Raiders head coaching vacancies. He must have known he was not getting the Baltimore job.
Right.
And then I don't know about the Raiders, but he signs up for the OC.
Yeah, look, the Raiders is interesting because you're going to get the number one pick.
Or Lamar.
You could do a lot of things. Or Lamar, right? Absolutely. But
and I mean Lamar in Vegas. That's coming up later.
I don't know that I'm taking, if I have a choice, like if I'm Mike McDaniel and I'm getting 3 head coaching interviews for a couple of weeks after I was fired, I probably assume I might get some next year too. And I would rather be the OC in Philadelphia or the Chargers and have a chance to win and boost my resume a little bit, get some of the stain off, just take a year where I'm not like, the guy like that, like Eberflus kind of. He needed to take a year. This would not be that because he would not take it any time. But you're not getting a third head coaching job. People don't get third head coaching jobs.
A third of the league is up, though. Like, how many more jobs are you waiting to open up that you're like, oh, yeah, that's the one that I want? Like, I mean, Josh Allen's team is open. Lamar Jackson's team is open. Like you said, unless he just knows he's not getting it. But
the Browns head coach or Chargers OC?
If I've been a head coach before, and I don't have a Super Bowl, I'm taking the Chargers OC. I have a better chance of I still have a chance of getting a job. If he takes the Cleveland job and it fails, he'll never get another job again.
I can see that.
Yeah, maybe with that one, I would go Chargers OC. I wonder how much of this is too. He just wants to be in proximity in case Shanahan or McVay hangs it up, though. Like he just wants to be over in that area. Like because that's somewhere where I think he thinks he could end up if those jobs.
What do you mean
go
over in that area?
Being over in California, like around LA and San Francisco.
You don't have to be in California to get the
I'm just saying.
Let me move closer. So
with the Rams, they share facilities, so that they do have cross pollination there. But I think in general, probably just wanted to get back to the West Coast and didn't like any of the jobs that were left. But there's been rumblings that Shanahan could leave at some point. There's been a ton that McVay could walk away at some point. And so I wonder if he just thinks like, those jobs may come open, so I'll just wait for those jobs rather than take something like Cleveland right now.
I was surprised at the Mike McDaniel hype. Someone did a heck of a job promoting him after the first half of the Dolphins season. And it seems like the second half without Tyreek and then benching Tua somehow did him favors from a public relations standpoint. I'm pretty surprised that a hard ass like Jim Harbaugh is going to go fancy with what did Troy call him? Who was the DJ? Logic.
No, he was a tough guy to do the last couple weeks of the season. Apparently, he was just starting around mid-season. The report was that he began carrying a wooden baseball bat around the hallways of the Dolphins facility.
Are you joking?
No, I'm being 100% dead serious. Mike McDaniel, mid-season, began carrying around a wooden baseball bat around the facility and just, I guess, showing off his toughness. And
I don't see the bat.
And how much? Well, that's just that's the headline, though, right there. It's from the Sun Sentinel. But yeah, he said that he specifically what he said is Alec Ingold said, I think it's a reminder to everyone to be violently present in everything you do. So Mike McDaniel changed
got
it up.
The message.
He woke up. He was like, you know what? I need to start cracking skulls.
RJ Choppy joins Bobby Belt in not being worried about John Harbaugh coming to the NFC East. Here's Harbaugh yesterday at his Giants presser on what he's looking for.
To me, the number one thing is we have to have guys that love football.
Oh.
I mean, you just have to. It's football. What are we here for? You know, what do we do? What is this building for? It's for football. You know, this is a football team, and we need guys that love everything about football. They love the games. They love the practices. They love the weightlifting. They love the meetings. They love the dining hall. You know, they love every part of football, man. And if you love football, guys, if you love football, you're going to want to be here. You're going to want to drive in that parking lot every single day. You're going to want to walk through those doors. You want to walk up in those halls. You're going to want to get in front of that tape and watch tape every single day because you're going to be around a bunch of guys that love what you love. They love football because that's what we're going to be doing, football, all the time, every day. And if there's guys, you know, around that don't love football, Joe, we're probably going to let those guys go play somewhere else, you know, because if you don't love football, you're not going to love it here because we'll be doing football. That's the plan.
I'd be
right?
That's so sweet of him, too, to just include it. Hey, right, Joe?
Right, Joe?
You're in on this, too.
Joe, calm down, breathe.
Joe, you get to make some decisions, too.
Yeah.
Because we'll be doing football.
We'll be doing football stuff. Like, that's football coaches love saying football stuff around football season, around their football team. They love to throw the word football in there, too.
They love football.
Why are you happy or relieved to hear this?
Well, the first two things. One, first off, this organization is a complete mess. Joe Shane up there hyperventilating. It's like he sounded like he just ran wind sprints in the back down the hallway to get there
football.
When he was introducing John Harbaugh. And then second of all, this always just chapped my ass. Always did when these coaches talk about, you got to love football. You got to love it. You got to love what you do. You know how many people out there hate what they do and are still great at it? I don't care if you love what you do. I care if you are disciplined enough to put the work in to succeed. That's it. You don't have to love your job to love success. You don't have to love your job to be disciplined, to love the taste and the process and the and all that goes into being the best you can be.
You're gonna want to be here.
For a lot of people, you know, it's just it's a means to an end. You know, and does everybody love what they do? I don't know anybody that is like, oh my God, I love everything about what they do. I just, you know, and if you do, that doesn't mean that you're going to put the work in. You may love your job, but are still lazy. I don't care about whether he loves football. I care whether he's disciplined enough to put the work in.
I don't know that we've had very many examples of the guys who don't love it, like, succeeding, though. Like, there was always a question about that, I guess, with Randy Moss. Like, how much did he love it and was actively, like, working hard at it? And so he would go through periods where he was not super connected. Ricky Williams was really good. How much did he love it? But see, also, Ricky Williams talks in retrospect about how much he did love football. So I don't know. I think that in general, everybody's so talented at that level that does a lot of times make a difference. Is like, do you actually invest in getting better at it and finding a little bit of a gap? Because I think that there's not many examples. The guys we think of as like, man, he just really didn't love football have not been good. They're a lot of times thought of as being wastes of talent.
What I found hilarious yesterday in the press conference was the desperate downplaying of the hierarchy and who reports to who. John Harbaugh saying, it's really not that important. I think it's overblown just a little bit. Joe Shane, the general manager who's left hanging on, said it's overblown as well.
And I'm not worried about that. Everywhere I've been in the league for 26 years. So everywhere I've been, the head coach and general manager work together. That's the only way it's going to work. And get on the same page, go through the process. Again, we've done it everywhere I've been, so I'm not worried about it. Like you said, that's just something on a piece of paper. Doesn't matter. We need to work together, and we're going to come to the final conclusion. And it's always going to be about what's best for the New York Giants.
And then Harbaugh, and I hate to really talk about this because the man has cancer, but John is like, no, the guy running football operations here is John Mara. We all report to him. He's the boss of John Mara is going through cancer treatments. He is not sitting there in a Jerry Jones type role, I would imagine, day to day. And he doesn't want to be a Jerry Jones type either. That's why they've always reported to the general manager. So Harbaugh had his speech ready to go. No, we all answer to John Mara, and then Joe Schoen is going to say whatever he needs to say to hang on to his employment. But the contract got held up for a reason.
Yeah, he wouldn't sign a contract until it was like explicitly spell out in legally binding language that Joe Schoen is not my boss. That seems like a pretty big sticking point, and one that you can't just be like, it's just a piece of paper. Yeah, a prenup is too, but like that matters. The prenup is very clearly spelling out this is the way it should be. I love how he does not sound confident at all. It reminds me of that scene in Superbad where Michael Cera's like, I'm not worried about it. You shouldn't be worried about it. He like twice repeats, so I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Sure. Okay. You surely seem like you're not that worried about it.
How long is he still employed, Joe Schoen? Over, under 1.5 more seasons.
Oh, under.
So he gets fired at the end of this coming year.
Yep.
Depends on Dart, like you say.
Depends on Dart.
Things are going well. They have a nice little 10-7 season. I don't think he'll go. I don't think he'll interfere. I think he'll just be subservient to Harbaugh.
God, what a life.
As long as he goes, yes, sir. How do you like your coffee? 2 creams?
Yeah, what
then
a
he'll
life.
be okay.
The shot fired yesterday came from Tampa, Florida.
Oh, yeah.
After someone tweeted, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker and Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Baker, who goes and just searches his own name, because I don't think Mayfield was tagged in this. He responds, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text or call from Stefanski after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. Ooh.
Who ships garbage?
I think the garbage trucks. The trash
got to go somewhere.
You never wonder where trash. I think of it as hauling.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well,
all right.
Just keep stirring your coffee. How about this? Beef already.
I love it.
And the NFC South with Baker and Stefanski.
Man, we got a few people that are single-handedly trying to bring rivalries back into sports.
Yes.
I'm here for it, man. This is awesome.
Does he? I've always looked at Baker though as like he'll be like Brady, where Brady's always just like, you looked at me funny. You are now my mortal enemy. So he's always going to be chip on a shoulder, because that's how he got to where he was. He got to where he was by turning people into like, oh, you slighted me, you dissed me. So yeah, maybe some of that exists with Stefanski, but there's another aspect of it that I go like, that may also just be another thing that Baker internalized and was like, yeah, this is how I'm going to self-motivate.
Yeah, and Stefanski's going to be asked about it. Why is Mike McCarthy trending right now? No way. There's no report.
I don't know. Laura Oakman got a bunch of bots tweeting about him or something.
There's no report. I thought it was going to be McCarthy news as he's trending number 1 in DFW. With that is Baker and Stefanski beef in the NFC South. Around the NFL here on Shan and RJ, let's hook you up with Charlie Puth tickets for turning it on, leaving it on. We will chop it up at 7:40, but a special guest to kick off the Expressway. He's been covering Harbaugh to the Giants. He says Rex Ryan could end up in the NFC East, and could Bill Belichick still have a spot in the National Football League? He's one of the phone calls that Jerry Jones takes and makes when it comes to reporting. Gary Myers from New York Football Insider, joins us in the commercial-free Expressway after this. And this is Wild Fork Foods. Look, I'm thinking about it today. This could be your last day to go ahead and hit the smoker. And why not go ahead and put on something easy? A lot of people are like, sure.
Listen to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Joining us right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, formerly of the Dallas Morning News, Jerry Jones told him about the Micah Parsons, Quinnen Williams trade attempt. He's a Hall of Fame voter. He's got the book, of course, Brady versus Belichick, and he has been covering John Harbaugh getting hired by the New York Football Giants. He's our friend Gary Myers here on Shan and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Gary. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
All right. How excited are Giants fans right now?
You know, I tell you what, you know, other than the 8 years that I spent in Dallas covering the Cowboys, you know, I've been here my entire life, and I have never seen a fan base more excited about getting a coach for any of the teams, not just the football teams, but any of the teams.
Wow.
And that includes when the Jets got Bill Parcells and when the Knicks got Pat Riley. And the fact that it, you know, was over like a 10-day period, and there were some ups and downs and lots of meetings and phone calls, and it's been unbelievable. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Giants have won a total of 7 games over the last 2 years, and Harbaugh comes here with a lot of credibility.
Gary, a lot of times when these coaches want to be the GM as well or in charge of personnel, it does not work out. Weigh that with the way things have been running in New York, because as Cowboys fans and as the Cowboys station, we're hoping that John Harbaugh is overextending himself too much, trying to be Ozzie Newsome and Eric DeCosta.
Well, I think to a certain extent that's a little bit overblown. They do have a general manager here, Joe Shane, who obviously is
neutered,
not going to have done a great job because they haven't won a lot of games, but they do have a pretty good core foundation of young players. I think Harbaugh will be, and there was a lot of pushback from a lot of the parties there yesterday. I was at the press conference about this whole, you know, supposed new setup. I think it's going to be, you know, a collaboration, and Shane works on this year round with his staff. I think John will have a very strong voice in personnel, you know, be it free agency or the draft or, you know, the roster. But he's not running the scouting department. And he's going to lean heavily on all these, you know, people that do it year round. So I don't think he's going to be overextending himself, and maybe it's gotten misplayed a little bit around the country. But I think, you know, he's getting $20 million a year, and he's been a head coach in the NFL for 18 years and won a Super Bowl. And the Giants haven't done well for pretty much 15 years. So you want a guy like this, you know, having input. I mean, that's why they prioritized getting him from, you know, the moment he was available. And but I just don't think it's, you know, a situation where he's going to be running everything. He's concentrating on coaching the team, and he's done a lot of work on the draft in years in Baltimore. I can tell you this quick story that the day after every season ended in Baltimore, he would go to Ozzie Newsome and he said, you know, give me the names and the tapes of the top 100 players in the draft. And he would start grinding on that the day after the season. And they would say, John, take a week off. And they go, no, I want to get started. And he'd finish that in about a month, and he'd go to Ozzie, you know, give me the top 50 players in free agency, and, you know, give me the tape on that. And he'd start studying them. So I just don't think it's going to be all that different than he was experienced in Baltimore, except for this. If there's a disagreement on who's the 5th pick in the draft, and Joe Shane, the scouting department, one guy, and Harbaugh wants another, the tie is going to go to Harbaugh.
Gary Myers joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. Would it surprise you if Shane is still employed with the team in 2 years?
Well, I think if the Giants were going to make if they were set on making a change, they would have done it now and brought in one of Harbaugh's guys, which is what a lot of us thought was going to happen. But they really hit it off during the interview process. And, you know, in a strange way, guys, I think this is the best thing that's happened to Shane, because now it puts the focus on Harbaugh. And if the Giants screw up the 5th pick in the draft, like they did with Evan Neal a few years ago with the 7th pick, the fault is going to lie with Harbaugh, because he's got to sign off on every player that comes into the building. Is going to be his ultimate responsibility. So in a way that it kind of helps Shane just go do your job, and the focus will be on the head coach. But you know, whether he's here in 2 years, it depends on results. And he's going into the last year of his contract, which is, you know, unusual for a coach or a general manager. And there's been a lot of speculation that after the draft, the Giants will make a decision whether to extend him, which people think they will, or maybe it's just for a year, or let him go, which I don't think is going to happen, because I do think that he and Harbaugh have developed, a pretty good relationship to this point, although they haven't really sat in an office yet and done what the job is all about. And maybe they won't get along. Maybe they'll have a different vision. But to this point, they were really playing nice yesterday.
Gary, there's been obviously chatter about how they're going to fill the defensive coordinator vacancy there with the Giants. And that's something that the Cowboys are looking for right now. So there's potentially some competitive areas where they're looking at. Rex Ryan's name has been floated out there. Jim Leonard is one that's been buzzed about potentially. How do you see them addressing that position?
Well, it could be Anthony Weaver or Denard Wilson, both of whom worked at some point for Harbaugh in Baltimore. The names haven't. There's been no one name that we've been able to focus on. Offensively, Todd Monken. If he doesn't get the head coaching job in Cleveland, I would say he's a long shot at this point. I mean, that's a given. He'll be the offensive coordinator of the Giants. And I think that'll be a good hire for them. Defensively, and I was talking to a bunch of people yesterday, they really think it's kind of up in the air, and John has not made up his mind. But you tend to go with familiarity. You guys can pronounce that better than me. So I think, Weaver is a name to really keep an eye on, and Denard Wilson as well. And then, Jim Leonard is a former Raven. He played 1 year for Harbaugh in Baltimore in 2008 in John's first year there, and then he came to work for the Jets. I mean, to play for the Jets. Rex Ryan is a name that did come up yesterday. I heard that independently, and then apparently John said it in a radio interview. So I can tell you this: I know Rex has been calling John about it. Rex hasn't coached in the league in about 10 years. He's got a really good job at ESPN. But, his name came up in Dallas a few years ago. Rex told me he turned down that job in Dallas. I don't know if that was 2-3 years ago. That's not how I heard it at the time. I don't know how you guys heard it.
We heard it the same.
But you heard the same as I did, right? Yeah. Rex, I was texting with Rex because I said after the Cowboys fired Eberflus, I said, "Hey, why don't you get back with Shoddy in Dallas, because those guys, work together." With the Jets, they got to a couple of AFC Championship games with Shoddy's the offensive coordinator, and he texts me back. He goes, I turned down that job a couple of years ago. I don't remember what the time frame was, and I didn't want to write back to him. Rex, that's not exactly what I heard. But Rex, thinks he's the greatest defensive coach in the history of football. And everybody wants him for every job. And I do know this. I think that he does want to coach again, even as a coordinator. He interviewed for the Jets last year, which I think was more of a courtesy by Mike Tannenbaum than anything else. But I tell him I think he's crazy to want to coach again. He's got a cushy job, making a lot of money. He works 2 days a week. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me.
Gary Myers joining us from New York, Hall of Fame voter, formerly of the Dallas Morning News, and the book Brady versus Belichick. Do you think Bill Belichick has a legitimate shot at returning to the National Football League?
I don't. I think if that was going to happen, it would have happened already. His first year, right after he got fired 2 years ago by Robert Kraft, he interviewed in Atlanta and Washington and didn't get either job. Last year, so it would have been November of 24, he contacted people. I think it was Tannenbaum. Tannenbaum, the former Jets general manager, was running the search for Woody Johnson. And, Tannenbaum worked for Belichick in Cleveland. And I think he reached out to Tannenbaum. I know he reached out to the Jets. I think it was Tannenbaum, and expressed interest in the Jets job. Now, you talk about somebody being desperate. He hates the Jets, and the Jets fans hate him. And for him to stoop to say, hey, would you guys be interested in me, it just shows the degree of how much Belichick really wants to coach in the NFL again. He's 15 victories from breaking the record of Don Shula for most by a head coach. You know how much he wants to win the Super Bowl to prove that he can do it without Brady. And I don't know that Tannenbaum or whoever it was laughed at him specific like that, but I know the Jets got a chuckle out of that one. And about 2 weeks later is when he took the job in North Carolina because he knew nobody in the NFL was interested. And again, we're another year removed from that. I haven't heard his name anywhere. I mean, guys, there's 10 openings.
Yeah.
And you haven't heard Belichick's name in one of them, even as a rumor. So that tells you right there what if he wants to continue coaching again, he's going to have to continue at North Carolina because this will be the last coaching job he ever has.
Gary, Brian Daboll's name has been floated in Buffalo, offensive coordinator Philadelphia. You covered him. Where do you think is the best fit for Daboll?
You know, as soon as I heard that McDermott got fired the other day, I tweeted something like, how about a Daboll, Josh Allen reunion in Buffalo? And, I mean, I had no information at that point. I was just throwing it out there. And so I just saw that he's getting an interview. Does not surprise me at all. He does have a really good relationship with Josh Allen, and Josh developed a lot when Daboll was the offensive coordinator there. Now, Daboll was a head coach. He was not a good head coach for the Giants. You guys saw it twice a year when they played the Cowboys. I don't know that he beat them. And he is a good offensive coordinator. I just didn't think that he necessarily mastered the position of being a head coach of the whole team. Now, a lot of these guys improved the second time around. I mean, it does happen, but and maybe he's learned a lot in the 4 months since the Giants fired him, and he's maybe studied other coaches or whatever and got himself better prepared. If he gets that job, it's for one reason. It's because Josh Allen is pushing for him. And maybe that happens. I mean, it makes me look smart that I suggested it a couple of days ago, but I don't know that that's going to happen.
NFL columnist and Hall of Fame voter Gary Myers joining us here on 105 through the Fan. So the Hall of Fame voter part of that is very important to this next question. We're all trying to get Darren Woodson in the Hall of Fame. We're kind of upset right now with the voters that they haven't been able to push him through yet. Do you think Darren Woodson's a Hall of Famer, and what do you think his chances are in this upcoming vote?
I'll tell you why I think he's a Hall of Famer. Because Bill Parcells calls me every year, and he says, let's talk about Darren Woodson, and let's talk about Everson Walls on the senior side. And Bill is a major advocate for Darren Woodson. And I tell a lot of people when Parcells tells me things, and you guys know from the years he was there, it's good enough for me. Because I have so much respect for Bill, and he's not telling me that just because Darren Woodson played for him. He's telling me that because he really believes it. And I mean, I obviously I saw Darren play myself, and I thought he was a great player. I thought he was a key to those defenses that Jimmy Johnson put together. And yeah, I do think that Darren Woodson is a Hall of Famer, and I've been voting for him every year until he gets eliminated on the ballot. And I do hope he's going to get in.
Do you think it's likely that Witten gets in this year?
You know, we have a really strong class this year with first-timers, with Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald. And, you know, even though, you know, I was long gone from Dallas, by the time, you know, Jason got to the Cowboys, I did get to know him well over the years. He was very helpful to me, you know, in a book I wrote. And he was just a great player. I do think he will get in. Whether he gets in the first year or not, you know, remains to be seen. But he's definitely. I mean, if Antonio Gates got in his second year, I don't think. Let me put it this way: if Witten doesn't get in his first year, he's not going to have to wait very long to get in.
Gary, what is the biggest Hall of Fame fight that you've witnessed or been a part of, and what's the next big argument that you're anticipating?
Well, that's an easy one for me because the most contentious, well, there's actually two of them. Most recently, it's been Eli Manning, who I am a big advocate for.
Bye, Gary. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
I mean, what do you guys want? He was a 2-time Super Bowl MVP. I know, I know he had a 500 record, but after 8 years before the Giants' personnel fell apart, he had 2 Super Bowl MVPs, and his record was 69-50. And then, they just didn't draft well. The general manager got fired. Odell Beckham talked his way out of town, and they didn't have much success. So, but I will say this: there's a lot of people that feel the way you guys do, and
they didn't get in.
What's your biggest complaint about him?
Not good. He's not a good player.
not a great player, and the championship runs weren't that impressive.
That's basically all of his playoff wins, right?
Come on. See, that's not fair. The first time they won the Super Bowl, they beat Tampa on the road. Okay, no big deal. They came in and beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys were the number 1 seed. Then they go to Green Bay. They beat the Packers, who were the number 2 seed, and he beats Favre. And then they go beat an undefeated team in the Super Bowl. And then 4 years later, they won 1 home game, and then they won a couple of road games. They won the Super Bowl again. They beat Brady and Belichick again, and along the way, they beat Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau. So they beat Favre and Rodgers at Lambeau, the only quarterback to ever do that in the playoffs. And he beat the Patriots twice. I mean, okay, the rest of his career, he didn't win a playoff game in any other year. But that's a but, It's like...
But, Gary, let me give you my all-time favorite quarterback bar discussion. You may need your shorthand pencil or pen for this because I'm going to give you 5 names. I want you to put these names in order of you could draft them tomorrow, okay?
Go ahead.
Eli, Rivers, Roethlisberger, Romo, Ryan. I always ask people of that era to put those 5 guys in order. How would you do it of who you would take?
Okay, now I can base this on what they did in their careers, obviously. That's how we're looking at it now after the fact.
Okay.
We agree on that? I would take Roethlisberger first.
Okay.
I would take Eli second. I would take probably Rivers third, then Matt Ryan, then Tony Romo.
Gary, why is Eli's career, adjusted for obviously, why is Eli's career significantly different enough from Jim Plunkett's, for instance, that he would get in the Hall of Fame and Plunkett wouldn't?
Well, Jim Plunkett, to me, was a journeyman quarterback who played for a bunch of teams, and although he was a 1-time Super Bowl MVP, so I'm not going to downplay how he played in that game, he was not the dominant player on that team. They had really good teams with the Raiders in those years. And listen, your comparison is legitimate because it does come up in our meetings, and people say, well, if Jim Plunkett's not in, why should Eli be in? Well, to me, Eli was just a better player. And trust me, guys, I'm not a homer. You know that. When I was in Dallas, I certainly wasn't a homer for the Cowboys. And it had nothing to do with the fact that I didn't grow up there. It's the way I've always approached my job. I'm not a homer. It's just I saw Eli play almost every one of his games, and he was the Giants without him. Look what's happened without him in the 5 or 6 years that he hasn't been there, and look how bad they were before he got there. They had a great run with Eli. And he won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. I mean, that's a big deal. To me, I judge coaches and quarterbacks by how many rings they win. I mean, there's more to it than that, obviously, but that's how I look at it. And it's the biggest moments in the biggest game, the 2 biggest games of his career. In the last 2 minutes of each game, Eli took the Giants down the field against the Patriots and scored. And the first time the Patriots were 2 minutes away from being remembered as the greatest single-season team in NFL history. And my line in the meetings has been, what else do you want from a Hall of Fame quarterback than to be able to perform like that in the biggest moments?
The book
he was not his brother. I give you that. And he was overshadowed all these years because he played in the same era as his brother and Drew Brees and obviously, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, those are 4 of the great quarterbacks of all time. Eli is not an all-time top 10 quarterback, but, compare him to Dan Fouts, who was 2 games over 500, and Warren Moon, who was at 500, and both of them were first-ballot Hall of Famers. So are we moving the goalposts on Eli Manning?
Gary, we appreciate the time as always. Brady versus Belichick, Hall of Fame voter, and he'll occasionally drop a bombshell from Jerry Jones like he did on Quinn and 4 Micah. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys. Thanks for having me on. Say hi. I'm trying to say hi to all my friends in Dallas.
Yes, sir. Gary Myers on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Man, I love it. I love
got
it.
you with the all-time fake laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is. We've got to save that one.
Yeah.
That is brilliant.
Man, they don't care how the sausage was made, the Giants fans. David Tyree with the lucky catch, the defensive line really beating the Patriots, and they don't care. But that's how New York fans are at the end of the day. My buddies, I love
the same way with baseball.
You know, how many rings you got? How'd it happen?
That's it.
What did you do? Were you great during it, or did you make a throw here and there? Did you ever put them on your back during the championship run or in that game? Were you ever a top 5 quarterback in your time?
Listen, they would rather the amount of Yankee fans who would rather Scott Brocious play third than A-Rod, because Brocious was pretty damn good in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and he's got all those rings. It's like, okay, oh wow, that's quite a bit.
You don't know the satisfaction it has brought me that Eli, and I hate this because I think he's such a good dude.
And he'll get in eventually, I think. Eventually.
The satisfaction it brought me that Eli got rejected. This all-time argument that I've had over the meatballs from Jersey and New York on my text chain. It's amazing. It's all I have in life.
That's why Plunkett is the comparison.
Yeah, it is.
He was a former number 1 pick. They both finished with an exactly 500 record. They both finished with 7 yards per attempt. They both finished with 4.4 touchdown percentage. They both had 8 career playoff wins. They both had 2 Super Bowl wins.
Wow.
They are adjusted for error. Obviously, there's some raw numbers that are working in Eli's favor, but a lot of their career trajectory is very similar, and nobody would ever put Plunkett in.
I am not I'm not a slave to the ring. Okay, you guys know that. But I will say this: it is. I did not know that Fouts and Warren Moon's records were basically the same as Eli's.
there's no doubt.
Fouts and Warren Moon are on a different level
you
of talent.
can't talk to me about Eli Manning being as good as Warren Moon.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. But to me, you also cannot be a 500 quarterback and not have a ring and get in the Hall of Fame. So from those two perspectives. It's like, I don't know. It's
Fouts helped change the game. Warren Moon did some things, I think, and I know technically but it's Pro Football Hall of Fame. Like, Moon did things outside of the NFL and again also helped change the game with that Houston offense.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
We don't talk anymore. We don't talk anymore.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Charlie Puth at the Toyota Music Factory on Friday, June 12th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Hump Day, Expressway.
Hump Day.
We are commercial free on Shan and RJ. That means.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
You are never too old to eat cereal.
Tell me about it.
But I do believe you are too old to eat cereal and drive a vehicle. It is chopping it up. Aiden's going to put this up on the fan cam. Do you know who William Shatner is?
Peyton, do you know who William Shatner is?
Peyton's taking winners here on the phone.
Okay.
He is like, I mean, obviously we all know who William Shatner is. But William Shatner might be the best looking 90-year-old man in the history of history. That dude
phenomenal.
He's 94.
He's 94 years old. He looks phenomenal. And I'll just show you guys here as Peyton puts on the fan cam. This is William Shatner in traffic behind the wheel of a car eating a bowl of cereal. Look how good he looks, by the way.
How old would you guess he is? 60s?
He looks my age.
70s.
Early
70s.
Eating a bowl of cereal. Now, I have two things. For this. First of all, he eats cereal at 94 years old. I don't know. To me,
Raisin Bran.
Yeah, maybe Raisin Bran. I just feel cereal's a kid's food. And then second of all, if you're 94 years old, what? You can't be driving and eating at the same time.
Yeah.
You got all you could do. There's no way this guy could keep an eye on the road.
My dad
eat cereal.
My dad's 90. He just had like a little procedure on his eyelid of all the things that could take you out in life. His eyelashes are bothering him, like getting into his eye and scratching his cornea or whatever. And I'm like, well, you can't drive. Your eye looks infected, like you have blurry vision. He's like, I have a Tesla. The car can drive for me. And I'm like, no. That's not going to work if you get pulled over or hit somebody. I can't imagine throwing a bowl of cereal into the mix.
Yeah, throw the bowl of cereal. I mean, I drive my knees a lot. I can't imagine 94. I'm driving my knees.
You think there's milk in it, though? There can't be milk.
It looks dry.
Yeah.
And it looks like it looks like it is Total or Raisin Bran.
Okay, well, if it's dry, why would you not just eat that with your hands or fingers?
Right, you don't need a spoon.
Yeah.
Maybe he was running out the door.
But that's another thing. You're 94 years old. Where are you in a rush to get?
So here's the thing, though. Like, if he's as wealthy as he is,
bingo.
Does he have one of the self-driving cars? And he's not even. Is that a self-driving car? Is he not even driving? He's just sitting in the front seat eating cereal because he doesn't have to drive.
Based on the door handle, it's not a Tesla. Yeah, you can tell the Tesla on the door handle, right? It's got
that key mark.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
What's the other electric car?
The Rivian?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't look like that, but I don't know, man. 94 years old. I am not in a rush to get anywhere. Certainly not in a rush enough where I got to eat and go.
So I'm surprised people aren't getting on him for, being a distracted driver, putting people's lives in danger.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Hang on. He was Star Trek. So all the Star Wars fans would probably come after
The Star Wars fans
Don't they fight with each other, Kevin Hagelin?
Yeah, he's Captain Kirk.
On a blind poll. I'm not trying to typecast anybody here or whatever else. But on a blind poll, I just don't think I want most 94-year-olds driving.
No,
period.
hell no.
Yeah, blind poll, 100%.
I mean, that's exactly
Especially
what
not
it is
in
them
a city.
driving.
Like, I would never allow my parents.
It's in L.A.
My mom drove my dad to, like, Johns Hopkins and driving to Baltimore. I'm like, you don't need to be driving in a city. I would never, ever allow my parents to drive if they were here, ever. Some country, rural roads,
good.
One lane, country, back roads, fine. City, absolutely not.
Man, it's that is a tough conversation when you take the keys away from your dad, because there's pushback. It is not a one move right off. I told my dad, "You're not driving anymore." He goes, "Watch me." He's like, "You're not going to tell me what to do. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?"
It's not exactly a keys conversation. It's a little broader than that, but Kristen's not talking to her mom right now, basically, over the same thing.
She doesn't want her driving?
She doesn't want her. She thinks there are certain things at this stage, like you need to start turning over.
How old is she?
She's in her late 70s.
Oh.
That she's like, there's certain things you need to start turning over.
Would you let her drive the girls somewhere?
Her mom? No. No.
I mean, that's a tough conversation. My dad, we were in Ocean City, and my dad's going back to work. It's like a 2-hour, hour and a half drive, and he's like, "I want to take Ollie," and I was like, "No." And he was, he offended. I can't drive my grandson. You don't trust me? And I was like, "You can't take him. You can't at 89 years old drive my 5-year-old son. I'm sorry."
It's a tough conversation to have. Chopping it up here, Shan and RJ.
Ava, go ahead, drive her.
Ava.
105.3 The Fan. Look, are you one of the 90% that's telling the truth, or the 10% that is lying about this? 90% of the population are nose pickers, and the other 10% are liars. But I found this study that nose picking several times a day, because of the bacteria on your fingers that gets introduced to your nose, you have a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's.
I legit hate your guts for this. I hated you for this, because I had to open up this story, and I've been avoiding it for like a week and a half. What's happening to me is, like, my nose is so dry internally when I wake up. You know what I mean? So I'm like trying to clear it out. There's nothing better for me than when I do the big nose blow. But yeah, I'm sitting here and I do pick dryness out of there. My wife was like, "What are we gonna do? Your snoring's getting worse." I was like, I think it's Flonase.
Right.
There's one that stops. There's one that flushes you out. Saline. I think it's saline that I need. And I just
Kristen's got one of these bottles that, like, I mean, when you squeeze it literally just shoots all the way through your sinuses and out the other way.
I have the electric one. I do it. I love it.
That's what I need, because when I wake up, man, like I'm dried up in my nose.
So I think 90% feels like an exaggeration, because I think of nose picker and the person who just goes, I need to get this out, as different people. Like, I will do that. I'll try, like, oh, this is stuck. I need to get out. I will wash my hands, get it out, and then wash my hands. That's
really?
Yes.
You are
That's a lie.
No, I 100% do. 100%. That's different than, like,
do you
just.
wipe before you poop, too?
You've never had to pick your nose in the car? Because you can't really wash your hands there unless you have hand sanitizer.
I've got hand sanitizer. I will pop the hand sanitizer, rub it, and do it. Like, dead serious.
Man, I will take hand sanitizer on my fingers and go into my nostrils to kill some stuff every now and then.
That sounds.
If I've been around somebody that
sounds like
sneezed on me or whatever.
What about you, Pepe?
I will just dig in.
I do it. I mean, it was whenever I had the flu, over the Christmas holidays. The week and a half after, I had stuff all my nose, and even blowing it, wasn't doing the job. So I had to go get my.
Is that the bigger handshake concern than someone coming out of the bathroom? Now that you never think about the person
nose pick,
the nose pick,
you never think about.
That's what's getting on your hand.
Yeah,
is the snot,
sneeze, the post sneeze,
boogie in the snot.
Yeah,
the post sneeze.
I almost throw up every time I think of it.
Think of what?
On my last radio job, we had one of the consoles. And under the console one time, we discovered somebody had picked their nose over the years and would swipe it under there, and there were just dried boogers under the console.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
And it makes me want to vomit every time I think of it.
Is that gum been removed in the elevator?
The gum is still there. The
no
blue gum.
way.
Yep. It's still in there.
Wow.
I saw it yesterday.
Chopping it up here on Shan RJ 105 through the Fan. What is your dad tax? What is your dad tax? This is a video up with the fan cam. Aiden's putting this one up. This is a kid who had a chicken nugget taken from his father. His father reached in at a soccer game, took a chicken nugget from the child. This is a must, right? When you buy your kids fast food.
Sure.
How many French fries you take? How many chicken nuggets? Are you taking one nugget?
That's why it's 6.
Well,
it's not 6 because people eat 6. It's 6 because then you eat one and then give the 5 remaining to your children.
And this kid is in tears, throwing a tantrum.
Wow.
Throwing a fit. And look, you got to learn, man. This is what's going to happen to you. The government's taking something, dad's taking something.
I mean, my kids never finish their food, so it's never unless it's ice cream. Like my boy will fight me on ice cream, or like I take a sip of his slushy, but otherwise he doesn't care about like hearty, savory food.
I guarantee you, I have ingested 50,000 calories extra.
Oh yeah.
In the time my children have been alive.
That's
just
my wife. My wife will be like, all right, I guess that's my dinner tonight. It's what's left over from the 2 kids' plates.
100%.
Kristen is the bigger issue I have is Kristen with fries. Kristen never wants to. It's the same argument that has been had stereotypically for forever, but it's like she doesn't want her own. She just wants to pick at mine. And it's like, all right, well, I'm going to get you a small fry then, because I don't want you to eat like this is my portion.
Oh my God, the other day I wasn't that hungry and we were getting like fast food, and I was like, you want to split some? My wife, part of the reason I married her, she's like, I'm not splitting anything. I was like, dang, girl. That's the reason her nickname is French Fry. She ain't playing with her fast food. Chopping it up, commercial free in the expressway here on Shan and RJ. It's not one, but 2 rumors about Lamar Jackson traded for the number 1 pick. Lamar to the Raiders for the number 1 pick. Would you do it? The rest of the rumors around the NFL and how many involve the Cowboys next.
I-71 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Here on Shan and RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Are the Buffalo Bills starting to get truly exposed? Both of you guys not happy with what you saw yesterday with the reports coming out with the leftovers. Bobby is questioning interviews that are taking place, and now we're kind of getting a behind the scenes of the front office.
Yeah, so there is a report out there that 5 weeks ago there was a meeting
Vic Carucci
between Sean McDermott and I was going to say Brandon Beane, and the owners, right? And the coach pointed out that he believed the roster lacked the talent to win a Super Bowl. And, you know, the reporter doesn't know, Carucci doesn't know the specifics, but he's told neither Beane nor the owner was pleased with his assessment. And you know, that basically said GM and coach no longer on the same page, and that kind of showed up in the statement about his firing, which this is another example because they said it was an admirable job, right?
This is hilarious.
This is in the statement that was written. Are
you okay?
I'm trying to find. No,
You've been picking your nose.
It updated the story. So it went further down. And he said, Sean has done an admirable job of leading our football team. Yes, former head coach of the Bills. He did great at sea.
He's an admiral.
He did great at sea. He led the Bills down the Erie Canal and then down the Hudson River, into New York Harbor, into the North Atlantic, down the coast to Jacksonville, up the St. Johns River, into Jacksonville Stadium, beating the Jaguars, back into the Atlantic, around Miami, into the Gulf of America, up the mighty Mississippi, to the Missouri River, into the South Platte Fork of the river, over Nebraska, into Denver, right in, and they finally fell to Colonel Peyton at Fort Nix.
Well done.
At Fort Nix.
History and geography, RJ Choppy, just not setting up segments.
His ultimate demise. But at the end of this, it is basically talking about how there was a bit of a kind of a tug of war between Sean McDermott and the Buffalo Bills front office. And this, to me, is like, you know what? This is exactly why this team is never going to win with anybody they have, whether they have Josh Allen being John Wayne or Josh Allen being what he was in Denver. But, you know, in a professional environment, you cannot take offense to criticism. If one
constructive.
If one of your superiors or underlings says, hey, I don't think we're doing things the right way. I think we've got a problem.
Yeah.
Instead of getting all ego butthurt about it and insecure, you know, this is a coach just telling the front office, I don't think the roster is great right now. I see this every day in practice. I know what I'm doing. I'm just giving you my assessment. I don't think the roster is great. And this soft GM gets butthurt about it and winds up and winds up firing the coach. And like, to me, if your number one goal is job preservation, cool. Like, success needs to be ahead of that. Who gets the credit should not matter.
Yeah.
What could possibly have been said that Brandon Beane and Pagula could justify that, no, this exposed something or crossed a line the way he talked about the roster? Like, just saying what they...
The only thing I can think of is, was this supposed to be 5 weeks ago?
That's what it said about 5 weeks ago.
The only thing I could think of is that I would have advised McDermott if he's like, I'm going in this meeting and I'm telling them.
Do it earlier?
Yes. What's the point in doing it now? It's post-trade deadline. Yeah. The roster is the roster. It's stuck. Wait for the offseason to go ahead and talk about it before you can make changes. That's the only slight criticism I would have. But I'm totally with you, Choppy. Bosses who can't hear it, can't take it, it's just the ultimate sign of weakness and insecurity when you're not able to go ahead and listen to the constructive criticism to try to make yourself and things better.
Timeline is a little more like 6 weeks ago. If maybe it's timeline was a little off or something like that, but they did have the 10-day layoff at the end of November that I wonder if it was just, hey, let's reset, let's talk about where we are, kind of use this as a mini bye week, see where things are, and maybe it just came up there. But the only thing I can think is, because if you're just saying, hey, this is what we're missing to get to the Super Bowl, the only thing, like you said, could it be, why are you already talking like we can't make a Super Bowl now? Are you telling me like you're already like preempting that you think this team is going to lose in the playoffs?
Yeah.
It could be that. Did he blame the wrong person? Did he say, well, I'll tell you what's the problem, it's Josh? And they went, okay, no. Or is it what this most likely sounds like? He said Brandon Beane has not done a good enough job like making this roster. We've got too many issues, and he's just leaning on, well, we've got Josh Allen. That sounds like more of what this could have been, and that getting him fired. If that's the case, then that's ridiculous that's why you fired him. It's because he said, hey, we're not good enough here. We got to do better on these areas.
And who are the Bills' names coming out? They're gonna riot in Buffalo.
Oh, my God.
So they have now requested, because it's just interview after interview keeps coming out. There are 6 interviews that have been requested. Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator for the Colts. Grant Udinski, who is the offensive coordinator for, where is he at?
We said it yesterday, Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, the 30-year-old offensive coordinator. And then the other 4 candidates are all former Bills coaches. Joe Brady, their current offensive coordinator. Brian Daboll, previous offensive coordinator. Anthony Lynn, who's now with the Commanders as their run game coordinator. And then Anthony Weaver, who I guess if he doesn't get the Giants defensive coordinator job, then he'll just take a head coaching gig. But those don't seem like super inspiring names to walk away from Sean McDermott over.
No, they don't. And like the hiring of the Jags OC, that's like, all right,
30.
First of all, yeah, he's 30. Second of all, I don't know, man. Like to me, if you're going to hire somebody, I don't want to hire somebody who's just attached to somebody that we like. I know teams love to do this, but like, does he call plays? Is it his playbook? You're going to hire him to be your head coach and fix the offense or whatever?
It's wild to me to look at. Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott worked together for 15 straight years between the Panthers and the Bills. And one meeting where he goes, this isn't good enough, might have been. And in that article from Vic Carucci, it doesn't just talk about the fact that hey, this is what I think we're missing. It says that despite the common outside view that Josh Allen's supporting cast was what mainly held the Bills back in their Super Bowl quest, Beane managed to convince Pagula that coaching was the primary culprit. So this was like Brandon Beane sitting down and going, hey, let me tell you what's really effed up about this. It is not the players I've picked. It's this guy.
Maybe McDermott used another insensitive historical reference.
Could have been.
Yeah, that could be
Could have been.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe he referenced something that was in RJ Choppy's nice little history lesson there.
Did he say something bad about chicken wings or like who knows?
What else do they have in Buffalo? There's something else in Buffalo, right?
Snow and drunkards.
Another reason for Bobby Belt to love Cam Newton, as Cam came out and said, let's stop dancing. Let's stop dancing around the truth on ESPN.
Why are we tiptoeing around the obvious issue here, and it's the underperforming Josh Allen? Talk about it. Like, I mean, as a person who was this was supposed to be his year. The quarterbacks that you're going up against or potentially going up against was Bo Nix, Drake May, and C.J. Stroud. And when you start to think about your performance in Denver, you had an opportunity to win, and you didn't. So as we critique Josh Allen, people are losing their jobs because of Josh Allen. For as great as Josh Allen is, he has not showed the clutch gene that we judge the quarterbacks off of.
Which also should be pointed out, Cam Newton, his greatest success was done working alongside Sean McDermott's defenses in Carolina, so he's probably going to have a little bit of I would imagine he likes McDermott.
Yeah.
And is a little bit of defense there, because when he says when people are losing their jobs, like it clearly feels sensitive. I also feel like my Allen criticism has been mischaracterized.
Oh, it's been mischaracterized.
Yes.
Okay.
In the fact
he's an unclutch loser
I think.
until proven different.
Yeah, is that historically we've all agreed to these terms. That as good as you are, if you're getting like a decade in and you're in the playoffs every year, and when it becomes the most vulnerable time for you to win, you lose again. That's when we start going, okay, until you can show us, you get the tag now.
Here's my problem with your label. When you come out and say that someone is a loser, that has to come along with the future prediction that he will never win. That's where I'm going at you. Because if Allen wins it next year, I can't have you sitting in here and saying, no, I never said he wouldn't win.
No, I would then say I was wrong.
Okay.
I would say that just all of our available evidence to this point tells us then that this is what he is.
All right, let me ask you this.
So if he does something to win, I would then still be wrong. It wouldn't be me saying, he just happened to.
Do you think Allen in the next 4 years will win a title?
No.
Okay. All right, well, good. That's a stronger sports talk take.
So if you're going to have losers, then it means you also have to have winners. So would you say you would characterize Eli Manning as a winner?
No, because he didn't win consistently. He was not like they both in both different instances. You can say with Eli he has some sort of big game gene if you want, but to say like, oh, he's a winner, like he consistently wins. Josh Allen consistently wins and gets into places, and then in the biggest moments he's losing.
Would you call Dak Prescott a loser?
Dak Prescott has not won. Yeah, so like right now he's not somebody who's capable of winning the Super Bowl unless he shows otherwise.
Do you think that Gary Myers last hour would take Josh Allen or Eli drafting tomorrow?
He would take Josh Allen.
Josh, because he liked Roethlisberger more.
He would take Josh Allen, but he would not take Josh Allen.
But Ben has a ring.
Yeah, that's true. He did put the three behind that were the three guys that didn't have rings. So
right, and he put him in order because he even put Matt Ryan ahead because he went to the Super Bowl. He would take Josh Allen, but he would take Eli Manning in a playoff game.
Gary, yeah, but you just got to take one.
He would take Josh Allen.
Gary Myers joined us from New York. Said in all his years, he has never felt the city more excited about a head coaching hire. He also said that John Harbaugh could hire Rex Ryan as his defensive coordinator, maybe freeing up Jim Leonard for us. And Rex Ryan on Get Up had his answer for the Bills.
Dayball is interesting to me because obviously he had the failures with the Giants. You gotta partner him up with a hell of a defensive coordinator if he does.
I like Bobby Babich, who's there now.
Well, he is a good coach, but why do you give up over 30 in a playoff game? He's got to be part of the problem. He's gone.
That's fair.
So to me, when I look at it, look, Brian's a local guy. He lives in Buffalo. He loves it. It makes sense. But I'd love to get him as an offensive coordinator. If you can get the greatest coach in the history of our game, I am, and everybody can say that, let's pass him by because he doesn't have Tom Brady. Well, he's got a different guy if you get him this coach. And I am telling you, I feel strong about this.
Rex Ryan endorsing Bill Belichick. To me, Bill Belichick, if he was single, I would look at him more. I'm not joking.
Which is not wild. Like, it sounds ridiculous, but it's 100% reasonable given everything we've seen.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, you cannot have that around right now.
And you're a hypocrite. You're an all-time hypocrite. If any of your players talked about girls or brought girlfriends around, Bill Belichick would have them, deported like people in Minnesota. Be up out of here, and then he does this. No, you're done.
He absolutely needs to be single to take an NFL job. It's almost like he's treating the Carolina job like it's beneath him, and he doesn't care enough about it to follow his own rules. Just follow his own code that he had. Is it sitting out there with Jordan or whatever her name is?
The Dallas Stars dominant last night, and Bobby has a test. Is this male or female?
Uh-oh.
Next on Shan and RJ.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Robertson, stutter step out of the corner. Wraparound score! Jason Robertson! 5-0 Dallas.
That was the call last night. Whew. A nice, refreshing, dominant win to stop the 6-game winning streak of the Massholes in Boston. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Shan and RJ, joined by Stars insider Jake Riepma in studio. Give us a little recap of last night, Jake.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. I loved what Glenn Goldson said post-game. He said before this game, guys pressing, so on and so forth, obviously in a little bit of a funk. He said we had to get back to the basics, take out the micros, look at it from the macro perspective, get pucks on net, skate, get pucks
in there
on
with
net.
the kids.
Exactly, Get in there with the kids. No, but he said let's get back to basics a little bit. You saw it last night. No Mikko Rantanen, no problem. Late scratch with an illness, but the offense stepped up. A lot of guys contributing. Obviously, Robo, who I was just saying in the break, Mike, he's just a goal scorer. A guy that has a knack for scoring goals. Both those goals in the third period, very creative, totally different ways. One being a wraparound and one just a dynamite shot, pinpointed. And then Justin Riskovian's been a really bright surprise. He had a three-point night last night, and all the guys love how he plays with an edge, plays with a chip, which this Stars team lacked in years past.
Yesterday in the hall, you were like, they just need to get to the break. They just need
I did say
to
that.
get there. And then I was like, hey, is this a talent thing? And you don't think it is?
No, I don't think it's a talent thing at all. And I think as fans, we do more standing and scoreboard watching than any of the teams in that dress or any of the players in the dressing room do. But you look up at Colorado, they're cruising. The Stars are fine. They're probably not going to catch Colorado. And you fight off Minnesota there in the Central Division, and just you keep going one day at a time. And I know that's cliche and everything, but get to the Olympic break, refresh, regroup, and then make a push down the stretch.
Shots on net, 37-18. 32 of those were in the first two periods. Outscored a team in the second period. Outshot the Bruins in the second 17-5 and scored 2 goals in the second, because the second period, right, Spittle has been pointing out, has been the downfall for them as of late.
Yeah, I think a game like last night, you from the very jump, opening faceoff, you force a couple early penalties against Boston, and then you capitalize on the power play, which I know we've said this time and time again, but that's what goalie was brought in to do, and special teams were really good again last night. 2 early power play goals, and then you're cruising. And some of it, true, is a confidence thing. You're in a little bit of a funk, and all of a sudden you've got a 2-goal lead on a team that was playing really good hockey coming in the Boston Bruins, and they just did a great job of continuing to ride that trajectory forward in that game yesterday.
Stars travel to Columbus today to take on the Blue Jackets tomorrow night.
Is there a more anonymous sports franchise than the Blue Jackets?
I don't think so, but here's the thing about the Columbus Blue Jackets. If you're watching, this is a fair warning, because they do this cannon when they score that it is so loud. Like, I'm all for a goal horn and everything, but this is a legitimate cannon that scares the bejeebies out of me every single time. Hopefully that doesn't go off.
Bejeebies.
Yeah, but I mean, it's boom, and Columbus just had a coaching change in the middle of the season, which you get the nice little bump when you got a new coach come in there and they play a little bit better. So they have been playing better as of late.
Jake Riepma, Stars Insider, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, Jacob. One of Bobby's favorite topics, male or female?
Yeah, let's assume some gender here, guys. This is something that
we actually had to change this from the first original topic that Bobby wanted to do. This is the less sense.
We can say what the topic was, right?
I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we were the object of the game was
you what? Finish your sentence.
I don't think it's like it was insensitive. You said it was insensitive?
No, it was hot button.
It was going to cause.
Oh.
It was going to cause crazy text messages.
So this started from a couple months back. We were joking about the people who share I voted stickers on social media, and we were trying to figure out what political party would be the one more likely to do that. Does that tell you who it is? And that has triggered in our group text for months now random behaviors where we're like, gosh, ChatGPT, if that's more likely to be which party.
Yeah, we would have kept Jake in here if it was that topic.
So we take a look, and basically the object of this game, and we're switching it to, does this sound more like male or female instead of does this sound more like Democrat or Republican? But it's a behavioral game. So
what do you think will be easier to guess? Democrat or Republican, or man or woman?
Ooh. Probably man or woman.
All right. I would guess man or woman, but some of these I think are going to be challenging. So I'm going to name an everyday habit, product, situation, whatever, and then you guys are going to have to tell me or debate if that sounds more likely to be male or female based on just your perception of how men and women do things.
877-881-1053. Pay. You get the votes from the Tolos, and let's see who's right.
And we are also asking ChatGPT this question. So then ChatGPT is giving us the ruling as to what this is, and we're going to see if you line up with that. So the first one, instead of laughing, they just say, that's funny.
Oh.
Instead of laughing, they say, that's funny?
Yeah. So like you say a joke, and they just go, that's funny. That's so funny.
I've done that myself, but I bet that skews more female.
I'll guess male.
I feel like it's a little bit more female. Peyton, what do you say?
I said male.
Are we saying that they're saying that's funny just like
instead of laughing,
throwing me a bone?
Yeah, they just think of like, that's funny, instead of just like actually like giving a fake chuckle.
The first time you said it as a man, the second time you said it as a woman, I'll change mine to female.
It says male.
Ah, dang it.
ChatGPT says this response reflects muted affect and evaluative acknowledgement rather than expressive mirroring. Men are more likely to label humor cognitively instead of physically reacting. All right, next one here. Let's go with they have to check to make sure they locked the door multiple times before they finally drive away.
They have to... Before they drive away, that you're checking the house to see if you've locked it?
You're about to leave the house and you keep going like, did I lock the door? And you have to go back and check.
I do that. I'm going to say male.
Male.
I do that a lot. I do that all the time. I check it at night. I go up to the front door like 3-4 times. Go to the garage like 3-4 times.
Yeah, I think a woman would just be more likely to forget.
Yeah.
It'd be unlocked.
And see, that's the thing. I've always thought of that as like also a male thing, just like also protector of the home, like make sure nobody's coming in. ChatGPT, what do you say? Female. They say this behavior aligns more with anxiety-driven reassurance seeking and responsibility monitoring. Women are statistically more likely to externalize concern about potential negative outcomes and to resolve that discomfort through repeated checking.
The 682 says male.
I think that is a male one. I think ChatGPT, this is where they just don't know men and women. Next one.
That's why they're single losers.
And we're assuming gender here, where we're asking ChatGPT, do these behaviors sound more like a man or a woman? And we're guessing ourselves. If it's locked behind a glass door at a store, they just won't buy it.
Female.
Oh, man. Well, yeah.
Will the guy just be like, I'm not going to ask? Because I think a woman would be more likely to ask to unlock it versus the guy like, nah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, although the woman might be more self-conscious about asking because like you go to CVS.
My wife is not going to get someone to unlock the cabinet.
Right, because here's the problem. What's behind the cab? What's behind the locked thing?
Condoms.
Plan B.
Right.
Or video games. Video games. Video games are behind there too.
So, all right, so rephrase it.
The question is, if it's the statement is, if it's locked behind a glass door at a store, they just won't buy it.
Female.
I'm gonna say, female.
I think it's male, just because females will generally, I think, more likely to ask for directions and like, hey, can I get help with this?
Why? Because they can't drive?
No, because men just refuse to admit when they're wrong.
Exactly.
See?
Give me female.
Male. This maps to friction avoidance rather than price sensitivity or anxiety. Men are more likely to abandon a purchase entirely when it requires asking for assistance, waiting, or navigating a minder social interaction.
Sign of weakness. Asking for help. Asking for help to open up that glass.
Sign of weakness.
Next one here.
I'll ask anyone for I need you.
Directions, yeah.
You're working? Come on, I need your help.
Had to have a little bit of a political tie-in. They want to bring up politics in social settings, even though no one else there really wants to talk about it.
Men.
That's got to be men.
Peyton?
Male, yeah.
That's 100% male. And ChatGPT agrees. They say this behavior skews male because it aligns with higher tolerance for social friction, greater confidence in asserting opinions in a mixed company, and a tendency to treat politics as debate or identity signaling rather than a relationship risk management issue.
Opportunity to assert strong opinion. It's so man.
They annoyingly mutter, "Oh God," when their phone rings before they even see who it is.
Female.
Female. Although I do that.
I was going to say,
we all do that.
I do that a lot.
I'm going to go male. I'll just go male.
I just naturally assume this is going to be bad. ChatGPT says female.
Hey!
It says this reaction fits anticipatory emotional processing rather than task interruption. It reflects social load awareness, assuming the call implies obligation, explanation, or relational management before knowing who it is. Next one here. When you complain about someone, they cut you off and say, I don't gossip behind people's backs.
Say it again.
When you complain about someone, they cut you off and they say, I don't gossip behind people's backs.
Female.
Men are less likely to gossip behind someone's back,
Right.
I think, but I think the female would say it.
I think the female would 100% say, because they don't, if for no other reason than social signaling of like, I'm not a gossipy chick, okay?
All right, I think I'll change my mind to female.
All right, are we all saying female?
Yep.
I say female. Female. That response aligns more with moral boundary setting and social self-presentation. Women are more likely to frame disengagement as a values-based stance. All right, so we're trying to assume gender here with ChatGPT, where we go over just various points or situations.
I remember someone who used to work here said that to Bobby, and he was so disgusted. He's
That's
like,
what inspired the question.
You're such a wuss.
That is 100% what inspired the question. All right, next one. They talk out loud to themselves, but not like a running commentary, like it's another person addressing them, and they respond as themselves within their internal monologue.
Man,
I do this every day.
do it.
You do this on the way home. You say you
All
keep
the
the
time.
radio off and you're
Yep.
talking to yourself.
I'll do the. I'll get my voice ready in the morning.
No, you don't. Do you do voice exercises?
I don't do. I will talk to myself in the morning. I'll try to sing. If I'm listening to music, I'll try to get one song on in the car just to get the frog out.
Wow, what a professional!
Frog out.
By the way, 469 says I've gotten all these so far. Y'all are really bad at this.
Wow. Hey, we're on fire right now.
Yeah, we've caught fire here, so we're figuring it out. Male.
Hey!
This pattern aligns more with externalized problem solving and dialogic self-regulation. Men are more likely to verbalize internal debates as if addressing an external agent. Next one. They settle disagreements with rock, paper, scissors.
Men.
I don't know a single woman that's played rock, paper, scissors.
Right.
Gosh, when this was originally for politics, I said they settle disagreements with rock, paper, scissors, and then I had a follow-up that said after they lose rock, paper, scissors, they say best 2 out of 3, best 2 out of 3.
Man. This is the easiest one.
This is male. It says this skews male because it prioritizes quick resolution over relational negotiation. And then we got time for probably one more.
One more.
All right. We'll go with they have house rules for Monopoly.
That's a woman thing.
I think it's male. Peyton?
I'm going to lean female on this one.
Do you have house rules, Peyton? You claim to be a big Monopoly player.
No, we just go by whatever rules are the board says. So
Male. House rules in Monopoly skew male because they reflect rule bending in service of optimization and control, speeding the game up, increasing volatility, or favoring preferred strategies.
if you said beer pong, I'd go male.
I was thinking beer pong. That's definitely a male thing. With
Josh Allen in the first half, and then Josh Allen in the second half for male versus female here on Shan and RJ. How much could dropping a pass possibly cost you? That's next in Below.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Enough complaining about the defense. The real unit that held the Cowboys back this year was the offense, specifically the wide receivers. Oh! Allegedly. We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation, before we get into why the most prolific unit on the team may have actually cost the Cowboys some wins. Couple different news and notes coming from Green Bay and the way they continue to be tied to the Dallas Cowboys, whether it's through hiring Mike McCarthy or losing to them in the playoffs in big moments, or Aaron Rodgers being just a haunting for them over the last several years, or the Micah Parsons trade. We now have two more things. The Packers did release Trayvon Diggs yesterday. They've saved themselves, I believe it's around $10 million. Could apparently come back at some point. That's not been settled yet. Don't know why they don't just reduce his salary, but
they were never going to keep him under the contract.
No, never. It's the same question like you look at with Kenny Clark. So Kenny Clark is due $20 million this offseason. I don't think the Cowboys are going to cut him and then re-sign him, even if it doesn't cost them anything to cut him. Because I think what they look at is go, all right, let's negotiate a deal. They did that with DeMarcus Lawrence a couple times. Instead of cutting him, we'll renegotiate a new contract, figure things out, and set it straight.
Trayvon's base salary for next year would have been $14.5 million if the Packers kept him. They ended up paying him a little more than $500K for his services.
So he would, I think it's the fifth day of the league
6
year.
snaps?
34?
No, he played 30-something.
Yeah, it was like 34 between two games. Something like that.
It's like $12,000 per snap.
Ooh, look, he's he made a great impact over there. Just ask Micah. Now, if you look at Diggs, I think the fifth day of the league year, his contract would become guaranteed. So maybe they looked at it and they just said, we don't trust we're going to be able to work something out by then. So let's just put this on for an accounting thing. Let's clear it up, and then we'll come back and revisit this and talk about it later. But either way, Trayvon Diggs currently out in Green Bay after just a 2-game stint. And then the reports have come in that the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur, now that they have a defensive coordinator opening after Jeff Hafley left for the Miami Dolphins, the Packers are interviewing everybody that the Cowboys are interviewing. Literally, the candidates that the Cowboys had drilled down as, hey, these are our in-person interviews, which were Durante Jones, Christian Parker, and Jonathan Gannon, and then they would seemingly like to speak to Jim Leonard. Well, we hear yesterday that the Packers want to interview Christian Parker, Durante Jones, Jonathan Gannon, and they would like to speak to Jim Leonard. So just completely following same path, same trajectory, and yet somehow the Packers have a Super Bowl in the last 30 years, and the Cowboys do not. All right,
if the Cowboys settle on Jonathan Gannon, there's going to be a parade, a riot.
You think
there was
a revolt?
There was some bitching and moaning when the Cowboys hired Dan Quinn. There was a lot of people who were like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. There were a lot of people who were like, ugh, a failed head coach. He became such a disaster. Some people are going to complain, just complain. Gannon would be fine here. I don't want him giving team speeches. Like, you can go ahead and turn that over to somebody else.
Yeah.
Let Quinnen Williams give the speeches before games or something.
Yeah.
But he's going to be a fine coach, and he's got enough. I think it's just people see how.
I wonder what if we went back last year and got your Eberflus takes, if you would have sounded similar.
I was kind of neutral on Eberflus. I didn't think he would be as bad as he was.
Check the tape, Pepe.
I didn't think he would be as bad as he was. I was just like, okay, fine. Former head coach, probably going to be helpful in that regard. But it was not like I was much more gung-ho about Zimmer. I thought Zimmer was going to be a lot better here than he was.
Me too.
Zimmer, I think it took him a few weeks to realize, oh, they can't do the stuff I'm asking them to do. And that's the same question that's come up with Flores at times when people have suggested him.
Maybe it's not the coordinator then.
Yeah, I mean,
a novel concept around here. It'd actually be the players.
I mean, it wasn't. Your coordinator did it with the same players just fine when Dan Quinn got a head coaching job. So, all right. So the receivers and why they are to blame. So this was a post that was clipped. San Francisco Data Niners on Twitter had clipped this, and it was the cost of drops this year that teams had. So they're measuring this by EPA, expected points added. So expected points added is basically not every gain is worth the same amount. So a 5-yard run, it matters more on 3rd and 2 than on 3rd and 20 when you're just trying to punt the ball. So it basically tries to say
field position matters too, right?
Yeah, it goes into all this. And basically, like how much were you expected? How many points were you expected to score on that drive at the start of that play, and then after the play was over, what should that have been? And the changeover to that. So this sorts it by EPA and the amount of EPA that you lost by the drop. So they take the intended air yards expected points added, the expected yards after catch expected points added, and then they subtract from that what the actual expected points added was after the play was over. And when you total that all together for every NFL team, first, the leaders in drops last year among the teams, tied for 5th was the Chiefs, Titans, Cowboys with 27. Then it was the Broncos with 28, the Jets with 30, the Bears with 31, and then first place was the Jacksonville Jaguars, who had 42. Ooh, they were 11 ahead. I mean, generally everybody's kind of clustered somewhat close into the same range. Something was broken with the Jaguars receivers this year that none of them could catch.
Them ducks from Trevor.
So that's the actual
hair gel on the football.
That's the cumulative total of the leaders in drops this year. The Dallas Cowboys led the NFL in points left on the board, though, with EPA drops. They had 70.2 cumulatively EPA lost due to their drops this year when they had 27. So by comparison, the Jaguars, who had 42 drops, or the Jaguars, as Peyton likes to say, had 67 EPA lost. So they had 3 points expected less than Dallas despite dropping 15 more passes. And it's probably CD dropping a big pass against the Eagles, big time drops on 3rd downs. Take any one of the ones Turpin dropped on 3rd down this year, and they continued to target him for some reason.
So they penalize you more of the drop they take into account in the end zone? Like it would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, so and basically field position, time, down and distance, because it's for the expected points for the whole drive. So if it's 1st and goal from the 1 and you drop one, that might ding you, but it would not ding you the same way that 3rd and goal from the 1 would, because then it's like you're running out of opportunities to actually get the ball through the end zone here. So when you look at this, though, the 2 worst teams in EPA due to drops this year were the Dallas Cowboys and the Detroit Lions, who are 2 of the more probably frustrating teams across the NFL this year. When you're like, man, if your defense would have stepped up, you guys had so many like explosive offensive opportunities. We talk about how at times in the second half the Cowboys offense would sputter or have their struggles. A lot of those were big drops, like when we talk about CD or Schoonmaker, those were second half drops. The Lions being a super disappointing team. You then flip it on the other side. Which teams lost the fewest amount of points? Number 1 in the NFL in fewest points lost to drops was the Seattle Seahawks. They had dropped only 14 passes all year compared to Dallas's 27.
That's probably unsustainable for next year, right?
It may go up a little bit more to low 20s. But, I mean, if you've got sure-handed receivers, if you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, and you've got Cooper Kupp, and you got guys who are like, I mean, they're really good with their hands, that's also just what you get. But the top 3 in terms of fewest expected points lost were the Seahawks, Steelers, and Patriots, who were all in the playoffs, and the Patriots and Seahawks very well may be the Super Bowl that we get here soon. So it is funny. One of the things I noticed on this, the Broncos were near the top of the league in most drops this year. And so we've gone after Bo Nix a fair amount, and I think rightfully so, but it also shows that he at times was not done the biggest of favors by his receiving core. But this is where you start looking at, I think, not making rash decisions based off of this. But I think when you see, all right, you're getting big-time critical drops, not just dropping the football at one of the higher rates in the league. Yours are happening in big moments on 3rd downs and different things like that. I think that's where you can start wondering about bright lights, and you start wondering about mental makeup. And Kevontae Turpin, were you completely ready for what was coming your way? CeeDee Lamb, did you sometimes get in your head a little bit and in those big moments have issues? Pickens, I don't remember this year having a bunch of big-time drops. He's historically been a bigger dropper than CD has, but I don't remember him having a lot of those issues this year. And that was a guy who was playing for a contract and maybe playing up a little bit and needing to take the next step.
And so, we're going to address it.
And we're going to address it right there. Ferg has had issues with the ball lately. Drops, fumbles, various things like that. And so when you look at it, I do think that as they start measuring how they want to stack their receiver group and they start figuring out who do we want to keep. Are we going to keep Tolbert around? Are we going to keep Mingo around? Are we going to keep Turpin around? I think that's where you got to start looking at it and going, is Turpin's phony all-pro second-team return man award worth him giving us nothing in the receiving game and us potentially saving a $3 million figure off of the cap if we just move on and find somebody else to do the return game? Somebody who has better hands, somebody who's not going to fake fair catch it.
Better judgment.
And that's the thing. I think this is the biggest indictment when you look at something like that. Yeah, CD had some bad drops, and they had 2 games specifically against the Eagles that were killers. I mean, they won the other Eagles game, but they were absolute killers. This, to me, is definitely one that you look at more and go, this is a good justification for moving on from Kevontae Turpin.
Did Ferguson have a misleading season?
A little bit.
I think that this is a perfect example of judgment inside and outside your city. I think outside, whenever the national broadcasters were talking about Ferg, it was, look at all these catches, and here's your safety net. But if you're following them closely, not getting a ton of yak, and I love Jake Ferguson personally. I'm just being objective. I know he's weekly on GBAG. Awesome interview. He's an awesome dude. Fumbles, not explosive. And I was just thinking about Turpin, and I've been wanting to ask that about Ferguson the whole year. Like, Jake Ferguson's final stat line misleading.
Well, the word that you use, safety net, is exactly how we need to look at him. He's not an impact tight end like Kelsey, Kittle, some of the other guys. He is a safety net.
He can be impact if deployed, if that skill set is deployed the right way. So
this was his career high in catches. Hit 82 catches, 600 yards, and 8 touchdowns. That, to me, feels inflated.
So success rate is you get 40% or more of the yards required on first down, 60% or more on second, and 100% on third or fourth down. So how much are you getting the yards that matter? His rookie season, his success rate was 63%. His second season, it was 56%. Last year, it was 39%. It was awful. This year, he had his yards per catch were a yard fewer than it was last year. His success rate went back up to 51%. If you're deploying him the right way of just, hey, let me get the chain mover and find him on those 3rd and 5s and take advantage of that as somebody who just helps us get down the field and convert, you can live with that. But yeah, the explosiveness is not there.
Has RJ Choppy found the next Indiana Hoosiers? College Kegger is next, final hour, Hump Day edition. Okay. And then let's trade Lamar Jackson for the number 1 pick. It's all on the way here on Shan and RJ. Look, it's one thing to...
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Who is the next Indiana Who's Your Daddy? Which college football program is the next Indiana? It is the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm looking at a team.
You see Bloomington celebrate. Has anyone ever been to Bloomington? What is it like? What have you heard?
No, I never have. I drove from Knoxville to Notre Dame, but I didn't go through Bloomington. I don't remember.
I don't exactly know where Bloomington is in their state. So I may have been through it. I have no idea. But
I think
I'm
it's
not
like
sure.
An hour from Indy?
That kind of speaks to, I think it's profile, though, and how memorable it is that none of us are even sure. But anyway, go ahead. Tell us why UNT is the best one.
Well, not necessarily UNT.
No, I know not.
But UNT adjacent.
Oklahoma State?
Oklahoma State. So I went and looked. I wanted to find a team that had high odds to win a title. So Indiana this year was 100-1, right? That's high. That's pretty high. So let's be more realistic. I was looking at teams at 50 to 75-1, maybe getting into your 80-1s, and then I go on up to 100-1. And I found 4 programs. So what I was looking for was a good portal class. I was looking for a lot of turnover, age appropriate. I'm not interested in 20-year-olds, 18, 19, 20-year-olds. I'm interested in like 24-year-olds. But I'm also interested in teams that have a ton of value on their odds. Oklahoma State is 150-1.
Is this playing out in basketball, by the way, where you want the 22, 23-year-olds?
I mean, kind of, yes. Now, there are some teams like, BYU has got they got AJ, you got Duke. Duke has done it the traditional way. BYU, obviously, this year doing it the traditional way. Kansas, too. But then you got teams that get a ton of transfers, and then now it blew up in Memphis's face. That did not work. It's worked with my school at Tennessee, getting Dalton Kenneth and then Chaz Lanier. It has worked. Houston does a really good mix of it. Nebraska is having a great year. So it's worked in college basketball. I think it works more in football, though, because in basketball, talent can play. Talent can play at the basketball level much different than football, because football is it is strength, and there's only so much strength you can have at 18 compared to 23. Oklahoma State is 150-1. They have the number 6 portal class. They signed 54 transfer players. These are not high school kids. These are transfers. These are 20, 21, 22, 23-year-olds, which is what you want. Nobody else in the country signed more than 42 transfer players. Most of the teams in the top 15 of the transfer class signed guys 30 players, 34 players, 36. To sign 54, I don't care who you are, 54 upperclassmen. If they're 2-star players, a 2-star 23-year-old is better than a 5-star 18-year-old.
Ooh.
This exposes the bias.
You're the one that always loves pedigree, talent.
I know. I would take Arch over Fernando, but not that year. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Fernando's a 2-star player. A lot of these guys are 2- and 3-star players. Because if you go look at Oklahoma State's recruits and who they brought in 54 commits. Only 4 of them are even 4-star transfers.
You don't want that peach fuzz.
No. You want old men. Men.
Sounds like Peyton's dating profile.
Number 2, Auburn. Auburn is 80.
I would like to just point out, though, the hypocrisy.
What's the hypocrisy?
Because Oklahoma State went and raided North Texas, who you said North Texas was not a legitimate school, and now you're saying they cleaned up in that portal, get all those North Texas players.
The 3 players they got from UNT.
The majority of their big time contributors that they got through the portal are UNT players.
Okay, but that's the point. That's what I'm saying. I would rather 23-year-olds.
But Bobby's trying to say then we should not have dismissed, if they're good enough for Oak State, we should not have dismissed them in the tournament. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, well, it got proven we should dismiss them.
They had at least 8 kids from North Texas. It's more than that. It looks like there was like a dozen kids from North Texas that were part of this class that went to Oklahoma State.
Yeah, but would that line up the same for the kids that left JMU and who's the other school he got in? Tulane.
Yeah, Indiana is full of JMU kids.
Indiana's full. Now the difference is that they're older. Right?
A JMU team that you probably wouldn't have thought much of before they were at Indiana.
But I think what you're missing is like the top kids at the school are getting moved up. It's the players in the middle and the bottom that can't compete. Now,
but Indiana won because of Fernando Mendoza and like guys who like a handful of like top tier transfer players. They didn't win because of their depth at linebacker.
It helped. Depth helps, man. Depth helps. Number 2 is Auburn. I love their coach, Alex Golesh. He's a fantastic OC. I'd love him in the NFL someday, but I also hate when they take our coaches, so keep him there. They had the 12th ranked portal class. They have a top Heisman candidate in Brown. He's already played in this system at South Florida. And again, you're talking about getting in quite a bit of transfers, and Auburn got in. I mean, they got 34 transfer players, 4 4-star players. I like UCLA. Long shot. This is I'm not even saying throwing $10 down. I'm throwing like $1. Okay? They are off the board. You can't find odds on them right now. At least I couldn't. But I'm a big fan of Chesney, their coach. He was at JMU. I don't know if he's Kenny's brother or not, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
They were among the largest portal classes, and Indiana showed that importance. They had 40 new players coming in. The quarterback is going to be a redshirt junior who has played 3 years, went to the playoff. And, by the way, favorable schedule. They go to Michigan, they go to Oregon. Those are probably losses. Other than that, they can compete. They can compete in every other game, be it Cal, USC, whatever, long shot play here.
RJ Choppy trying to find the next Hoosiers here on 105.3 The Fan and the College Football Kegger. I do have some odds in case anyone just wants to throw down $5 on these. UCLA, bet online to win it all next year is $600 to $1.
That program, they should be so much better than
they don't have
Troy Aikman rolling in his grave.
They don't have a full-length indoor football field. They have like
the hockey Olympic rink.
Yeah, like all these high schools around here have a full-size indoor facility. They don't.
Oak State, $750 to $1.
I saw a $150 to $1. $70 was even better.
How could you see $150 to $1?
I may have carried the zero wrong because it was plus 15, 150,000 or whatever.
Yeah, 2027 CFP title odds. Oak State $750 to $1. Who else did you name?
Auburn,
I would imagine, is definitely going to be better. SEC bias, $75 to $1.
Okay, that's about what I saw. And then UCLA, and then my last one is Kentucky. Shout out Will Chambers.
It's just different, bro.
I like what they're doing. I think they're another sleeper team. I don't know that they can win the title. I think they can sneak into the playoff a little bit.
$400 to $1.
$400 to $1. They always are gonna play. The SEC's changed their schedule next year, so I haven't paid attention to who their common opponents are. But there's just a couple of teams I think that you got to look at. I think I'm going with the high transfer number classes.
Okay.
I want to see 22, 23-year-old players.
You want those trans teams, yeah.
Yeah, I like the research. Well done.
Indiana, how impressive was this run by the Hoosiers? I found 10 numbers from The Athletic.
I love that Lane Kiffin went and found the Feinbaum opinion, and he's like, nice job, Lane. Nice job, Paul. Good job there, Paulie. As the Lane-Feinbaum rivalry continues.
I think Bobby said yesterday, or maybe it was you, Sean, that the last...
good point or a bad point?
It was just the point that the last team to go 16-0 was from 1894.
Just a point sounds like Corey.
Yeah, it was a point. Yeah, that's probably Corey. Yale in 1894 was the last team.
That was Bobby.
To go 16-0.
Yeah.
So obviously that was 130 years ago. If you go back and look, the last time, and I said this yesterday, the last time we had a first-time champ was 1996, so we're talking about 30-plus years ago. The Hoosiers were the losingest program in college football history 2 years ago at 715 losses. He added just 2 L's to this mix. So he took them they had the most of the history of the sport by 11, and now they no longer have the most.
Wow.
In 2 years, Northwestern, shout out Jake Rietma, has lost 14 games, and they now are number one as the losingest program in college football history.
Wow.
Back in August, the Hoosiers debuted at number 20. The only national champion to start lower than that was Auburn in 2010 when they started number 22. So since that time. Also, we saw that they win these games. The 34-year bowl game win drought was the second longest in the history of the sport. They hadn't won a bowl game since 1991, and they beat Alabama 34-3. They had more bowl victories in the last 19 days than they had in their first 125 years of existence.
Who's their Mendoza replacement?
Josh Hoover, TCU kid.
The younger Mendoza brother just transferred out of there yesterday.
Yeah, is he
Georgia Tech?
Georgia Tech. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we opened the season with Georgia Tech on the road. I don't know why we're playing at Georgia Tech.
Because the Mendoza poll.
Yeah, the Mendoza poll, absolutely. This is the third time in school history, first since 1988, where they won their games by an average of 10 points.
How many times are you going to stir that cup?
It takes a lot to get all that powder.
Lord.
There's a bunch of powder in there.
Is this a tick?
No, there's a bunch of powder in there, and there are clumps in it still, and so I got to let it sit for a second, then I got to stir it again.
Have you noticed how long you just stir this thing?
I thought he kept getting refills every segment.
No, this is the second one, but yeah, it takes like a good 15 minutes to mix everything in.
So funny watching your stirring technique.
2,100
wrist straight.
2,149. That was Fernando Mendoza's rank as a high school player. He was the 2,149th ranked recruit.
Wow.
Bronny was too.
There you go. You said scouts don't know what they're doing.
There you go. That's it right there. 13 players. Bobby, you mentioned how many players went to Indiana from James Madison. 13 former Dukes followed their coach to Indiana to wind up winning a championship. And, you know, the only other coach in the modern era who had close to the same start that Kurt has had, 27-2, was Urban Meyer, who went 24-2 in his first 2 years at Ohio State.
Did Indiana spend big for this, or are they about to spend big? Like, where's their money coming from? How much did they spend?
I don't know the exact number. It's hard to find exact numbers on some of these. They did spend, though, and they apparently, and I didn't know this.
Now they got that Cuban money.
Yeah, they have a massive network of fans. Like, their reach.
Yeah. What are they known for education-wise? Does anyone know? Like, is it a good school?
Honestly, I don't know. I've been told it has a pretty big online presence. Like, their online MB, like their online.
What does that mean?
Like their online grad programs.
Okay.
Like people like will do a lot of Indiana online school, where Alabama's the same way. But I was told that that you should compare their fan base to Kentucky basketball size. Size. Like the size of their fan base is like the Kentucky basketball. Kentucky basketball's got a massive.
Yeah, I know.
Massive.
It sounds crazy to compare Indiana to that.
That's the size of their overall fan base, just because of the amount of students that have either gone through their.
Like, does anyone know someone who went to Indiana? I don't.
Yeah,
Dave Laufenberg.
I know a couple people.
Well,
that's it.
Mark Cuban.
Darren, our sales guy, Darren went there. And then my old boss, Pete Ditz, went. I know a ton of people that went to Indiana. It's weird.
I looked it up, by the way. NIL NCAA projects that Miami's roster, doesn't list everybody, but it says Miami's roster costs $24.4 million in NIL spending, and that Indiana's was around $21.1.
Wow,
so they were $3 million off of Miami, but I don't know relative to the rest of the NCAA how that stacks.
Fernando Mendoza not getting drafted by the Raiders. He's going to be a Raven. And should Lamar be traded for the number one pick? This rumor's starting to pick up a little bit. Let's cover it in the Red Zone here on Shan and RJ, next on The Fan.
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback. Yeah, bingo!
First it was 1, and now it is 2. Red Zone, football fix, every day at this time. Here on Shan and RJ, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. We'll have some Diamond Calves with the KNC Masterpiece on whether they got the Baseball Hall of Fame right last night with the 2 new additions. But first it was Mike Florio, our former friend. Thanks, Chop. ProFootballTalk.com. There's been speculation in recent days that the Ravens and Raiders could end up discussing a trade that would send Lamar Jackson to Vegas. The quote, there's a feeling out there that the Raiders are going to make a play for Lamar. That is the big splash.
Listen, I think Lamar Jackson is they're not going to say an all-time great player.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Who was Sandler texting us about the other day? It was a group of quarterbacks, and then he said, what about this person versus Lamar?
Like earthquake?
It was, yeah, because I remember that I was very distracted working in a reference to Elway to troll you, and I'm trying to remember who it was. Yeah, let me look. I'll find it.
If you're the Raiders.
Stafford.
Yeah, Stafford. Yep, it was Stafford.
Lamar or Stafford?
Stafford.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Pepe? Lamar or Stafford?
Oh, man. I will lean Stafford a little bit, but I mean, it's 50-50 basically for me. I can go Lamar. I really like Lamar.
I like Lamar a lot.
Because this is not a discussion, but for the last 2 years.
Right. You're right. No, I know. Last maybe
3.
4. Yeah. I'll say this. If you're the Raiders, you can't make this trade.
Cannot?
Can't make this trade.
I think it makes sense if Brady's going to be like heavily involved. Like, I want to win now. Let's do it. Let's rush this. Max Crosby stay.
This is where you have to know who you are.
Lamar's 29.
All right. Lamar Jackson can't and hasn't won with John Harbaugh and the Ravens front office, which is one of the best, if not the best, personnel department in the league.
But the personnel, as you pointed out, has probably come up short for him with offensive weapons.
No doubt.
He's throwing to DeAndre Hopkins.
No doubt. Not prime DeAndre either.
No.
So, he can't and hasn't, or he has, I guess he can't. He hasn't won with all that. And now you're going to...
Who do you give more of a pass to between Lamar and Josh? Or who do you blame more? Who do you come down harder on, or who do you give more of a pass to?
Josh has played a little better in some of the losses.
That's what I feel like.
But he also... I can't say he's had better teams around him either. Or a better coach. Or a better front office.
This was the first year that Josh had lost in the playoffs to somebody not named Burrow or Mahomes. Yeah. He had everybody else he had always beat, and I don't know. I got to look and see who all has he lost to in the back. Lamar's lost to Mahomes once. I know he lost to
Tannehill.
Whew. He lost to was that Herbert? He lost to
Herbert.
Has Herbert won a playoff game?
Yeah, it was Lamar.
No,
was that?
Or wait, was that Rivers?
It was Rivers. So he's lost to Rivers. He's lost to Tannehill. He's lost to Allen. He's lost to Mahomes. He's lost to Allen. And he's beaten...
Herbert hasn't won a playoff game. Don't do that.
he's beaten
CJ
whoever
Stroud.
Started for the Steelers last year, Stroud and Tannehill.
Look, here's the thing. The Raiders have to know who they are. The Raiders are not a good front office. They're not a good personnel department. If Lamar Jackson couldn't win with Baltimore, there ain't no hellin' chance he's going to win with the Raiders. You know, they need...
I think Lamar in Vegas is such an awesome fit. Personality and city,
personality
and that
city.
I think just if you're talking from a marketing standpoint, I think the NFL would love Lamar
forget
in
marketing.
Vegas.
If a guy, football.
Here's the
it's football.
If a guy hasn't won,
well, I know it.
This far into his career, chances are he won't. You gotta take the cheat code, and the cheat code is the free quarterback.
Fernando Mendoza or Lamar at 29 if you're Tom Brady.
And how much for Lamar? 2 firsts?
The number 1 pick.
Just the number 1 pick?
The number 1 pick. I'm not giving you another first with the number 1 pick.
Oh, well then, I mean, if it's the number 1 pick, you do that in a heartbeat. I don't think
if
the
you
Raiders would.
If you're who?
I think that if you're talking about it's just the number 1 pick, I think the Raiders do that in a heartbeat. I don't think the Ravens do. Because it's a question. I'm going to use this on a quarterback anyway, and I know this guy is good. I don't know about this guy.
What do you think, the number 1 pick and a 2 or a 3? It's not going to be 2 1s. If it's the number 1 pick, I don't believe.
From which perspective?
What you're giving up.
Well, give it up to get him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baltimore would accept what the Raiders would give with the number 1 pick.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't if I was the Raiders. If I was the Ravens, I mean, obviously, yes, you get the number 1 pick, and probably...
You're doing it if you're Baltimore?
I think so.
Ooh.
Now, here's the problem. You probably fired your coach because of the quarterback, so that would make no sense to do this, too. You can't out-athlete at this level.
Lamar has.
Not at a level of titles. I don't believe you could do that to win a championship.
Okay.
I think there's a level of, and I think that's Josh's problem too. Josh tries to out John Wayne everybody and cowboy up, and it just doesn't work. You have to play the position. Matt Stafford, the moment he got a good team around him, just gets his mail in the damn NFC Championship game. Like you got, or deep makes runs in the playoffs, and you got to get quarterbacks out there who can read defenses and figure out how to win games. By when they get punched in the mouth.
We really have no history either. I'm trying to find examples of you knew you had the number 1 pick and you traded it for a player in football, and we really don't. I'm trying to see what it would be. So years ago, Fran Tarkenton was traded for this, but this was in the 60s. So it's not really applicable.
And Jeremy Fowler's bringing this up as well from ESPN.
Yeah, he said one of the things is Ravens trade Lamar. It just seems that there's been a consternation there with Lamar and the Ravens, and this would be the ultimate Mark Davis move. So you got chemistry issues with the previous coaching staff, concerns about his availability. That's the thing. Like, you're going to trade the number 1 overall pick. Now, I know Fernando's he's not 20. He's older, too. But you're going to trade an injury-prone guy or number 1 pick for a guy who could get hurt. Who knows what the back half of his career is going to look like.
That's what scares me about him, is more of a thrower. Just relying. Not that he's a bad thrower, but
he's got a good arm. He's got enough accuracy, I think. He just hasn't, really kind of leaned into it.
Fernando's 22. Lamar's been in the league this long, and there's a 7-year age gap. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's
Tom Brady, I'm telling you, I bet the Brady mentality is, let's just go in here and let's become a contender in the first 2 years. We get Lamar, who hasn't needed weapons. We have Bowers, who's better than even Mark Andrews in his prime. Get him a receiver, and then let's clean up this defense, and we can be, boom, just like that.
He makes you a playoff contender overnight.
Like, what if you feel that Mendoza's like a 7 or 7.5? If you're the Raiders, unless you love him, like, how far down does he have to be on your quarterback love scale to entertain this?
What would Lamar in this situation be considered a 10? Just because that's where you're using him as the baseline.
9.
So here's the only thing is that Mendoza, if it's correct that his projection is somebody like Cousins, then that means that as it stands now, the evaluation would be, I'm trading you Lamar for Cousins.
On a rookie deal.
On a rookie deal. Yeah. But...
and Lamar's 30.
Man,
30-year-old Lamar, rookie Cousins. If the Raiders get Kirk Cousins' career out of Fernando Mendoza, are they happy?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. But are you happy that you traded away Lamar for him is the question on the Ravens side, and I don't know that you are. Because Lamar is probably a Hall of Famer. Kirk is not.
Agreed. What are the Tolos saying?
903, Lamar Jackson is too injury prone to trade him. 469, Lamar and a first at least for the number 1 pick. 817, I would not trade for a running QB late in his career. 806, Lamar will end up like Geno Smith.
What the heck?
So I just did a quick AI.
What is that's really insulting.
Quick AI
Those are the
of
two most different players of all time.
I did a quick AI of Fernando's comp, and the 3 players that kicked back was Kirk, Jared Goff, Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I think this is something, if it happened, could leave people like laughing at Brady, because Tom just, I'm assuming maybe he wants to be long-term build, and he's smart with the cap and having the rookie salary. I don't know. It just feels like something that a player like him who wants to just win would take the bait on.
Because I'll tell you this, like, if you told me that, okay, Lamar is probably going to be a Hall of Famer, but you're only getting X amount of years of him, or I can give you Matt Ryan for his entire career, so you'll have him for 12, 15 years.
Yeah.
Or what Jared Goff is for his entire career, so you have him for 12, 15 years, versus, you're getting a Hall of Famer, but you're only getting that Hall of Famer for a little bit.
Yep.
And while the other 2 might not be Hall of Famers, you're still getting top of the league potential.
I want the longer term.
I did too.
All right. You thinking about it?
No, it's just it's tough. Like, it's not an easy answer for me. I'd wrestle with that.
All right, Jay Glazer has come out and said, "Yo, all this talk about trading for Mike Tomlin taking the Buffalo job or something else, Mike Tomlin's done." And it was Rondé Barber who also said this. Apparently, he vacations every year with Mike Tomlin.
Well,
and he's like, "No, I think Mike Tomlin is done." And there's Jay Glazer reporting it as well. So, doesn't sound like coach.
So he's going to be Dungy, basically, where he has that one, he has the success, he has the run, and then everybody's going to try to get him out of retirement for years, and he's not going to do it.
Will Mike Tomlin be like the Eli? Will he be like the Eli coaches? Will Tomlin get in if he doesn't coach another game?
They won about as many playoff games in years they didn't win Super Bowls. So
it feels like the sentiment would be yes, he is going to get in.
Yeah, I would guess.
Coaches have coaches to me. You gotta. I don't know, man. I don't know if I get a coach in with 1. I think because
Shanahan's not in with 2.
Shanahan's not in with 2. I mean, Sean Payton's viewed differently Although, I don't know. I mean, I just can't get it coaching with one.
I mean, Dungy got in with one.
I would vote him no. I would say no. Like, okay, like your biggest claim to fame is never being under 500. That is his number one biggest claim to fame. It's really impressive, but you're 9-8. Basically,
anybody with that many wins and a Super Bowl title who's been eligible for the Hall of Fame has been in. They've gotten put in.
Yeah, I think he will get in. Okay, apparently this has the reigning status of GBAG of the day as people still arguing and will forever. The Buffalo Bills catch interception featuring Brandon Cooks. And Atolo tipped me off to this, and then Bobby got his audio hands on Will Chambers versus Fred on Saturday.
The defender had a hand on the ball. Guess what? He came up with it. Guess who has the ball when the play's over? The defender does.
But he came up with it after. He came up with it after. So you're a fan of an NFL and a football.
They're on the ground and both have right to the ball. Yes or no? Yes or no?
At what point do they both have the right to the ball? Because if I catch it,
the defender's got the ball on if the defender has his hand on the football, how's he not got right to that football too?
I'm
yes
not saying
or no?
he doesn't have a right to the football. I'm saying if the offensive player has two hands on the ball, has had 2 feet down, and then a knee down, I don't give a crap if your penis is on the ball. You don't get it.
Yo, what? Will Chambers has become unhinged since coming back.
Yes, he is unhinged.
You think he'd be a little bit more conservative or calm or cool? No. He's firing up. I think this new girl.
Yeah.
I think this new girl's giving him some bigger cojones. Now Will fight with you.
Right.
Will get hype, but he's not. He coming in with I don't give a crap.
He is. Well, because this is as Chuck Cooperstein says. You have not lived until you've been fired. Will left here, unceremoniously crawling back. Okay, and he is a new man. He is a reborn.
Yeah.
He is LIVIN.
He is also not usually mixing up with somebody like Fred. Usually he's kind of steering the boat, and he's kind of Fred was like, no, I am the captain now.
Yeah, and Fred's right. And Will and Zach Wilchuk are wrong. Mm-hmm. All right, let's have a little Hall of Fame Diamond Cavs debate with the KNC Masterpiece. Crosstalk on the home of the Rangers with the fellas after this. But how about your...
Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Who would be the
completely
best
unrelated to our discussion off the air?
Of all the hosts at the station, which one do you think would have the best bedside manner?
Corey's snap reaction was choppy.
I was like,
choppy is the most cold, disconnected one.
Like he's going to tell you a lie to make you feel good, though.
That is absolutely me.
You mean like delivering bad news?
Here's episode 3, season 7 of Seinfeld.
Yeah,
Hope it makes you feel better. If not, well.
Yeah, I 1,000% just tell you what you want to hear.
Eric,
I have no bones about that.
You're probably going to be okay. 98%. You're going to be okay.
I do
but
not.
you have no warmth, though.
No, I have no warmth.
You have no warmth in your delivery.
That's true.
Eric or Zach?
No, not it. No, definitely not.
I could see Corey or Kevin.
I'm pretty good.
Corey would be good.
I could see Corey.
Kevin, I could see being a little too pragmatic at times. Like just being like, yeah, this is just kind of the fact.
I think it depends what mood Corey's in that day.
It's true.
He could be sarcastic. He could be frustrated, or he could be really, really sentimental.
Of cancer.
I do have a bad delivery. I have a bad delivery, but I am unashamedly. I have no problem lying to your face.
I don't know. Bedside manner's lying.
No, and I don't want that in a doctor. I would much rather hear what's going to happen than RJ is like, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
And then the nurse later's like, you're not.
Probably Eric.
Eric
wins every question here about like who's going to be the nicest.
Walchuk could do it. Walchuk could do it because we've seen moments where Walchuk gets a little more like introspective and kind of sensy.
Yeah,
and,
I can
like,
see that.
I could see him
tear up.
I could see him. Yeah, he would. I could see him kind of tearing up, telling the family like, "Guys, I'm so sorry." Like I think Walchuk could do it.
I do kind of feel like you want Fred to deliver news to you, just because he might make you laugh a little bit.
I got this chick's number though. If you want to call her.
What did you call him, Peyton? What did you say he was?
A creep.
Okay,
you
all
want
right,
a creep?
that's fine.
You want a creep to deliver it?
Look, the good news is you get 2 grandmothers, okay? So it's just one of them is gone, but you got the other.
Yeah,
so.
that's my thing is I feel like
love for her.
My plan will come in, I'll be very upset.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I'm upset with you, but I'm going to try and deliver a plan. That's what my goal is.
Yeah.
But we got a plan for this, so let's attack it.
Because
the
delivery of the news to me like is so important. If it's bad news, it's like, okay, you have no sympathy while you're telling me this news. Like you're cold blooded.
Yeah.
Like you have no empathy for the people that you're delivering the bad news to.
Do you have a bad news system in your own home?
What?
Ooh.
Give me the news, and I'll tell you how I deliver it.
So I've specifically, it has been hashed out. I've told people, if my family has bad news to deliver to me, somebody died, something like that, a family member, they tell Kristen, and then Kristen tells me face to face. I don't want to get a text.
Too.
I don't want to get a call from one of them. I would rather just hear face to face from Kristen what happened. So when the bad news comes, they tell Kristen, and then Kristen tells me.
I think that's how it works in our house as well.
Is that assumed, or is that like set?
I think it's assumed because it didn't work the last time. But usually it does feel like that bad news filters through my wife, and then she tells me.
I do anything I can to avoid conflict. So if I have bad news to tell Sarah, I tell her I tell her later than Jerry Jones would sign a contract. So she has no time to react. I'm terrible about this. I try to do it differently. But if the kids have like an 8 a.m. baseball game, I will tell her at 7 a.m. that morning when I'm getting up to leave, hey, by the way, the kids have an 8 a.m. game.
Oh, my God.
Because I don't want her to be mad.
It could have been canceled.
She would have been mad at me
the night
all
before.
week.
You don't want to tell her something, then
about having to wake up. So I'm just like, I'm not even going to tell you. I'm terrible about this. I got to fix it.
I can never keep that to I got to get it out.
Yeah.
It'll eat me up.
I got to tell her immediately, because I know if I tell her, this is something just having been together as long as we have, honesty with Adrian's so important. And if you're just honest with her, she can deal with it.
Have you really, though, delivered bad news that would get you in trouble and she's been cooler with it versus the usual trap?
I can't think of the specific example right now. But yeah, we've been together since we were 18. and like that 17. You're right. Things happen in between. All right. I sent her off to college and I went and ran around the bars.
I set her off. And then he went into her house and stole a painting.
That's a different story for a different time, Kevin.
You had two gaps.
That's one of the reasons that dude on the Reddit thinks I'm weird. So maybe I need to back off of that story.
Oh man,
you much worse. You still be at the ticket telling some of those high school stories. You know what I'm saying?
The honesty part of it's just so important. So I tried to tell her immediately, whether it's a big credit card thing, whether it's a wreck. She's had wrecks and she's called me and been like, Corey, I'm so sorry.
It's hard to hide that. You know?
Yeah, no, but
it's fair.
How bad
what happened to the car?
I was honest with you.
Didn't you wreck a car and then leave it in the driveway? Am I wrong about that?
No, that is
not
true.
3, but
that
4.
happened when I was 19. I got in an accident, and I hope that parking my car facing the outside where the damage was, my mom wouldn't notice it. And instead, everyone in the freaking neighborhood called her and was like, "Oh no, what happened to Kevin's car?"
You
I
just
was
didn't
like,
factor him like pulling in your house ever again, like leaving the house or coming back to see that side.
No, I just hope she would always go back to the driveway and just never see my car. Look, I was an idiot, and I was like, I'm going to figure out a way to fix this.
My dad fired a gun into his dad's mattress by accident when he was a kid.
Oh, that's where you got it.
Yeah. So he did that, and then
was his dad in the mattress at the time?
No. He flipped the mattress. It was just like, hopefully they never check. And it went about 4 months before they noticed that there was a hole in the bottom.
Bullet hole in here?
Yeah. And it did not end well for him.
I did that with my dad's headlight. I cracked the headlight. I just didn't say anything about it. Said, must have happened at the airport when you were there.
And did he ever find out?
I said
you
it.
Told him when he got dementia.
I told him during the speech. I told him at his funeral speech.
Corey,
hold on.
That's a great time to get all of that out.
His ashes hurt it.
I did tell our friend that I ate his food out of the refrigerator while he was on his deathbed. Yeah.
That happened in the last couple of years. I was there for that.
It was actually right over here, right across the street.
You told him what?
So
while he was on his deathbed.
Can I tell the first part of this story?
Man.
All right. So one of our friends died about 2 years ago of
Michael
cancer,
left. He didn't die.
and it was at the T-Boone Pickens facility that's like right there.
Yeah.
And he is just the nicest, most affable fella. And he had like gotten all this food from some media event to take home. And I knew Corey took at least one of the meals. And like,
while he was like in the hospital?
No.
He was alive.
When he was fine.
Yeah,
and everything.
he was fine.
And so he walks down and he goes, "Who the F ate all my food?" And I knew it was Corey. I had to try so hard not to laugh at the cubicle. Corey never told him. He walked around and was like, "Did you see who ate my food?" And Corey's like, "No, I have no idea."
Dang. What did you take?
It was salmon or steak or both. I think it might have been both. I think it was two. I didn't know. I just was like, I'm hungry. And I
didn't know?
ate it. Yeah, I was just like, I don't care. I thought, honestly, it was in like one of these bags. It looked like food had been brought into the company.
Yeah.
Which rarely happened. So I was like, all right.
And then we go to the hospice. Last time we're ever going to see him.
Yeah, and everybody's sharing these stories. They had moments
conscious.
with him. Yeah, he's conscious. And I had a one-on-one chat with him before Kevin got there because he and I went to Richland College together, so we knew each other before too. And so I'm having this where everybody's sharing stories, and I was like, crap. I need to get this off my chest before you die. And I told him
what's convenient.
And he goes, I effing knew it was you all along. And I was like, awesome.
It was you, Fredo.
He was like, I forgive you. And I was like, there we go. So,
what's coming up?
We do have Brian Ray, Stars analyst, join us at 10:20. We'll talk about that awesome win last night. And at 11 o'clock, our new NFL draft focus continues. Kevin said we could finally start talking draft stuff because college football's over.
Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
All right, I know you guys have been previewing the Cooperstown decision last night as Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran get in. Choppy has a problem with Beltran. Bobby has a problem with Jones. Who did you think was going to get in, and how do you feel about the two?
I thought it was just going to be Beltran, and then Jones might be able to, but we were kind of keeping track of that, and we didn't know. I'm glad both of them are in. I think both of them, in that time period, were fantastic players.
So you're not
Hall of Fame worthy.
You're not holding the sign stealing against Carlos?
Okay, and so when I saw the last 10 to 15% of the public ballot come in, I was like, okay, I think Andrew Jones is going to make it. But it is curious that you continue to see people like Manny Ramirez, he didn't make it, Alex Rodriguez plateau out, but then Carlos Beltran, somebody who fundamentally cheated the game just in a different way, they're like, that's fine, you can be in the Hall of Fame.
Crazy.
It's the same thing. It looks like Andy Pettit might be turning it around, and he'll eventually make it. He cheated multiple times.
Do you think what Beltran did was worse than Bonds, the steroid guys?
I don't care. I don't care what they did. I think they need to be in the Hall of Fame anyway. Because I think
even the steroid guys.
I'm adamant about telling the story of the game. Like, I'm very adamant about.
Sean loves that.
Barry Bonds belongs in there. If you put him in, he was one of the most famous players of all time. Put him in and put a red light bulb above his head. That's fine. You need to tell what happened, not act like it and just ignore that it actually did happen.
I don't. Did you have the issue with Jones, Bobby?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't have an issue with Andrew Jones just because for a long time in baseball, I thought he was unquestionably the best defensive player, kind of like Ozzie Smith. I realized
put Vizquel in.
What's that?
Put Vizquel in. Then.
Okay,
they're not going to put Ullmark in for a couple of reasons.
I know.
I think if not for the domestic
also
stuff,
that he sucked as a baseball player.
Potentially, it's just when to me, it's like I remember. Andrew Jones was a phenom when he came up, and he's 19 years old, and it's like, oh my gosh, look at this kid like making all these plays in the World Series and in the playoff run and everything else. But like outside of the defense, like I never felt like whenever I would think of the best baseball players around when I was growing up, Andrew Jones never came up.
Omar Vizquel could not start at Argyle High. Okay.
Do you think
Neither can Andrew Jones once he turned like 22?
Is Ozzie a Hall of Famer?
I mean,
what's the difference?
I gotta go see. I never really looked.
What's the difference between Ozzie, Vizquel, and Dennis Rodman?
Ozzie did backflips.
Well, do you think that? So did Rodman. Do you think Rodman's a Hall of Famer?
I would not put Dennis Rodman in the Hall of Fame if it had the same level of difficulty of the football or the baseball. The Basketball Hall of Fame. Everybody gets
the
it.
RJ Choppy Hall of Fame. Would Dennis Rodman be a Hall of Famer?
Ozzie has fewer hits than both.
I don't think so. Ozzie was a 260 hitter. I can't put a 260 hitter with no power in the Hall of Fame.
Even if he was without question.
What about Tony Gwynn?
Tony Gwynn hit like 340.
No, but like you have to have the power with it.
No. But if you're gonna have no power, I need you to hit 300. Like that's bottom line. I need you to hit 300.
But is that changing now that almost nobody hits 300 going forward?
It probably. Well, they're going to have to figure out pitchers because I think we only have like 4 pitchers make the Hall of Fame since 1990.
It isn't
some crazy number.
But Felix Hernandez is going to be a really interesting
Kershaw,
case study.
Verlander.
Yeah, we're going to have a few more. But you've only had a handful.
But isn't the sports hypocrisy that you can be fine offensively and suck defensively, but it can't be the opposite? Isn't that?
It's like the MVP this year. The catcher that did the most work and also was the leader of his team and all these other things. Had great, power numbers too. Didn't get the credit for the work that he had to do on the side.
So
Aaron Judge gets to jog out into the outfield and stand there while the catcher's sitting there working his ass off all the time.
I love it.
Yeah. So Nolan Arenado is definitely Hall of Famer though too, right?
I wouldn't. I don't know.
Why?
He's not
He's a 5-time Silver Slugger and a 10-time Gold Glove Award winner.
I got to check his numbers. I have to see how much black type he has. That's all I care about.
But I mean,
how much what?
Black type.
What's that?
So when you looks at the bold font, see how many times you led the league in something.
It means you lead the league. If you don't lead the league in categories,
but I mean,
you better have
10
like
Gold Gloves, 8 All-Star appearances, and 5 Silver Sluggers. That's better than Andrew Jones' resume significantly.
I assume.
Let's get out of here.
He's in.
Get ready next year. I don't think Chase Utley should be in the Hall.
I agree. Just because we have a bad crop of second basemen.
Yeah.
Because the second base is underrepresented. Good. Because you know what? Second base, if you were any good at what you do, they'd put you at shortstop.
The KNC Masterpiece is next.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? And also, stop that.
Look at the size of this banana, dude.
Well,
holy cow.
Gonna be one of those days. How the heck is everybody else doing out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Now, I think this is going to get steered in a different direction. We were going to power rank the teams and the quarterbacks remaining in the NFL playoffs right here and right now. We're probably going to have to maybe push that till later, because I know Corey wants to talk about bananas. I kind of sort of want to talk about reading books. But what seems to be on everybody's mind, it's every other social media post that you see, is we're, about 56 hours from the world coming to an end here in the Metroplex.
That's right.
I don't know if you've seen, but it's going to be impossible to live our lives this weekend, and that's led to a whole lot of concerns. At first, I was like, ooh, neat. Maybe I can play in the snow with Noah. And then it kind of goes back and forth between there's eventually going to be snow accumulation, but first it's just going to be that god-awful ice or wintry mix that makes it like freaking impossible to drive anywhere. And then people are like...
shots at ice, huh?
Yes. Okay. Settle down. All right, I get what you're doing.
I'm just having fun.
And then other people now are worried that the grid is going to fail us just like it did in, 2021? And so this seems to be all anybody cares about. So let's freaking talk about it. Are you worried about Snow MG?
Remember when I asked Ted Cruz where we were vacationing in our interview? And we had a good time. Even
You know what's amazing? There was I'll just guesstimate, hopefully, to make people the least amount of mad. When we had Ted Cruz on years ago, half the people were like, good. But the other half were like, you guys are dead to me. I'm going to never listen to this show again, until Corey finished up the interview with, hey, but when the weather gets bad, where are we vacationing?
Where are we heading?
You know? And then everyone's like, ha ha, in your face, Ted Cruz. I'm back in.
Look, man, people are people, and we got to have fun with people. All right, we're going to try. We're going to try.
The whole reason we had him on was to talk about websites that sell tickets and including fees up front, which I thought was something we should all be able to agree on.
You're kidding me.
I'm not.
Did you send that to Kevin?
Nope.
So I have no idea.
There's no way. He's wearing a mask.
Just tell me what it is.
Kevin.
Is this a picture of Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz is on an airplane yesterday. Heading to Laguna Beach as the state of Texas prepares for rare ice.
Well, the timing of that, Ted, is very unfortunate. Maybe that's how you planned it all along. I have no freaking idea.
What a time to be alive. All right, so here's what's happening is this weekend, the thing that I've noticed the most is the temperature keeps saying 8 and 10. And I'm like, oh, crud, I got to go make sure all the pipes are, completely taken care of here. Make sure all the potted plants are taken care of. I've had everything squared away, and I've been kind of waiting, because it does seem like, here's what my prediction is, our calendar's off. Doesn't it seem like the winter is getting further and further into the spring? I feel like we're off by a couple of seconds and in our calendar, and it feels like we're just pushing more of this winter stuff into the spring. Where's December's cold, Kevin? Where's the November cold? It's hot in November, all right?
Climate change.
So that's where I am in this. Nah, I think it's our calendar. I'd rather blame the calendar.
Gotcha.
And so, but we're experiencing some wintry mix this weekend, and we're experiencing that. And so, what you need to do is say, I don't have plans this weekend. If you can say, I don't have any plans. Grab what you want to eat this weekend. Say, hey, I'm just going to make sure I have some stuff to cook at home. You don't need to grab all the toilet paper in the world.
Yeah.
You don't need to go get all the hand
Yes.
sanitizer, all right? Just get what you need for the weekend and just enjoy the fact that you are staying in the house for a little bit together with the people you love, or find some people that you love and stay with them.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can't find the one you love the one you're with. You know?
No. Well, yeah, actually.
So somebody said when it comes to the power grid, I'm going to take the Mickey Spagnola route and say, we'll find out. And that is a little concerning. But you know what else is concerning to me?
J-Met says he's actually taken a page out of Ted Cruz's book, and he's leaving on a cruise on Friday. So smart. Go ahead and book a trip.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you have the time and financial means, knock yourself out. Like, that'd be great. But the point is, just get enough toilet paper for the weekend. Like, I've never understood.
Yeah, get your typical grocery order for next week.
Yeah.
Just do it a little early.
Yeah. The snow and ice will go away. We will be able to function once more. But what's concerning to me is that I found out my wife has no concept of what the weather will be, even with all these social media posts. Is she wanted to go to Paradise on Saturday to go see our nieces play basketball. And I told her yesterday, I was like, hey, yeah, we're not going to do that. And she goes, oh, is this a thing where, like, we're not going to go or you're not going to go? Because sometimes I don't like to go and do stuff. And I was like, no, like all of us. And she goes, why? And I said, because of all of the snow and ice. And she goes, oh, is this supposed to be icy? Yes, Jess, it's been all over social media, and clearly the weather people have never gotten anything
Is she
wrong.
on social media?
Yeah, I think she just got rid of Instagram, or at least like took it off her phone because she said it took up too much of her time. Mm-hmm. So that's part of it. That's what I learned. But also, what the hell are we going to do about our giveaways? Because in the noon o'clock hour, we were supposed to be giving away tickets to Rangers FanFest. On Monday and Tuesday, we gave away tickets to Rangers FanFest. Yesterday afternoon, we found out that FanFest was canceled. Does Alec have to call those two lovely people back and be like, hey, I'm just calling to let you know your prize has been canceled? That feels not fair to him.
To Alec?
Yeah.
Why?
And to the people who won. It's not his fault the weather is canceling the FanFest.
Oh, we have the promo department does that. So that'll be Swingle.
Is there any part of you that thinks all the Rangers found out they had to sign autographs at the event on Saturday? And they're like, the hell we are.
Hey, I thought you guys said we didn't have to sign autographs. And they were like, no, that's just for the other smaller caravan things.
Yeah.
This is for the big fan fest. And they're like, nah, cancel that sucker. And then they were like, why would we cancel it? And they're like, use weather as an excuse. And
no, 100%. I understand why they're canceling it. I talked to Mike yesterday, and I go, hey, what's the story with that? And he goes, I don't know. I'm supposed to be interviewing people there. I don't know what's going to happen yet.
Does Mike sign autographs at that?
He probably would have.
Would you want Mike's autograph?
Yeah.
He's listening right now, so you better say
I
yes.
definitely would want Mike's autograph from the 432. Nonchalantly bringing the vent segment back. I love it. Yes, I'm here for it. So what do we do for the contest winners? Do we get to make up a new contest for these last 3 days to do a giveaway? And are you you've already planned it out, whether or not you're like, all right, now I have an excuse. I don't have to do anything this weekend that involves leaving the property.
For the contest winners, I will kindly offer come up to the studio and hang out for a show.
Ooh,
if that's
okay.
something that they would like, they can reach out to Alec. However, whatever shape, form they want.
Do you want me to just give his phone number out now?
Give his phone number.
Okay.
I'd rather you can text Alec. And
oh, come on, Alec. I told you got promoted in my phone to just Alec.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Are you for the people?
That's a big deal.
I'm always for the people. My phone number is not.
For the weekend, yeah, man. My plan is to grab some stuff that I can make on the smoker. I will do that in the snow. I've done that many, many times. I'm okay with that. Make some stuff in the smoker. Make sure Adrian has ample bottles of wine because you wake up in the morning. What are you going to do all day? Start drinking early. All right. This is a Saturday day drink thing. Kids are they wake up. They know they don't have anything to do. Guess what they're going to do? hop onto their computers or their PlayStations, start playing all day. So that's what's going to happen. And so this gives you a great opportunity to spend some time, kind of watching what the kids are. Just check in every once in a while, open the door. Hey, window didn't break and now it's cold in here, right? And they're like, no, everything's fine. All right, cool. Every once in a while. You want some lunch? I got a sandwich. I'll make you a sandwich.
See, I don't want to take money out of this person's pocket. But from the 817 morning, guys, I'm in the fire protection service industry, basically multifamilies we focus on. They needed to get as cold as humanly possible so they can make more money off all the broken pipes. So a friendly reminder to cover your pipes, to leave the faucets at least dripping, hopefully, to avoid that. But I don't want to take money out of that person's pocket, but I don't want people to have pipes exploding either.
No, we don't want your pipes to explode.
Yeah. All right.
But some people out there do because they can make some extra cash.
All right.
And guess what? It's emergency cash, too. That's what happens. They spike that price up a little bit because it's an emergency.
Ooh, giveaway Tolo merch. Sweatshirts are good. Corey, do you have another shirt on underneath that?
I do.
Would you consider giving that sweatshirt away?
Ooh, I would consider it.
Okay.
But, do I have to right now?
No.
Okay. Why did you ask if I had a shirt on underneath this, though?
Because if you didn't, I didn't want you to give it away right now.
Gotcha.
Because that would be weird. All right. Now, we got a couple questions here. Do you want to try to squeeze in 2 minutes of sports? Do you want to stick with weather? Or do you want to continue the event by talking about books?
Alec, I watched a movie last night called People We Meet on Vacation. And it was a fine movie. It was good. At which point, Adrian said, oh, in the book, they went into more detail about the food that they ate on the vacation and the places they stayed and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, I didn't see, when did you read this book? And she said, well, I listened to it. And I'm fine with listeners. All right. I love listeners. I do suggest if you're going to consume a book, you read the book while listening to the fan. That's just my suggestion. But I'm fine with people who listen to books. Kevin, however, you seem to have a problem with audiobooks.
No, I don't have a problem with audiobooks. I just don't think you should be able to brag at the same level as if you read a book, because I view reading an actual book as a true accomplishment. Like, I'm proud of you for taking the time to sit at a place, probably your home, where you can do something much more fun, and instead you chose to read a book. An audio book, you were driving somewhere anyway, and so you didn't really take the extra time needed to read that. And this came up once again because of my wife, because we also watched that movie, and she goes, oh, yeah, I read that book last year. And I go, I've seen you read a book in 3 or 4 years. And she goes, well, I listened to it in the car. And I was like, so you didn't really read the book now, did you? Because, again, that goes back to I have no issue with audiobooks. I just don't feel like that's an achievement. Whereas if you open an actual physical book and read it, I think you should be able to put that on the back of your car like a half marathon. I think you should be able to put a sticker up that'd be like, I read 32 books last year. I'll be driving along and go, oh, wow,
you
that's
get a pizza
lot.
Party in elementary school, dude. That was the best thing.
I do think there should be some sort of establishment with the pizza places that you get a pizza party if you read that many books. So my question is, if you listen to audiobooks, do you claim that you read the book? Also, to your wife's point, no, none of what she said happened because I watched the movie and that's what happened. I specifically went out of my way to not read the book so I could watch what happens in the movie, so I could just spend 2 hours doing that instead of 2 weeks. All right, so that's great. They went around and ate lots of fun food at places. I don't care about that. I care about whether they got together or not. All right,
that's really the truth, honestly.
And that's
why Holiday Touchdown, a Buffalo Bills story, was such a big thing for me.
You have hyped that movie up a lot
because I needed to know whether or not they got together in the end.
From the 972, I'm a busy man, Kevin. My boss might get mad if I sat down to read a book. I get it. for like your schedule, it probably wouldn't help if your boss came by and been like, what are you doing? And you got a book open and you're going, well, it was the best of times and the worst of times. Like he's about to say, yeah, it's the worst of times for you right now because you're effing fired.
You're not going to be able to pay the mortgage this week.
Exactly. Exactly. And I am so glad that this person texted this in. I'm going to read it in their voice too, I think. Good point. Tolo should start reading the sports section instead. Yeah, if you want to be behind, or that's pretty much how the ticket structures their shows. All right? So if you want to do that, if you want to hear our show from today, you can listen to The Ticket on Friday. They'll probably be doing it. So, yes, thank you very much for texting that in. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Or if you want to braille a book, that's fine. Okay, I see people coming out now. They're like, what if you're blind? There are obvious exceptions to this. If you're blind...
That's how you read.
Let me ask you this. This is a serious question.
If you're blind?
It's not, I'm not joking.
What?
But we have a lot of people who apparently have claimed to be huge advocates for the blind community. Is there a way to, like, drive the car? Because you know they have, like, certain things in place if you have other unfortunate physical disabilities and stuff that will help you drive. Mm-hmm. If you're, like, legally blind, but you could still, like, kind of sort of see, are there like systems in place to help you out with that?
I will know more about that in a few years when Lucy's up for driving because she is technically blind.
Okay, see?
Yeah.
This is what, let's get together, technology.
So.
Okay, well, the self-driving cars can help with that too, right?
Yeah, I hope so. Well, crap, those are going to be more expensive, isn't it?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We need teleportation.
I hope we enlightened you there. If not, I promise we'll get to sports next. We will talk with Stars analyst, Emmy Award winner. It is Brian Ray next right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Robertson, stutter step out of the corner. Wraparound score! Jason Robertson! 5-0 Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, we welcome in Stars analyst, Emmy winner, and DuckTales enthusiast. It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
I feel like every time I come on, the DuckTales aspect of my introduction gets more and more energy from you guys, which I'm okay with.
It depends.
I'm okay with that, but it gets more and more.
It depends on how much we've been singing the theme song right before we come on. That has
all-time theme song, baby.
100%. Now, we have a scene yesterday that we haven't gotten too much of this season. The Stars absolutely dominating shots on goal. Now, I know shots on goal on a day-to-day basis is not necessarily an end-all, be-all of who controlled the game. But, man, the Stars have been in a deficit for most of the year, and they absolutely dominated last night in that particular aspect. Why?
Well, I loved that Glenn Gulletson 2 days ago, not the day of the game, 2 days ago, talked at length about confidence with this team. And I know you guys love when I get into nerd stats.
I love it.
If you look at the Stars and what they were doing offensively, they basically have had the same number of chances, scoring chances per game, going back to the first half of the season and then to now when they've been in this really ugly slide. But the actual shooting percentage or the conversion of that has significantly dropped off. And a lot of times in hockey, a lot of that is confidence. You know, high-end skill players or high-end offensive players, they need confidence. It's like a three-point shooter in basketball. If he's not confident, he's going to go into a rut and he's going to go into like an 0 for 8 or an 0 for 10 drought there. I think Dallas getting those 2 power play goals early in the game gave them an injection of confidence, and they started to feel things a little bit. And a lot of times when your power play offense starts humming, that can bleed over into your 5-on-5 offense. And so I think the fact that Dallas got some power play goals early, got the first couple goals of the game early, now all of a sudden they were in control of the game. And how many times over the stretch, as you guys just said, have the Dallas Stars looked in complete control of a hockey game?
Man,
you have not seen it a lot. So I think building that first period, it just sort of snowballed into a big night for Dallas. And then when they made it 4-0, I mean, for Boston, I'm not saying Boston pulled the chute, but you know when you're just not going to win a hockey game. You know when it's not your night. That was not the toughest third period they had to deal with this year.
What intense.
Now you were just talking about it, and that's a cause and effect that we've kicked around a couple of different times. And I don't mean to discount the first period goals because obviously special teams vitally important both in the regular season and the playoffs. But it was the ensuing second period with the 5-on-5 goals that I felt like were a bigger deal. And I think I've been like putting more stock in those 5-on-5 goals as of late for the Stars.
I totally agree with you. There have been times, especially in this stretch, but there have been times this season where I have thought the Dallas Stars have had a little bit of trouble managing second periods for whatever reason. Sometimes it's dealing with the long change and the game opens up and it kind of pulls you out of what you want to do. Other times it's gotten away from them for whatever reason. But the way they handled that second period, and a lot of times in a hockey game, you know, if a team opens up a 2-0 lead, that third goal becomes crucial. You know, the cliche in hockey is it's a race to 3. The first team to get to 3 usually wins the game. And when Dallas made it 3-0, I felt like you saw a little bit of wind come out of the sails of the Bruins. And as that happened, you felt the gas pedal started to get pushed a little bit harder for the Dallas Stars. And so I agree with you. Their 5-on-5 play, I think if they can find a little bit more of that moving through this last 32-game stretch of the season, it's going to set them up really well for the playoff. We've seen so much on the power play. We want the power play to be a weapon, but we don't want the power play to be the weapon. So I agree with you. Those 5-on-5 goals in the second period were huge.
And I know we're not looking ahead or anything like that, but as a media person, clearly all I do is look ahead. Do you have to be that much better on 5-on-5? Because clearly this year Colorado has been incredible 5-on-5.
You know, just to handle the Colorado thing, I view that they are the best team in the NHL this year, and I think there is no disputing that. They are going to finish number 1 overall in the league. They are going to win the division. I think that is all said and done. If you look at NHL history, the team that finishes first overall in the regular season rarely goes on to win the Stanley Cup.
And they frequently lose in the second round.
Yes, I'm not saying that Colorado's automatically going to lose. I'm not saying the Dallas Stars don't have to worry about Colorado. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying let the Colorado regular season storyline be the regular season storyline. We'll worry about Colorado when it comes playoff time if Dallas has to cross that bridge. So in terms of the Dallas Stars and their 5-on-5 play, I look at it more from a playoff perspective. So the first half of this season, the Dallas Stars, they were averaging a little over 3 power plays a game. Since they came back from Christmas, that's dropped to just over 2 power plays per game. The rest of the league has figured out, don't flirt with the Dallas Stars power play. You're going to have a problem if you keep putting them on the power play. So if teams are not going to give Dallas the same power play opportunities that they were getting in the first half of the year, the Stars are going to have to find out another way to generate offense and seize control of hockey games, and that bleeds into their 5-on-5 game. And also, there's the old adage, when you get to the playoffs, do penalties get called as frequently? You know, the data says no, it's kind of changing, but the bottom line is, in a playoff series, teams are going to try and take away the Dallas Stars' best weapon, and right now their best weapon this season has been their power play. So there will be more urgency as we move along here for Dallas to create more 5-on-5 scoring. It's something I think to watch here, say in the final 7 games heading into the Olympic break. And then if Jim Nill can make a move before the trade deadline, what kind of move does he make? And does that help Dallas with their 5-on-5 offense when we get into the stretch run of March and April?
Stars analyst and the Heights advocate, Brian Ray, joining us here on the show. The Mikko being out last night, did it not feel a little more like a complete team game with your star player not on the ice?
First of all, anybody who gets the Heights reference, I tip my cap to you. If you don't get it, the joke wasn't meant for you. If you do get it, the joke was totally meant for you.
Yep.
Okay,
yes.
And we all and we love Jamie Walters on this show. A buddy of mine texted me in the middle of that game and said, "Hey, is Mikko Rantanen the problem?" Totally as a joke.
Yeah.
Totally as a joke.
Yeah.
So, it does feel, I think, more like a complete team game, because when you take away a top 10 scorer and your best offensive player, you cannot have one person replace that. It has to be replaced. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The other part of that, you can't not notice Mikko Rantanen when he's not on the ice. He is just physically bigger than most players, especially forwards in the NHL. He is physically noticeable because the puck always seems to gravitate towards him, and he can do so many different things with it. So it almost looks like a complete team game because your most noticeable flashy piece is not out there just drawing the spotlight to him. So I think that's kind of how it looks like a more complete team game, but losing Mikko Rantanen for a game, I mean, it's a totally different looking team. That's another factor. I think the reason the power play goals were so important is you got yourself a little bit of a cushion and a little bit of momentum by getting some power play tallies early on. So that being said, please, can we have Mikko Rantanen back in the lineup? Please get back. Get your vitamin C in you. Take your Tylenol. get better Mikko Rantanen because the Dallas Stars are a better team when he is in the lineup.
And by saying vitamin C, you were advocating Rantanen be the captain, right? I read between the lines right there.
Nice.
What are you trying to do to me?
Oh, okay. All right.
Listen, no. Jim Nill has said, as long as he is the GM, Jamie Benn is going to be a member of the Dallas Stars. And after everything that Jamie Benn has done for this organization, there is nobody else that is going to be the captain of the Dallas Stars other than Jamie Benn while he is a member of this organization. And that is the way it should be.
Now, looking ahead, could the Stars just go ahead and have their own Winter Classic on Friday and just play that game outside?
I'm just happy it's going to feel like hockey season.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I mean, we've got our toilet paper. We're stocked up. I just downloaded the entire first season of Man vs. Wild with Bear Grylls. So we feel pretty good on being able to handle whatever's coming this weekend.
All right. Well, then one more regular hockey question. Do I need to care or maybe even be concerned about Jason Robertson switching agents?
You know, I saw that, and no, you don't need to care.
Okay.
That's like I couldn't tell you anything about why that happened or what the decision was with that. You know, that's a player and agent thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it from the Dallas Stars perspective, yes, Jason Robertson's in a contract year. Yes, the number's going to be high. Okay, he's a restricted free agent at the end of this season. Dallas has control. They control his rights. So the Stars do have a couple of options to play here, whether they want to re-sign the player, whether they would want to match a potential offer sheet that another team signed him to, whether they would want to go in a different direction if negotiations aren't going in a healthy way. But this is what kind of made things strong for Jim Nill when he signed Jason Robertson to this contract. It was to keep him with one more RFA year, but the qualifying, you got to push it back to when Jason Robertson signed this extension 3 years ago and where the salary cap in the market was at. So the numbers have really fluctuated and really exploded over the last year and a half, I would say. But when Jason Robertson signed this contract, there was an automatic qualifying offer set up that at the end of it, his next contract would start a little over $9 million. That's the qualifying offer. That's where the number starts. And he basically said, I will give you this 4-year contract, and you're going to have a great qualifying offer at the end of it to get paid. But I'm going to maintain one more year of control over your rights and keep you a restricted free agent. So the player got a little bit of a nice setup at the end of it, and the team was able to hold on to a little bit of control. And that's a great contract. There was something for both sides to gain from having that contract. Now, the numbers have completely inflated on what a player like Jason Robertson is worth on the market, and things shift there. But at the time of the contract being signed, both player and team got something they wanted out of that contract. And so Jim Nill, at the end of this contract, still has control over the player's rights. Where the future of Jason Robertson and the Dallas Stars go from here, that's between player and GM or player, new agent, and GM. But that's how I view and continue to view the Robertson contract situation of what could be at the end of this year.
Well, great stuff as always. A little controversial when suggesting Rantanen for captain, but we appreciate your time.
That wasn't me.
Nonetheless. I'm just kidding, Brian. Thank you.
I will not be dragged into your reindeer games.
Thank you very much for the time, good sir. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Stay warm, everybody.
Yes, sir.
There you go, Brian Ray, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the K&C Masterpiece, and coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets, 2 new Hall of Famers, and the trends that show who will be next to get the call right here on The Fan.
More new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
In the gap to left center. Can Andrew catch up with it? A diving catch ends the game! Andrew Jones does it again with a tremendous diving grab in the alley in left center field, preserving Tom Glavine's 22nd career shutout.
And that sounds like an awesome play. I hope that guy makes the Hall of Fame. Right now...
I'm Glavine?
I mean, him too. I think that already happened. Right now, it's a Wednesday, so let's do some baseball nuggets. Love you, Dawson. Let's talk about the Hall of Fame. There were, in fact, 2 Hall of Famers. About a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was worried that Carlos Beltran would be the only I don't know if worried is the right word. I thought perhaps Carlos Beltran might be the only one. But Andrew Jones made the cut as well. So this year, you get 2 Hall of Famers. Do you have an issue with either one of them?
Not really.
I have an issue with Beltran, but I get it.
The fact that you get 2 actually makes it better for me. Yesterday, I was really upset about the potential of just 1 being in.
Okay.
That I was like, just cancel it. Don't even do the Hall of Fame anymore at this point. But I loved watching Jones play.
Yes.
I mean, if you had TBS.
Oh, yeah.
And you were in that era, that was something you got to see. You got to see some day baseball. I know Broadus loves day baseball. And we get home from school and you get to see him go out there and play. And he was awesome. And what was even crazier about that, Kevin, is playing baseball my whole life. Everybody that played in the outfield wanted to be him.
For sure.
They wanted to make plays like him, and as they're making those diving catches, they wanted to go da-da-da, da-da-da. In their minds, they were like, this is a highlight reel that Jones would do.
Are you sad at all that Andrew Jones feels like the type of player that for some kind of fades away generationally? Now, I know that's not the case because he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know how many people who are baseball fans now really know who that is.
Well, and here's another thing to add to that. One of the reasons we really know Ozzie Smith is because of This Week in Baseball.
I could see
Not
that.
because he was the host, because he was in the introduction.
And he did a flip.
He was doing the flip in the introduction. You would frequently, with that show, they would go back in the day and they'd show you highlights too. In addition to stuff that happened that week, they'd be like, hey, remember this play that Ozzie Smith made? And so, yes, to get that exceptional play from him, you can't go look at the stats. You have to have seen it. And so, yes, because we don't have something like that, maybe there is something on YouTube now that's like that for the kids, that's how they can consume it. But it does feel like that goes missing because we don't have something that brings that to the forefront, and those defensive plays and how special those actually are. Because you'll get the top 10 on ESPN, but I don't really think it encapsulates all that great stuff. With Beltran, dude, he had some special defensive plays also.
For sure.
He had some special moments as a young player that you were just like, holy crap, this guy has hit the scene. I thought early on in his career, I was like, that's going to be a Hall of Fame player.
It's just weird because, then didn't he eventually get fired from his job with the Mets? And they were like, you can't have that job, but you can be in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody to keep an eye out on. Cole Hamels. There's no way I would have thought Cole Hamels would be a Hall of Famer, but herein lies the confusion that is the Baseball Hall of Fame. He got 23.8% of the vote. Compared to trying to get 75, that's bad.
Okay.
Except for in the Baseball Hall of Fame, where if you debut at that number, you have a better than decent shot at making it to the Hall of Fame. So over the next 9 years, he just needs to tick up 51.2%, and he's in.
He was a really good pitcher.
He was.
And he was really good to the media. Kevin, I think that's going to be one of the big factors for him. And
I agree with you.
He swung through Texas and he played in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I think they're because of what he did, dude, think about this. We love him. And we've talked to him a couple times. He's awesome every single time.
Agreed.
And I mean, you walk away from a conversation with him and you're like, man, that was time well spent. So I think that's going to be one of the factors is he was a really good pitcher. Has some things that qualify, like as his no-hitters go. He has that. He won World Series.
Yeah, postseason he did very well.
Yeah, postseason pitching, he was fantastic. So I think all of those things are going to put him in that category, whether you look at the entire body of it and just go, that's not what it takes to get there. He was a Hall of Very good guy.
Yeah.
But there are going to be people that make the argument based on the relationship they had with him and some of the other points that he had in his career.
Personally, on that front, you know how I've always felt about this. I think you need to look no further than David Ortiz and Barry Bonds for seeing how being nice to the media can make a difference.
Oh, absolutely.
Even when you both did the exact same thing.
Yeah,
Now,
and you potentially got the TV station FCC violated by dropping an F-bomb.
That is true. Now, who's going to be next? It feels very clear that among remaining people on the ballot, Chase Utley will be next to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he'll make the jump all the way next year as he finished at 59.1%, but I think it's a pretty smart bet that within the next 2 years, Chase Utley is going to be in the Hall of Fame, especially because the next 2 years are not particularly overwhelming with candidates. Next year, you've got Buster Posey. Feels like very, very likely that
Guarantee
Buster Posey
that one,
will go in the Hall of Fame.
Lock it in.
And then in 2028, it's Albert Pujols. And he's a no-brainer Hall of Famer.
If Buster Posey doesn't get in, Bruce Bochy would just go punch the Hall of Fame and be like, there you go.
Yes.
Now he's in.
I mean, I could see that.
Chase Utley had a stretch where he was very good.
I agree.
A stretch where he was very good.
I think Chase Utley should be in the Hall of Very Good. But I'm telling you, based on the percentages,
he's probably going to be in.
He is going to be in the Hall of Fame in the next 2 years. But let's talk about Andy Pettitte in the confusing way that people in the Hall of Fame vote. Alex Rodriguez. He already said he's made his peace with the fact that he's not going to make the Hall of Fame. He topped out at 40%. Manny Ramirez, this was his last year of contemporary ballot Hall of Fame. He got 38.8%. Why? They're both great, but maybe attitude for one, but the specter of performance-enhancing drugs on both of them. And then there's Andy Pettitte, who this year, in his 8th year on the ballot, you get 10 years on the contemporary ballot, jumped up from 27.9 to 48.5%. That's a big-ass jump, so more than 20%. So the question is, in the next 2 years, will Andy Pettitte make the Hall of Fame? And if the answer is yes, my question is, why? Here's a person who got busted for PEDs twice and lied about it to begin with. He's like, I have never used PEDs. And then they found that he had, and he goes, okay, except for that one time that I needed it to come back from injury. And then later he was like, except for those 2 times that I needed to come back from injury. So Andy Pettitte is a cheater. Why does he move up? I'm just looking for some consistency. To your point about like the red light and everything. Yeah. That's fine. Yes. Just give me some consistency with Bonds, A-Rod, Clemens, Manny, if you're going to put Pettitte in.
Yeah, no,
which they might.
Do you think minus that he's worthy?
No.
ALCS MVP.
Yeah, I hear you, but like that's the thing.
19-11 in the playoffs.
I'm not sure how good his resume is without the cheating. You know what I'm saying? Like with Bonds, you're like, well, clearly we all know that story.
Yeah.
No, he's worthy, but how much of that was factored in by the cheating?
That's a good question, and that's why I don't care.
Okay,
you know,
I hear you.
That's why, because I can't justify that. And what cheating happened prior to the steroid era that we know of?
Yeah.
That we have guys in there that they had cheated. They cheated the game in some way, shape, or form, and we just act like it didn't happen.
Yeah, and like I said, I understand your point. Just give me some consistency on the issue.
Exactly.
And I'll roll along with you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Just real quick, let me throw this out there. Luis Robert did get traded to the Mets. One of the things that was interesting about that is part of the trade going back was Luis Angel Acuna, obviously former Ranger prospect that we've traded along the way. And then the White Sox also pick up Truman Pauly. Coming up next, our NFL draft focus continues. And I know we're going to start with Keldrick Falk next right here on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we are going to dive back into our NFL draft and player breakdown discussions. Gentlemen, who are we starting with today?
Guys, we are going to be rocking with Keldrick Falk. Before we get to that, though, there's a couple things I wanted to do real quick, if that's okay.
Sure.
I see a story, Kevin, and I see right now the Bills group is on. Dov Kleiman said that the owner,
not a real person,
Terry Pagula, roasted Keon Coleman and said that the entire coaching staff was pushing for him to be there. And then Dov Kleiman also posted a video. So this is wild that he's not real, but he keeps doing this. I'm with you, though. I don't think he's real either.
He posts some of the dumbest things.
Of Brandon Beane reacting to his 40, and he goes, "I'm glad Coleman ran that. It'll help get him." So the question is, who's lying here? Because was it the coaching staff or was it Brandon Beane? Or was Brandon Beane told by the coaching staff, we got to get this guy? And he was like, all right, I guess that'll help me push to get him. He ran a 4.57. I don't know. I don't know exactly who, but Brandon Beane is always a target for me, Kevin.
By the way, just as an aside to all of that, they're saying that Josh Allen might need to undergo a foot procedure. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Although Brandon Beane said it wouldn't affect his availability for the offseason. But do you believe him now?
I don't.
Is what you just said.
What kind of foot procedure? Do you know? Does he need to put a little lotion on it?
No, this is not about the conversation we had off air about, like, we were talking about if some attractive lady was on with us at Super Bowl Radio Row. I don't want to call out any names unless you really want to go there.
No, we're good.
And Corey's like, hey, did you figure out a way to, like, fix your feet and stuff? And she had a lotion endorsement. And then it turned into this weird, like, fan fiction where she started putting lotion on her feet and made our YouTube collapse while we're at Radio Row. So there you go.
Would our YouTube collapse if somebody put lotion on their feet?
If it was a hot lady, probably.
Probably so. All right. Yesterday, Kevin, we were asked by Tolos to take a look at Mason Thomas, Kendall Daniels, Cole Wisniewski, and a guy named Ben Roberts. All right.
Oh, he used to work here.
Nope, that's a different dude. So, Alec, we'll put those into the bag, and we'll dip at some point to see what we can find there. But we did look at Keldrick Falk. My question to you right now is, what is if you're rolling through position of need? Because the Cowboys don't do
cornerback.
The Cowboys don't do best player available. They did with CeeDee Lamb.
It feels like they do.
Because CeeDee Lamb fell into their lap.
Yeah.
But Steven will tell you best player available at position of need. And that's their approach to it. And you know what? Sometimes that's probably the best way to do it because you don't need this other guy sometimes, but you do need this player. But don't reach down to get him. That's always the way I feel it.
Right.
Don't reach down to get the player. Figure something else out there if you're going to get BPA. So you think cornerback is?
I think I would go cornerback and then edge. Look, I don't think you can go wrong addressing either issue.
Would you rather do linebacker in free agency? Is that
correct?
Spend some money in free agency to get the right linebacker.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Both because of the economics of NFL free agency and because areas of need. Though all three levels.
Do you
of
like
your
the experience of a veteran linebacker more too? I'm trying to figure out because there's plenty of linebackers in this draft.
I do, but it just feels like every time our level of experience is whoever is commensurate with the person who will take $3 million or less.
That's absolutely how that feels for sure. Kevin, I'm glad you said edge because Keldrick Falk was the second person we watched.
And I have questions once y'all go through this.
He is 6'6", 285 pounds out of Auburn. And he has, when I was watching him, was like, dude, this guy has great. I love the size. I love the structure. I love the frame. But I definitely feel like he can put some weight on that frame and add a little more to.
Which that was the discussion with Styles yesterday too, right?
Yes. I think he can add more to his frame. And I don't know if you felt this way. I didn't feel like he had a bull rush move that I really loved, but he played with a lot of speed, has impact on he has burst and impact whenever he gets past the line of scrimmage. And that was something that I really like. Strong hands. I see him snag running backs as they're running by and get a hold of them, and he's got them. Like if he's out of position, he still has the strong hands to be able to make a play like that. I think he plays pretty high. I don't know if you felt the same way as far as like his...
In terms of pad level?
Pad level's high. And that was something that I saw frequently that I was like, that's not going to work in the NFL. It works at that level sometimes, but it doesn't work within the NFL. He doesn't play with that bull rush style, uses his feet to through the offensive line gaps, and then to put himself in position to make stops in the run game. So he does have good footwork. That was something that I really liked about him, but he also has that length to tip passes that I hope he uses more at the NFL level.
Really long arms. I think that helps in some of the reach that you were talking about when runners might get past other people. They're not going to get past this guy. He is a massive human already, and the fact that I think he could put on more size is terrifying. This is a freak of nature. He's 6'6", and he floated around 285 this season. When you talk about freaks of nature, this guy squatted 700 pounds and bench pressed 415 in the offseason.
Lord.
He is a freak of nature that can get stronger, and I think will with an NFL strength training program. But great size and frame. I think he has pretty much an NFL-ready body frame, but he still could get bigger. Impressive strength and physicality at the point of attack. Some of the things that will bite him, though, some of the twitch and overall athleticism for a prospect of that caliber, not really there. Not the quickest get-off, but he does have that bull rush move that you said, to where he can win with strength, but he's not going to be the quickest guy off the line, which is a little bit concerning. Needs to learn how to use his hands a little bit more, because he does rely on that raw strength a lot. But he doesn't get first contact a lot with offensive linemen, I've noticed. He'll give up his chest a lot, which NFL offensive linemen will bully you if you give up your chest immediately, and that goes to what you said. What does he do? He plays really high. So he needs to adjust the pad level and stuff, but the intangibles are there. A little bit stiff, less than great bend, but he will show some lateral movement ability. All of these things, they're not bad things. They make me think that he projects as an interior player.
Yeah, that was like a David Irving type. Like a David Irving type dude that you could put on the inside and occasionally flip to the outside.
Exactly.
One of the things...
Hold on, can we pause right there?
Yep.
Because that answers one of the questions I was going to ask. How do you reconcile, and this is not by any means just about Falk. Quite frankly, I think more questions should be asked about production of Arvell Reese in college. What do you do with a lack of production that you're theoretically drafting him for, because he only had 2 sacks this year? I know last year he had 7. But when you talk about him maybe playing more interior, that kind of answers my question. But just a general...
Do you feel like you need to do anything there right now? Like this is the thing. If you're gonna draft an edge, you need to draft an edge.
Yes.
If you're gonna draft a guy that you can move to the inside, or we need Kenny Clark and Osa and Quinn, like that's the thing. We've invested there, and at this point, for the Cowboys specifically, and again, all these conversations at the moment are taking place without knowing who the defensive coordinator is,
which could push this one way or another.
Yeah, we got to wait to figure out exactly what our future defensive coordinator is going to want to do, and what's most important to him, because he might come in and say middle linebacker is the only thing I need, and once I get that, I can work everything from there on. So that's the. But yes, I'm not a fan of it, but I love being able to move lots of players around. If I was able to slide him inside, move Osa outside for a play, or a couple different series, those kinds of things, maybe that could be a benefit to me. So,
would you like to see Osa more on the outside?
I kind of would. But I don't know if there's a defensive coordinator out there that has the balls to do that. That he's just like, you know what, this might be a little different, a little risky, but I'm going to go try this out. And he has to prepare for it too. I don't know exactly how. I'm not going to say just go be out there. I want dudes that I just throw them on the defensive line, and now the offensive lineman's looking, going, crap. They're all over the place. That's what I want out of my defense. I want variety. And position flex on the defensive line, for me, position flex is awesome because you can move them in and out, you can slide them all over the place, and nobody knows what's coming. And that's what I'm hoping to get out of a player that I could get like that if that's the case. But you need to. A lot of guys, they're like, this is what you are. You're stuck in this box, and we're not doing anything else with you. And I don't necessarily think that that's how I would run a defense if I was doing it.
All right. And then just real quick, Alex, same general question to you. How do you factor in the scouting of a player at a specific position? Now, we can talk about position change, obviously, when maybe they don't have the production in college to match.
I think it depends player to player, and what I mean by that is, let's just make it Cowboys-centric here and talk about on the other side of the ball, Tyler Smith. Coming out of college, playing left tackle, what was the issue? Holtz. People were saying he was way too handsy, and in the NFL, they're going to flag that every single time. So what do? You kick him inside, and a lot of those issues disappear. I think part of the lack of production this season is because Falk was asked to do a lot of different things because he does have that position flex. He's played in several different alignments. He's been like a shade nose tackle at points to sometimes being asked to be a stand-up outside linebacker. Mm-hmm. Like, he's been asked to do a ton of things. I think he's best in odd fronts as a 4-tech, but he could be a base end in the NFL. He could be a really good base end in the NFL. I think because he had that flex, they might have asked him to do more than you would have liked when you want to look at box scores and when you want to look at stats. When you actually watch him, you're like, oh, he's playing here, he's playing left side, he's playing right side, he's playing all over the place. So I don't really worry about the production in terms of numbers, whereas some of the stuff like Corey mentioned, when I'm watching games against good power running teams, he's the guy making first contact on inside runs. He's the guy that's stopping inside zone most of the time, and that's stuff that isn't typically going to show up because it is beyond the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, to add on to what he just said there, this is another couple notes. He is lightning quick when he sees the running back and then goes tracks down. He sees and goes. And that's something like his reaction on that in the run game, really good. He is one of the notes that I saw on him that I love the most too was disciplined when it comes to containment. When it comes to containing the edge, he does not leave his assignment. He doesn't go track down. He doesn't go chase down stats. He's like, my assignment is this. If I don't do this, the whole defense is screwed. So what did we see What have we seen the last couple of years? We've been like, hey man, I got to go get that 13th sack.
Right.
And sometimes it was in detriment to the defense.
Right.
He doesn't. In my mind, I don't think he has a lot of pass rush moves yet. We were kind of talking about like he uses his hands to move offensive linemen, but he doesn't use them a lot to get past offensive linemen. That's something he uses his foot quickness to do that a lot. But the other thing too, when we struggle with this, Kevin, he has the speed to track down quarterbacks that get to the outside. And
oh Lord, we should have started with that.
and that's something that's something that I like about the player a lot too. But overall, like if he's sitting there, I'm not saying the same thing I said about Styles yesterday. But if he's sitting there and you feel like this is the edge that you want, there might be some other guys that make the impressions. These are the first two that we started with.
Okay, well let me ask you this: since you started with these two, and obviously if you look at early mock drafts, you see them in similar positions.
Yes, yeah.
Just in terms of where they go off the board, not in terms of the player. They're both there. You pick who?
I'm taking the linebacker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alec?
I'm taking Styles.
Okay. Now, somebody I'm going to also request, you are taking requests to add to the list. Can we please do a deep dive on Caleb Downs? Because to me, the idea that he would be available even close to 12 is insanity, but you continue to see maybe 8, 9. I don't know if you like, hey, we need to trade up, but for a team that hasn't really cared about safety in a long time, the idea that Caleb Downs, who I think might have the the highest floor of any single player in this draft really intrigues me.
All right, we're on it, dude.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
You want that tomorrow?
I would love that tomorrow, if that's okay with you.
That work
guys.
for you?
Works with me.
Caleb Downs tomorrow.
Boom! Spoiler, my favorite player in the draft.
There we go.
See, so you're probably with me before you even deep dive further about him maybe having the highest floor.
That's right.
I think it's even higher than Mendoza's floor.
Yes, 100%.
All right, coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I'm becoming a fan of Cam Newton in 2026. Next on The Fan. Plus, they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. And right now, great time to get involved in the conversation because it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alex, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah.
Did you see how sad he was when he learned he wasn't going to win the title off Money in the Bank?
Yeah, that was heartbreaking. That's
Do you
how
think he heard it and he was like, yeah.
He does sad yes. Like in his real life. Man.
Maybe.
Yeah. Gets his heart broken. He's just, I kind of like that. I hate that he's sad, but I kind of like that concept. You heard it from Kevin, but so nice we'll say it twice. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, another reason why I think I'm becoming a fan of Cam Newton, the broadcaster. We'll get to that here.
Interesting.
In just
Is it the
a
hats?
little bit.
I know you wear the upside down Dallas hats, but you've always struck me as somebody who I think, if you really put your mind to it, could pull off the more flamboyant hat on a day-to-day basis.
I think that too. There's something about your head shape.
I don't know what it is,
and it's his facial hair. It's one thing, and the glasses. You could put a lid on that thing,
sure,
and it's one of those not like a cowboy hat. It's the new hat. It's this hat right here, Kevin. I don't know what it's called. That hat right there.
Yeah,
not an Indiana Jones hat.
The white girl
more
hat.
Flat. Yeah, the white girl, the indie hat, if you will.
See, and you could be the cool professor.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you sit down in front of your class with the chair backwards. So they're like, hey, he gets
us. Yeah, he gets us because of this.
Man, there's always that one teacher that has that like super intimidating stance or just weird thing that they do like that. It's usually the art teachers, isn't it? Where they're checking on your line work, on your silhouette sketch, and their like legs are split all the way as they're leaning over the table. It's like, why are you like this?
Dude, we had a science teacher once who I wasn't sure how much they knew about science because they were also a coach. And I don't mean to say that coaches can't know about science. I'm just saying the way he taught us, I wasn't sure how much about science he knew. And one day he was not getting people to pay attention. And so we had a big pillar in our classroom and he smacked one of those big rulers across it and it broke. Man, we were all locked in after that.
You better be after that. I've got a great science teacher story for off air. I'll tell you during the commercial.
He really needed us to pay attention so we knew when he was going to pass out the worksheet to keep us busy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I always loved the coach teachers because they were either the most intimidating figures or the easiest classes you would ever take. That's why I always liked them. We're going to go to the National Day calendar where we see today. It's National Grandma Day. Shout out to the grandmas.
I love my grandmas.
Both my grandmas are dead.
Yeah, they're no longer with us, but I loved them.
Well,
they were fantastic people.
Can I tell you a fun grandma story, though, about a grandma who's still alive?
Yes.
Noah's grandmother, my mom, I don't think he really understands that, but last time she came over, he goes, "Hey, Daddy, look, it's my friend Grandma." And I was like, uh-huh.
Yeah.
I am familiar.
I remember in kindergarten trying to make people my cousin. And I didn't understand the concept of cousins actually being family. I thought they were just friends that you just dubbed that. So, I would always, my mom would be like, so, who did you work with on this little assignment? I was like, oh, my cousin. She's like, your cousins go to Kennedale ISD. They don't go there. I'm like, that's my cousin. They're my friend. She's like, no, that's not how that works. Took me about a calendar year to figure out how cousins work.
It can be tough.
Yeah, it was.
Did you recruit them to be cousins, or were you forcing it?
No, I recruited them. I was like, hey, you should be my cousin because you are cool.
I like that.
And we are friends. And they're like, yes, I agree. So there you go. It's International Playdate Day. So schedule a play date if you're into that. It's International Sweatpants Day as well.
I'm about to put on my sweatshirt, courtesy of Odyssey.
Oh, nice.
I got the long sleeve shirt. It's got wrinkles in it, so I'm not going to put it on.
Dude, sweatpant day, huh?
Yeah.
Like gray sweatpants?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Alec, or
big
Aiden,
day
why'd
for
you
the
look like
ladies.
that? What's Aiden, like, his head popped up real fast because yeah, that's a thing. Women think they can just go around and talk about this stuff on the internet. They're like, oh my gosh, it's gray sweatpant month. They get so excited about it. And I feel like that's not, like, what are we? Are we just slabs of steak here, Kevin?
I mean, but the gray sweatpants will reveal if you're not.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
You're a part of a kebab.
Women say, hey, do not treat me, objectify me. Yet they go nuts during gray sweatpants.
All right,
month.
because of that,
You know how women are.
I know, PJ.
Washington.
I think that's a good point. I just texted Jess, do you know about gray sweatpants? I just want to see what her reaction's going to be.
I do. I shouldn't have read that one. It is also National Cheesy Socks Day. So if you got any corny socks, this is your day. I've never been the creative sock guy.
You know why I started getting more creative socks? Because I read an article out of this like Vanity Fair or something, and it says socks for men are just like underwear for women, and women might be attracted to your socks and be like, ooh, I like your socks. Those are nice. And I was like, oh, all right. I'm just saying, when I read that article, I did not have a wife. Now I do have a wife.
Do you intentionally wear low cut pants so that your socks show off more?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, whoops, my sock is showing. I was really big on that in the 2000s.
Alec, I get Target brand whatever low ankle socks. That's all I do. All right, all I ever do.
Yeah.
Kevin one day was like, "You need to up your sock game," and I was like, "Why?" And he was like, I was like, I'm married, so it doesn't matter. We had Adrian on, and she was like, yeah, he definitely could upgrade his sock game. And I was like, what does it matter? I'm already with you.
Aren't you the same person who's like, I always try to date my wife?
It's true.
See? That's all she's asking
I just wanted to show her my ankles.
I'm scandalous.
Saving that. I don't know why.
Just remember, Alec, there was a time when they're like, oh, that gal's a trollop. She was showing her ankles all around town. That's where we used to be. And then we got WAP as the #1 song.
Wings and pizza. Gotta love
That's
it.
right.
That's a great football feast right there, if you ask me. But I just wanted to be known for anybody that might care. I do wear Adidas Addy Zero socks. I invest in my socks.
Okay.
But it's also National Hugging Day. Give somebody a hug. But it is Thank Your Mentor Day.
Oh,
well. It is Thank Your Mentor Day.
Thank you for bringing this up, Alec.
Yes.
You're welcome.
And reminder, I tweet the question of the day before the show now, so if you want some time to think about it, at Alec on the radio. But for Thank Your Mentor Day, what's the best piece of advice you've gotten? 877-881-1053.
Oh, that's nice.
I just got hugged,
one of Alec's mentors stepped in to give him a hug on
This is
National
the
Hug and
tightest
Mentor
hug I've
Day.
ever received.
You know,
via
one
Tim
of
Collins.
one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was not spending too much of your time. Better not spending too much of your time focusing on the critiques of people that you would never go to for advice.
Yeah.
And that is something that I've been guilty of, and we've talked about it, is you can get like 100 positive fan texts. Then you get that one, it's like, oh, you guys are homers, you know, blah, blah, blah. And it just like really sticks with you. So I definitely appreciate that piece of advice.
Yeah, I think be available was one that I got that I was like, all right, I got to figure out how to. Now, I was very fortunate that Adrian was able to pay the bills, all right? That being said, I hustled 4 or 5 different jobs at a time. So I was doing lots of different things to make sure that I'd contributed in my household also. But be available set us up. Because we were asked, can you do 2 weeks during drive time? Can you do this? Can you do that? And we kept saying yes. And it kept giving us opportunities, and then we became the people that they went to for things. And then we got the experience, the notoriety with the fan base also that put us in position to be here. And so by being available, we were able to do a lot more, I think, because of it.
I think you'll be able to figure out that I used to watch this show with my significant other. I did a not like a TED Talk, is way lower scale, but I did a talk, and I called it "Say Yes to the Press."
Look at that. The other one, though, is, and I know this is ridiculous, let it go. Let it go.
Frozen.
And this is, because this is a piece Mark Followell told my class. And I've talked with Mark Followell on a lot of different things throughout, because I've known him for a while. And he was talking to my class, and he said it's the Bob Ortigal story. Bob Ortigal was at Drake, and the college, and they'd won some games and were doing well, and he was feeling good about himself, and his athletic director walked by and was like, "How's everything going?" He's like, "Man, we're feeling really good right now." And he goes, "Just remember, half the people out there love you, the other half think you're S." And if you can remind yourself that for every time somebody texts in the bad thing, there's one out there that's texting in the good thing. It's you can't think too high of yourself, but you can't think too low of yourself either. And that's always been helpful, because then I can just let it go and move on with my life.
I like it. The best piece of advice, I've gotten tons of great advice because I've been lucky to network with some very successful and great people. But I think one that sticks with me, the late, great Ted Nichols Payne and I used to have some of the best just life conversations. Whatever, like I would be up here on a weekend, and him being the workhorse he is, he would be up there at the old studio on a weekend for no good reason, just doing extra work because he could and wanted to. And we'd just stop and chat for half an hour or whatever. And he told me to just be authentic all the time, because he was like, your authenticity is what's going to get you paid one day.
Yeah.
He was like, people will see right through you if you're not. So just continue being authentic. It's going to suck for a while, but it's going to get you where you want to be eventually. So he said, just keep being you, keep doing what you're doing. As long as you're the same person every single day, it's going to reward you at some point in time. That has always stuck with me.
I think that's one of the reasons he liked our show.
Right.
We spent a lot of time with Ted.
Sure.
But he always did tell us, he was like, y'all are my favorite show. And I'm not lying about that. That is one of the things that he would tell us. He was like, don't tell everybody else. Crap. But he would say that, and he was like, because I like you guys.
Yeah.
Y'all are y'all on the radio and off air too. And so I always appreciated that about Ted.
There's some great responses coming in. 877-881-1053. The best advice that you have ever gotten. The 972 is saying the cold never bothered me anyway. Shout out Frozen. I like that. But from the 817, the best advice I received was good enough means the job is not done.
I could see that.
I like that a lot. But let's see. I like this from the Iron Sheik from the 469. Best advice is take a minute out of your day to be nice to someone, you dumb SOB.
You MF and jabroni, I feel like most of the time.
If you need a good laugh, just look at the Iron Sheik's last tweet before he passed away. I can't say what he said on the air, but it's very entertaining. Appreciate the interaction there. And real quick, a good 30 seconds from Cam Newton here. I'm starting to like him as an analyst. I really am. And he was on First Take talking about Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. And I just think objectively his analysis has been awesome lately. And he is spot on right here.
Why are we tiptoeing around the obvious issue here? And it's the underperforming Josh Allen.
Talk about it.
Like, I mean, as a person who was this was supposed to be his year. The quarterbacks that you're going up against or potentially going up against was Bo Nix, Drake May, and C.J. Stroud. And when you start to think about your performance in Denver, you had an opportunity to win, and you didn't. So as we critique Josh Allen, people are losing their jobs because of Josh Allen. For as great as Josh Allen is, he has not showed the clutch gene that we judge the quarterbacks off of.
Look, I agree, and I feel like we've been pretty consistent the last several days talking about the fault that he holds in that loss. Absolutely, I agree, especially when I think it's their owner who came out and said, hey, the loss to Denver definitely made the difference in firing their coach. Well, Josh Allen, a humongous part of that with all the turnovers.
People just get blinded because of the good guy. You know, like it's easy to root for somebody, so he's got to be right in every scenario, right?
Yeah.
4 turnovers, but the defense, but the refs. We got to stop doing this at some point when the same guy has been in the same position multiple times and hasn't gotten the job done yet. You have to objectively say maybe he just doesn't have it. And that's okay.
No, I'm with you on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, how the Rams changed the game and the Seahawks responded. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
4th and 2. Purdy in trouble and sacked. Leonard Williams and the Seahawks take over.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Yeah, I'm going to start with a story that, Corey, I think you're going to love.
I love.
Ben Johnson, talking about building off the playoff experience for the Bears, said, quote, "There is no building off of this. We go back to square one. We're back at the bottom again. If you feel otherwise, you're probably missing the big picture. We're gonna start from scratch. We've got to start with the fundamentals."
Bam!
Do you love it?
Do love it. Hearing Dak at the end of the year go, let's try and catch some momentum. Hearing CeeDee Lamb say, I was like, no, man. You're not catching momentum for next year.
Yeah. We won a game at the beginning of January. Let's go.
Every year is what it is. Okay? It is that season. The next season, you don't have the carryover. Now, you personally carry over your traumas from it or whatever, or your successes. You carry those things over. Maybe you do carry over some confidence. But Ben Johnson is right about this. As a coaching staff, you have to go back and say, all right, what do I have and what can I start with? And the fundamentals part, you have to do that every year. You do. You absolutely have to. Gentlemen, this is a football. Almost every single year to give them a base, and then you go from there. And hope, like for a guy like him, his plan is you build throughout the season and get better by the end of the year. And that's what they did throughout the year. They got better by the end.
Now, the fact that these two teams are playing each other just makes this kind of move and counter move situation even more fascinating to me. But I want to talk about the Rams and the Seahawks. All right. So the Rams, a while back, they kind of turned the league on its head by using a lot more 13 offensive personnel.
Yeah.
So that's the one running back, one wide receiver,
every
three tight ends. Yes, exactly.
Every tight end on the roster.
Exactly. So the 11 personnel is still the norm across the NFL. And if you're curious about that, that's the 3 wide receiver structure. That's still what you're going to see a lot of. But the Rams went in a different direction. So as offenses were going with 3 wide receivers, they were theoretically getting lighter with their personnel groupings, because I like actually lighter. Because you'll see your average wide receiver will be less heavy than your average tight end. So defenses adjusted with more nickel and dime packages.
Yep, they were nickel and diming them.
All right. Very, very well done. And so teams were getting bigger in response, as with the Rams example. So some defenses leaned more back into the base packages. So it's kind of like a response to the response, and then you need a response to the response.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this years ago when you started to see like colleges doing more dime stuff.
Correct.
TCU is like, we don't have these things, but we can make up for it with speed. And so we're going to use speed as our thing to counter what most colleges are, and that is a spread offense.
Yes. Okay. So defenses started to get back to their base packages. But then there's Seattle. So if the league countered to Los Angeles and then you needed to counter to the counter, now I guess we're to the point where the Seahawks are countering the counter to the counter. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the breakdown of what they have done defensively throughout the year, do you know they have 5 or more defensive backs on the field 92.5% of their snaps this year?
Really?
92.5%. That is by far the most in the league per Next Gen Stats. All right. And one of the reasons for that is what they like to do is instead of, you would assume in that situation, you're going to go ahead and drop a safety down in the box to help protect against the run. But for the most part, Seattle stays with 2 deep coverages, and they continue to have both of their safeties deep. And what does that mean, and why does it work? It's because Mike McDaniel continues to trust his defensive line at the point of attack and then trust his secondary to run the alley if it is going to be a run. And so I didn't get a chance to read all the article, but I know the morning news was like, hey, take a look at Seattle's defensive turnaround. The Cowboys are hoping they can do that. Well, right there in that description shows how far you have to go, right? Do you trust your defensive line up front to control the point of attack and the line of scrimmage? And if so, do you trust your secondaries once you see it is a run play or the run play is in action to move up down the alleys to be able to seal off the edges? Because clearly that was a nightmare for the Cowboys this season.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we discuss so much about how important the trenches are, is because that controls what you can do with everything else. I mean, just think about the offensive side of the ball. If your offensive line can control the game, you can throw, you can run, you can do whatever you want. And that's why McVay has really done this, because he can control matchups, but also has the ability to pass to these guys too. That's one of the reasons that McVay utilizes the tight ends. The Patriots did this a lot with the Gronk, Aaron Hernandez stuff. They knew they had mismatches at tight end. They could virtually do whatever they wanted in that. And at the time, because defenses and offenses are cyclical, they go away for a minute because, well, we found a way to defeat it.
Yeah, and this will be too.
And then the way that it gets brought back is personnel. Can your personnel do it? That's why when you're building a team, don't build it to beat an opponent. Build it to be able to beat every opponent. You know, you're acquiring players. I always use the Spurs as the example. The Spurs in the Tim Duncan era could do whatever you could do, just as good as you.
And look, how effective has it been? Well, they held opponents to a league-low 3.7 yards per carry. They have not allowed a 100-yard rusher in 27 games. That is both the longest active streak in the league and a franchise best. Look at what happened against San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey had 35 yards on 11 carries. Mm-hmm. He was the second leading rusher for the team behind Brock Purdy. It's just staggering to see. And this is yet another game with inside the game that I'm excited for with the NFC Championship game, which I'm glad it's second because that clearly feels like the main event.
Yeah, and I know DeMarcus Lawrence travels there. What did we love about DeMarcus? What's the thing we loved about DeMarcus Lawrence?
Stop the run.
He could stop the run. We just destroyed him for not getting enough sacks, but that's something that he did, and he knew whenever he went up there, that was going to be asked of him. Now, was there laughter when he said he could win a Super Bowl with them? Not a lot of people believed in the Seahawks. Hell, not a lot of people even knew they had a team. And sometimes they get forgotten on the top 10 lists of the playoff teams. That happens sometimes. But whenever he went up there, he knew what his responsibility was going to be, and he knew what he was good at, and so he knew that he was a good fit for that as well. And what Michael McDaniel asks of his defense, you saw it in Baltimore. Whenever he was in Baltimore, it was the same thing. That front four is getting after you, and they're also doing a good job of keeping you from being able to run against them.
And that's why some people, if you want to credit it to Mike McDaniel, obviously he takes some credit for it. Some folks have called him the Sean McVay of defenses. I was reading a really interesting thing with John Schneider where he said he prayed for the Baltimore Ravens to lose the 2023 AFC Championship game so he could interview McDaniel quicker. And
I want to. Okay, go ahead.
Well, and people familiar with Mike McDaniel said, wait until you look into that guy's eyes. And once you did, when you heard him talking about football, he's like, all right, got it. He's the dude.
Go back to
Good job, Ravens.
When he was a graduate assistant at Georgia under Kirby Smart. Where do you think a lot of these concepts and ideas came from? He built on that, dude. He built on those basics that that he learned there and added to as he went to Baltimore. He was like, oh, yeah, this is why NFL talent's so important.
Absolutely. And quick hitting these things, John Harbaugh says people don't need to sweat the power structure. He said that discussion's being overblown. I'm sure it is because he gets to skip the GM. Also, the Mike McDaniel did take the job as Chargers offensive coordinator, and Brian Daboll interviewed for Eagles offensive coordinator. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the remaining NFL playoff teams and quarterbacks right here in The Fan.
go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Eric Chiafalo showed the exact amount of hustle I needed to get that question in before we came back on the air.
He brings a good topic for crosstalk later.
Man, you know what? If he wants to bring that up in crosstalk, well...
what can we do about it, you know?
Pretty much nothing. All right. It is time to power rank the remaining NFL playoff teams and quarterbacks. And the way I would like to do this is I would like you to rank Denver with and without Bo Nix. So we will have 5 for both Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, as well as Denver with and without Bo Nix. Would you like to start with the teams or the quarterbacks?
Let's go with the quarterbacks.
All right. Should I assume, before we continue any further, that both of you would have Jarrett Stidham at number 5?
No.
No?
No.
Who is your number 5?
Sam Darnold.
You shut your...
What do you mean?
Gosh darn mouth.
Look, his defense is... You just laid out how good his defense is.
You think Jarrett Stidham is better than Sam Darnold? Stop it. Stop it.
Kevin, we really haven't seen Stidham play enough. And I think if we get that opportunity, then maybe we might change our minds about what he actually is. Plus, didn't his coach, Sean Payton call him Stiddy or something like that too? And
That's it. I hope you get Trayvon Diggs.
All right, name all the quarterbacks, Kevin. We got Stafford. Mm-hmm. We got Drake May. Mm-hmm. We have Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. Bo Nix, and then Jarrett Stidham. That would be my rankings at the moment.
Okay. I don't know if
I might even put Nix above Darnold.
I don't know if I heard all of those.
All right.
Give me your 4 and 3.
Matt Stafford. 4 and 3. I think I'm moving.
I feel like we've done this
I think I'm moving Nix above Sam Darnold. So it would be Nix, then Sam Darnold.
All right.
Then Jarrett Stidham.
Stop. Okay.
Old Stiddy.
All right, Alec, if you've got Stidham 5th, where would you put Nix, who would you put 4 and 3?
Ooh, this is tough. I'd still say that Nix is probably at the bottom for me in any scenario, if we're being totally honest. 3, I'd put Sammy D.
Okay, so you guys both have the same top 2 quarterbacks, but what order do they go in? Corey Majors.
Drake May might throw the prettiest ball in all of football. However, the experience goes to the old man.
Okay.
The Highland Park Kid, as they call him around these parts.
You just said old man and then kid. Okay.
Well, it's right what they call him here, Kevin, is Highland Park Kid.
Gotcha.
And that would be one Matthew Stafford, the number 1 quarterback in these playoffs. Plus, I love the weapons he has to throw to with Puka, the 74 tight ends he has, and Devontae Adams.
Alec, do you also go Stafford and May, or do you want to flip it?
I go Stafford and May. It's really close, but I agree with Corey. I defer to the help that Stafford has, and not just on the field. I think he's got the better play caller, which is not a shot at Josh McDaniels, because I've said time and again he's been one of the best play callers in football this year. I just think Sean McVay is that much better. And Corey, I don't know if you knew this, the Highland Park Kid, his best friend growing up was Clayton Kershaw.
You kidding me?
I don't know if you've heard that before.
Dude,
I feel like we've all heard that like a million times.
I got this really amazing story. We used to work with this guy, Mike Bassick, and his dad was watching Clayton Kershaw, and he called his buddies, some scouts, and he was like, "Y'all, I might have found the next best shortstop ever in the game of baseball." And they all said, yeah, what's his name? And he was like, Matt Stafford. And they were like, yeah, he's going to Georgia. He's going to play football. And so that happened.
So it kind of killed his enthusiasm right there.
I don't know. I have no clue that what happened there. I wasn't alive.
Okay, let's go to the team power rankings. Corey, give me your 4 and 5, keeping in mind that we're factoring in Broncos now and Broncos with Bo Nix.
Okay. I guess Broncos now is 5.
Okay.
Because old Stiddy. I'm just not sure exactly.
How much does that nickname make you think he'll do better or want him to do better?
I don't know, man. I feel like because he already has a nickname, but he was a backup quarterback. Like, you give the backup quarterback a nickname to make him feel, like he's part of the group.
Gotcha.
So I don't think it's a good thing.
Okay.
They have a really good defense that I like a lot, but it's unfortunate for him. Then I will go with, I honestly have the Rams ranked 4th.
Oh.
Even though I like the quarterback the most.
Spicy.
Somehow they're able to pull off these wins. Like, both of the games so far in the playoffs, should they have actually won them? Yeah, you gotta.
I hear you on that.
So that's where I am. But somehow they pull it off, and then am I good there?
Pause it there.
Pause.
Alec, give me your 5 and 4. Keeping in mind we're going to double up on the Broncos.
And I'm going to double up on my 4 and 5 Broncos. I think that Stidham is the 5th.
You've never believed.
No, I really haven't. But I believe in that defense. It's just I think that the offense, it sputters too much no matter who's playing quarterback, but obviously Bo Nix would be at number 4.
Okay, Corey Majors, who is your number 3?
I'm going to go with the Patriots at number 3.
Oh, man. Lots of love for them Broncos if Nix would have still been around. Alec, what about you?
My number 3, the Los Angeles Rams.
Interesting. All right.
They play in a domed open-air stadium.
Man, don't start that again.
It's a double negative.
The people get upset yesterday.
Yes, and I do not want to have that conversation again.
All right, fine.
All right, give me your 2 and give me your 1, please.
Number 2, the Seattle Seahawks. And the number 1 team, and you can't disprove it anyway.
I mean,
it'll
you're
never
right.
happen.
I can't.
The Bo Nix-led Denver Broncos.
Wow.
Kevin, I want to be very adamant about this. Like, I think I started with the Broncos as 1 anyway, and so I kind of stuck with that the entire way, and so I would stick with that now. Still, I always liked Matt Stafford for MVP. I liked Matt Stafford going into the playoffs, but then as I've watched these games, I've kind of dipped them down because of what I've seen.
Okay, so Corey's list, the Broncos as currently constructed in 5th, the Rams at 4, the Patriots at 3, the Seahawks at 2, and the Broncos, had they had Bo Nix, at number 1 on the list. Alec Medford, what are you going to give me?
The number 2 team in these playoffs, the New England Patriots.
I was wondering if they could move up to 1 with you.
Oh, good question. Somebody asked about the Ben DiNucci list.
Ooh.
I only have the starting quarterbacks.
I need to bump that Bo Nix team out now.
No, put them at 32.
So I want you to think about this for just a second. Could that mean a Broncos upset and Stidham injury could have Ben DiNucci starting
in the Super Bowl
or in actual consideration?
Yeah, let's say they go. I contend that that Phillip Rivers would be like, guys, let me come over.
I'm in.
No, you know who it would actually be? UT legend.
Yeah,
Sam Ellinger.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow.
Gross. But yeah, I have the Patriots.
Moly.
I have the Patriots at 2. It makes me kind of sad, but they just haven't played to the level that I expected them to yet. But I still probably would make them my favorite to win it all. Weirdly, it's just momentum exists with me. That's why I have the Seattle Seahawks at number 1. That defense is legit. It keeps me awake at night when I try to sleep.
Sean McVay of defense running the show there.
Yes, and Mike McDaniel terrifies me at this point. He really does. The way that, Corey, you ran that sound the other week about how people, they can't sleep at night because of Vic Fangio's defensive schemes. I feel that way about Mike McDaniel, and I knew that guy was a terror in the NFL when going into the playoffs. I think it was on his local radio show. They asked him, do you care about the Saturday games at the end of the season and whatnot in the playoffs and having to, lose an extra day and whatever? He's like, you show up and you play the game. I don't care. Like, I was like, I love this dude.
Okay.
He's awesome.
Whether it's in a parking lot or on the moon.
On the moon. We're going to do NFL overreaction or reality in just a minute, but I got a bonus for you then. Going back to 2023, like we said.
Oh, this is a different bonus than I expected.
Schneider was like, I'm praying that the Ravens lose this game so we can talk to Mike McDonald sooner rather than later. If for some reason the Ravens had had enough with John Harbaugh then, and they had made Mike McDonald their next head coach, overreaction or reality, they would be playing this weekend.
I don't think that defense would have been as trash as it was this year.
No question.
And therefore, I think that I don't know where Todd Monken is on that conversation.
That's a good question.
Because him being with Lamar Jackson turned Lamar Jackson into that MVP 2 years ago or last year. So that's a big factor there. But yeah, this defense was so miserable for the Ravens this year that it would have actually been all right. From the 214, go D-Law. So we'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. Are you rooting for players or are you rooting for teams? And then from the 641, how does Corey have the Seahawks at 2 if he didn't know Seattle had a team?
That's a good point.
I do now.
Okay.
I know now.
The happenings of the past weekend.
Yeah, there was some stuff that I was alerted to. Thanks to the community.
Alec, do you think had they been able to do that, the Ravens would be playing right now?
Absolute reality, and I would go as far as to say they would be my favorite.
Wow.
At that point, because I think the offense would have done plenty enough, and I think the defense would have been more than average. He is that good at scheming pressure, something that can't be done here.
I love it. So, yeah.
Dude, what a drive-by.
Cowboys deserve all of the shots. So for Alec, it's the Broncos at 5, the Broncos with Bo Nix at 4, the Rams, the Patriots, the Seahawks. That means, at least based on your power rankings, you guys would theoretically both have the Seahawks and the Patriots as your Super Bowl matchup.
Did Jarrett Stidham get drafted by the Colts, Kevin? Is this a true fact?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
The word is that the Patriots or the Broncos have never lost a Super Bowl with an Indianapolis drafted quarterback.
Okay, well, I have
Peyton
to
Manning.
go back to Super Bowl 12 or
and
whatever.
John Elway. Because didn't the Colts draft him?
But didn't they?
Were they in Baltimore?
Was Craig Morton their quarterback after? Okay, we'll look into that. My guess is going to be no, but I do love that factoid.
I thought he was drafted by the Patriots too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway, which means it's time for NFL playoff overreaction or reality. Plus, my buddy's an idiot. It is a jam-packed Expressway next on The Fan.
the edge. May steps into it, takes a shot downfield, and caught for the touchdown, Kayshon Boutte. Wow.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some NFL playoff overreaction or reality. Then we will segue into My Buddy's an Idiot. Let's start with this. Overreaction or reality? You are ready to be done with NFL rules analysts forever. This is probably not fair. I factored this in for the college game too. When they asked that dude, like in the last 2 minutes, he goes, "Yeah, I agree with the call." Sound like he had no idea what they were talking about.
Oh yeah, dude. I have not been watching this game.
He was reading a book.
What book? An audio book, probably.
Pride and Prejudice. It's not about racial equality.
I think there's a place for them because I do like when they discuss the rule. Like discussing the rule and why what its value is and why they call it a certain way. I always like that. I don't necessarily need them to predict it. Like you don't have to predict the call. I would like to know what the how y'all read the rule in the rule book whenever y'all were refereeing. And sometimes they do give us, hey, we had this situation pop up in this, and then things have kind of changed since. Like, I do like that, but I don't need them to try and predict. When they go to them, they're like, hey, what do you think? And you're like, oh, crap. I don't know. I'm not those guys.
Would you like it any better if the commentators push back more often? They're like, no, I think you're wrong.
Tony does that, actually. Tony will be like, I don't know.
And then that's how you know the rules official is right.
But
because Romo gets things
the
right.
reason they're there is for the credibility of the broadcast booth. They don't want to lose credibility for Tony Romo saying something and completely getting it wrong over and over.
Right.
And I'm not saying that he does. I'm just saying like they don't want to lose that credibility for their guy.
Yeah.
I will say I thought Romo was better this past weekend than he
wasn't sick.
Says he wasn't sick, so I'll give him some credit on that one.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You are ready to be done with NFL rules analysts forever.
Yeah, because they're never going to talk down on their guys, and I'm kind of sick of it. Like, I get it,
Agreed.
But as a fan of the product, I don't want to hear it. I'm over it. And especially because it feels like a guessing game that is not really a guessing game. It's just oh no, we'll see. That's what they said on the field. We'll see.
I like it. Corey?
I'd like to see him go down on the field and punch one of the referees and be like, that was stupid. Take his hat and then be like, I'm the ref now.
I think you should be allowed to do that once a season. All right. NFL overreaction or reality? The Patriots being back in the AFC Championship game annoys you.
Yes.
Barstool Sports called it America's worst nightmare. I don't feel that way, but you instantly said yes.
Yeah. And they Barstool is very Patriots, Celtics heavy. Like their biases there. Big Cat's a big Bears fan, so I get that too. But I'm looking at Vrabel right now, and God, how sad does he look? How sad does Vrabel look doing this press conference?
He does look sad.
I would rather be doing anything right now than talking to you guys.
Well, that's probably true.
But just looking at them and knowing they're in that AFC Championship game, it reminds me that the Cowboys still haven't. And that this team has been able, this franchise has been able to reinvent themselves time and again. They did it with Brady twice, because you said there were two different dynasties.
Correct.
In the Brady era.
Yeah. If anybody tells you Brady had a dynasty for 20 years, you should tell them to shut up.
And now they potentially have a Drake May dynasty building with Vrabel, potentially. But they're already here. They've already arrived, and you've spent the last 30. So yes, Kevin, it does annoy me. Fact.
Alec?
Fiction.
Overreaction or reality?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The Patriots being back in the AFC Championship game annoys you.
It depends on the angle I take.
He loves the Patriots. What are you doing asking that? He's loving these guys.
I'm not a fan of them. I want that to be known. But I'm just like, I like having a team to root for or a player to root for in the postseason when my team's not involved. I do it in every sport. But I'd say I'm going to go overreaction just because it is a totally different regime. You know, if it was Belichick still there, still drafting and still being the de facto GM and everything, I'd be like, all right, I'm tired of this dude and his lazy-ass press conferences and blah, blah, blah. Like, I would be sick of it. But they have a new GM that's making good moves. They have a head coach that I love and I think was underappreciated in his time in Tennessee. A new face of the franchise in Drake May. I think they're easy to root for now. If it was still Belichick and that same company, they would be tough to root for. So I'd say overreaction, but I like Corey's point of view where it's like, my franchise can't reinvent in that way.
Yeah,
we can't just hit the reset button and 3 years later we're back, you know, or however. I'd say even 7 years. If I could hit the reset button right now and say we're going to be back in the conference championship 7 years from now, I'd do it.
Right.
I'd do it 100%.
Do you think, you know how we hear the stories of people they're like, man, weird stuff happens when you would go play in New England. Do you think that still exists? The players are going in there and they're like, hey, don't say anything in the locker room. Don't say anything in the coach's room.
A little bit, but nowhere near the same way that it was. But still a little bit. That's the Patriot way. Overreaction or reality, winning the Super Bowl would make you respect Sam Darnold.
Yep. Reality. No, yeah, because and listen, he's got a great team around him, and I'm not gonna
great defense.
I'm not gonna say. I mean, dude, he's got Jackson Smith and Jigba. I heard this morning that receiving core dropped 14 footballs this year. One of the least in the NFL.
So less than one drop per game.
Cowboys dropped 27.
That was just CD against the Eagles.
Yeah, feels like the Sam Darnold. In my mind, I don't think he can elevate the team. He's got a good team around him. He wins the Super Bowl, he can tell me to shut up. And I pretty much have to go, well, you're a Super Bowl champion, dude.
Right.
It doesn't make me think that he's an elite quarterback. Unless, I mean, maybe he goes out there and plays elite games, the next 2 games, and just shows me, you know. But over his career, I've thought he's fine. He's a quarterback that exists, and
right.
And now he's on the right team. And you know, sometimes you really do need to have somebody that can control the game whenever you have a team that good around them. So that's a benefit.
Alec, overreaction or reality, winning the Super Bowl would make you respect Sam Darnold.
Reality, because I don't think clearly, but like, if you hear me out on this, if they win the Super Bowl, he didn't do anything morbidly wrong. I feel like he did everything that was asked of him.
I like that phrase.
Yeah, like he didn't do anything stupid, right? Which we've seen him do stupid things and make stupid decisions with the football. That's why we don't actively respect him as a football community, which is fine. You have to play at an elite level for people to respect you. That's why Josh Allen gets an unwarranted amount of praise on social media and throughout the playoffs when he never really does anything. But I would, because that means that he did exactly what he was supposed to do. It's the same way that I respect Nick Foles. Is he one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen? No, far from it. But there is a legend associated with his name, and I have to respect it.
Overreaction or reality, thanks to the 214 for helping with this. Football players never wear glasses because it's a contact sport.
Next question, please. Yes, of course.
Thank you to Latrette.
By the way, of course they don't wear glasses because it's a actual contact sport, because those glasses would break. But what about Eric Dickerson?
He wore goggles.
Goggles.
True. You know what? This one comes up a lot. I'll go ahead and throw it out there. The 817. Overreaction or reality, Dak would have already won at least one Super Bowl if he played with any team other than the Cowboys. I want to say I think that is a huge overreaction. Dak Prescott is a big part of why the Cowboys have not won a Super Bowl.
Not this year.
He plays a part this year. You're right. I don't think he's a big part.
This year he's not to blame.
No, and I think that I think that's debatable. Because I think what people do is they just look at the final stats and they're like, oh, yeah, no, his final stats. And they do look good. And I am saying he had an objectively good year. But I think you can look back at a couple of different games and you're like, hey, where were you there, buddy? Mm-hmm. Where was the offense there? And would that have gotten the Cowboys into the playoffs? But over the history of his career, we have seen it time and time and time again. Dak Prescott does not play his best when the pressure is on. So I think the idea that him and another franchise would change that entire narrative, I think I disagree with that so much.
The one thing I think we both agree on is we would have liked to seen him have a better defense this year for
100%.
For the purpose of seeing whether or not he could be the difference in the game when he has the best at it. And we did not miss the contact pun. Like, we obviously got it. That's why we laid out on Kevin.
That's what they love to do. Yes, and I had heard that he finished second in MVP voting that one year. He is a good player, but people seem to ignore the fact that, like, when the lights are on brightest, he has faltered. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that Dak continues to say he doesn't care what other people's narratives are about him because he has a chance to rewrite his narrative.
He does.
And he still does. He hasn't, but he absolutely still can.
John Elway was one of the best quarterbacks of his era.
John Elway is a great example of
He's the only real one I think that we have that finished his career that way.
Sure.
I can't think of anybody else that didn't do it.
Peyton Manning's
he had one with Indianapolis. He had one with Indianapolis and then reinvented himself. That's a positive thing. And you know what? After hearing Eli tell the story about, I think it was like a holiday or something, he was like, hey, Eli, come out here. Watch me throw the football. And he was like, he had no clue what his hand was doing. His body wasn't working.
Right.
And then he was able to go win a Super Bowl, be in two. I mean, obviously get dismantled by the Seattle Seahawks in that one Super Bowl when I do believe the hub went really high up in its numbers right around the end of the first quarter there.
The hub.
But like this is, he's the only example. So a lot of people hold on to that they could be that guy. They could be the John Elway. They could ride out into the sunset on 2 Super Bowls and completely change everybody's story about them. We would have still looked at John Elway like he was great because he was in the conversation. He'd been there. He had been there early in his career, but he didn't get them until the end of it. That's a difference there, I guess.
Yeah, and like with John Elway, even that comparison, I hate it when people are like, oh, people didn't think John Elway was great before he won a Super Bowl. That is factually inaccurate. People thought he was great. Maybe he wasn't going to be top 5, but by that point, he had already won an MVP and been to 3 Super Bowls. And the knock was he couldn't finish it off.
Yeah.
And that's what kept him from being the greatest of the great and winning those 2 Super Bowls, no doubt.
Still the greatest of the great?
That helped. I mean, I don't think that, but I think it moved him into maybe the top 5.
Interesting.
Maybe. Yeah.
I always knew you were a John Elway hater.
From the 214, Dak doesn't give an S what you say because he is a crazy millionaire. And it says in vacation. I'm assuming on vacation. But yes, he very much cares what people say.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, I know that for a fact.
Thin skin?
Oh, I'm not saying that. I don't think that necessarily makes you thin-skinned if you know and care what people say about you. I think it's more how you react to that. So I'm not ready to say that. But he's well aware of what people say about him.
That irritates people about Jerry, right? Like, he knows, does not care.
Does not care at all.
He's like, I'll figure a way out to go show you, or except for the winning. Like, they haven't won yet.
NFL overreaction or reality? We don't get it Sunday, but Drake May and Bo Nix are going to play a lot of high-pressure games against one another.
I think so, if Bo Nix can stay healthy.
And you're more concerned about Bo Nix holding up his end of the bargain than Drake May?
Yeah, obviously. I think, keeping a team together at a high level for a long time is difficult in this current era, because it doesn't seem like a lot of people have really grasped the cap and understand how to keep it consistent over a long period of time. New England did for a while because Bill Belichick ran everything, and he lowballed everybody, and he was like, do you want to win or not? And then they were like, I guess I want to win, coach. And he was like, then take this $1 million and go play football in the snow. That's
pretty good.
That's probably the feeling there. So, yeah, keeping a team built around Bo Nix, where he's probably going to command money too, because he keeps being in this situation where they're going to playoffs. He could be there. But Drake May, it looks like he's got the build, the mindset for it, and like everything's on him in these instances too.
Alec, overreaction or reality? We don't get it on Sunday, but this might be the first of many high-profile, high-pressure meetings between May and Nix.
Reality, because I think that the structure around them is definitely in place to, like Corey was saying, it's difficult to provide that level of consistency and that level of roster building and everything, and the fact that they're still on rookie contracts. The sky is the limit for the team around them, and I think they're both individually good enough to where it warrants that level of throw the kitchen sink at free agents and trade draft assets and players and whatnot to make your team better. And I think the front offices of both teams are good enough to recognize that and capitalize on it. So, God forbid the Patriots get a true number one receiver in free agency or in the draft this year. They go get a stereotypical X receiver, and then boom, Drake May is going to have 40 touchdown passes, and then I don't know, maybe the Broncos do the same thing. Maybe they get a marquee running back or something, and they can balance out their offense a little bit more with Bo Nix. And then they just keep adding on to a great defense. Yeah, they are set up for long-term success.
Kevin, I really appreciate this texture from the 817. Based upon that fact about the hub, we now do know that Seattle, in fact, had a football team back in the day. So they have been around longer than people think. Yeah.
Goodness.
Remember that?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Overreaction or reality? Despite getting destroyed against the Seahawks, the 49ers can still win a Super Bowl in the next couple years.
Hold on, did you say despite the electric substation next door?
I did not.
All right.
I just said in the game.
Okay.
Purdy said he believes 100% they're capable of winning the Super Bowl in the near future, which is the right thing to say.
No, why wouldn't you say that?
But also, I looked it up. His cap hits the next 2 years are $25 million and $31 million. So
that's
that
low.
Puts you at an inherent advantage.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to spend that money on defensive players. I'm interested to know who they're going to go tab for defensive coordinator this time, because going back to Saleh was fantastic. That was a smart decision. He's good, except for whenever they played that Seahawks team. So I'm interested to see that. Shanahan seems to be able to find good coordinators opposite him. It's just they just come up short in that moment for whatever reason it is. But I feel like his dad, Mike Shanahan, had those instances too, and then was able to overcome that because Elway took him, won those Super Bowls for him. So I see that they're going to have an advantage. I think that Shanahan has a good idea of what he wants in players. I think they go find those players, they add to it, and I think you're right, Kevin. I don't think that's an overreaction at all.
Alec, what say you?
It's tough. It's really tough.
I just keep thinking about how far they got with all the injuries.
Yeah, this year.
And that colors my thinking.
And then whenever they're healthy, just think about if they're healthy.
Ooh, bonus question to go along with this then, Alec, because that's the way this goes. San Francisco desperately needs a youth infusion on their roster because George Kittle, he's 33, hurt. Nick Bosa, 29. Fred Warner, 29. All suffered season-ending injuries. Brandon Ayuk didn't play a snap. Christian McCaffrey turns 30 in June. Trent Williams will be 38 in July. They got talent. They got older talent.
Reinvent themselves. They got to do that now.
Yeah, it's a double reality for me now that I think about it. It's just, to the first question, I say it's tough because I do see them as hurt team all the time. Like the past couple years, I see them as hurt team, whether it's Christian McCaffrey. This time around, it was pretty much everybody not named Christian McCaffrey at some point in the season, especially defensively. They're just super, super beat up. Part of it probably has to be due in part to age and mileage on some of those players. So I'll go reality to both, but they definitely do need to reinvest in some key positions, whether it's in the draft or if there's some become available free agents that are in the mid-20s, that aren't going to be too expensive, because you mentioned that Brock Purdy, even after getting the extension, he's still financially not that big of a burden, which is impressive, and it's just a credit to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I think the work that they do as a tandem in building that team year in and year out is just incredible and probably doesn't get enough credit.
As opposed to our front office that did the worst job possible multiple times on Dak's contract.
Yeah, and before we go any further here, Alec, I wanted to have that quick conversation. San Francisco said we're going to probably try and go with a lesser quarterback, which is going to be a benefit to us because we're trying to build a better team. So they didn't go for a first-round pick. They went for the last pick.
Right.
And they said, we're going to try and build with this kind. Now, obviously, they tried to get the Trey Lance thing to work, and it didn't either. So they kind of lucked into this situation with Brock Purdy.
I agree.
But they did say, we're going to run with that and spend less money so we can spend more money elsewhere. It is an interesting practice that you're watching right now. It's a case study.
See, and then something else, man. If we're going to case study this, here's the other thing I want to case study about that. Sorry, Alec, I know we're partially pivoting a little bit here. Is San Francisco made the decision, for better or worse, that they were going to ride with him when they gave him that extension that allowed you to flatten out the money. Think about this. The Dallas Cowboys 100% are still paying off Dak Prescott's last contract. Stephen Jones admitted to us when we had him on that having $40 to $45 million hanging off of Dak's last contract definitely played a part in how they had to negotiate that, because the Cowboys couldn't make up their effing mind either time. So whenever they tell you like, oh, we have all the faith in the world in Dak, yeah, that's what they tell you now. But when it came time to give him an extension, they didn't. When it came time to give him an extension the first time, they didn't then either. And that's why you still sit in this crap situation where Dak Prescott's cap hits the next 3 years are $74 million, $68 million, and $74 million. And then when his contract's up, you still owe another $9 million.
Who are you going to pay with that $9 million?
No,
Who would you pay, though, Kevin? If you had that $9 million.
I would legitimately take any starting caliber player on defense. We got plenty of spots.
You can pay a starter $9 million?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
I know. The Cowboys are only like, you can only spend $3 million on a player or reset the market.
So you're telling me that whenever his contract's up, if they decide to move on from that.
Correct.
When his contract's up, you still won't be able to go find that defensive player for $9 million? In
the year 2029.
Darn.
If Dak Prescott is not under contract anymore, you're still going to owe him $9 million. I'm going to tell you something. Here's an insider tip. Try to act surprised when it happens. They're going to flip that switch on Dak's deal again. And guess what? That's going to kick about $28 to $30 million further down the line. And it's going to end up where 2027 cap hit's going to go up, and 2028 is going to go up, and then there's going to be more money sitting in 2029. Because the Cowboys couldn't figure this out in 2020, they are still paying for that.
Let me ask you this then.
They suck at management and salary cap.
That's why Kevin, I'm voting for Kevin for that job.
Yeah, but we're a parrot. Shut up here. Never mind.
Do you think more teams will try to follow the Niners model? Because the Niners really are, like, everybody else is hunting for the quarterback.
Sure.
Everybody else is hunting for the next Josh Allen, the next Lamar Jackson, the next Peyton Manning, the next first round pick that they can hold on to for 10 years. Because obviously those do help put butts in seats and sell jerseys, etc. But do you think that other teams will say, let's draft a guy and pay a guy that isn't one of those premium guys?
I mean, you said San Francisco.
Because Dak really wasn't his rookie year, though. Sure. He made the impact that I am here.
And that's why this is the one sports thing I lament way too much. I wish the Cowboys would have pushed all in after 2016 because they saw Dak Prescott and they're like, holy crap, you're good at football.
Yeah.
And you make no money, so let's take advantage of it. But they didn't, and I'll always lament that. You said,
are they still dealing with Romo's contract at that point, too?
Not as much as people seem to make it sound like, but yes, because guess what? They did the the exact same effing thing with Romo. It's like they can't make a frickin' decision. You said the 49ers. You know who else jumps to mind for me right now? It's got to be Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Because Seattle's set up where they're like, Sam Darnold, you're fine, but let's take the money we save off of that. Because you know what Sam Darnold's cap hit is this year? $14 million.
I need to look. How many journeyman quarterbacks typically take that other team there? You're right. This was one of those, like, they could spend the money on the quarterback. They did it with Geno Smith too. You know, he was a lesser quarterback that kind of had moved around, and they were like, well, we can do something with him, and they made him good.
Well, I mean, and if you look at it, like, I'm sure a lot of people will say Jalen Hurts, right? A lot of people believe Jalen Hurts is a lesser quarterback. But before that, think about what you needed to make it happen. Mahomes, Stafford, Brady, Mahomes, Brady. And I realize after that, it goes to Philadelphia when they had a backup. So it can definitely be done. And if you look at that that Denver Super Bowl, Peyton's second, he was clearly, he was diminished.
Yeah.
And so it can absolutely be done.
And then why is everybody trying to find the first round pick?
Because I think they view that as the
for
easiest straight line path. Because think about this. Let me throw out one other thing. Because I told you Jalen Hurts. He did it, right? Nick Foles did it. Joe Flacco did it. But the reason why you look for that dude who is the dude and the stud, Tom Brady did it 7 times and Patrick Mahomes did it 3 times. So in the last 25 years, those two have won 40% of the Super Bowls. And that's why people you got to go after the stud.
Well,
right?
and I guess this conversation, to expand that even more, then we need to dive into consistency in playoffs. How many AFC and NFC championships some of these other quarterbacks that weren't with those names, how consistently they were there, if they were lessers or if they were top picks. I think this is a decent study we could do there.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you one more. We're rocking and rolling with this. Now, Corey, real quick, can we start with Alec? Because I feel like we kind of cut him off mid-answer and started a new conversation, and so...
No.
Okay.
Back to you, Alec.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Overreaction to reality. This is based on The Athletic. The Arizona Cardinals currently have the most miserable fan base in the NFL. Now, this is based on what you did this year and what your future outlook is.
Oh, not like the weather?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because the weather's actually pretty nice.
Yeah. No, they did not seem to factor weather in or whether you have grass whatsoever.
Gotcha. All right.
So, overreaction to reality. The Arizona Cardinals have the most miserable fan base in the NFL. And if you think it's an overreaction, please give me another candidate.
This is tough because I think there's at least one other team I can think of that I would put on a similar plane. I just don't know how to specify how different they are, and that would be the New York Jets.
Okay.
But...
Do you want to know where the New York Jets are in the rankings?
Where are they?
Second.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go reality for this reason. Whenever Kyler Murray gets removed from that team some way, somehow, they are going to have, outside of Marvin Harrison Jr., no redeeming quality. I feel like the New York Jets at least have a couple of redeeming qualities on their team, like Garrett Wilson, if they bring back Breece Hall. You know, they usually have that one player that outside of the star that you're kind of like, okay, cool. I kind of like watching that dude. He's pretty neat. The Cardinals don't have anybody. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. even took a step down this year, and he missed the entire back end of the season. So I feel like they just have no redeeming qualities. They don't have a coach right now.
Instead, you're rooting for Michael Wilson.
Yes, and he's kept me afloat in fantasy somehow.
Yeah.
You know, and you're cheering for journeyman quarterbacks at that point. It's a weird place to be because I have no idea what to expect outside of misery.
You know, Kevin, a lot of people could say the Bills because they've been so close. And then keep failing. But if you've watched...
one only ranked non-playoff teams.
It's fine. If you watched Holiday Touchdown, a Buffalo Bills story, you would see how much they love their franchise.
Did anybody go through a flaming table in that movie?
I don't think I remember that happening. It was a table. It wasn't on fire.
All right.
A lot of people are saying the Cowboys, obviously, because us Cowboys fans feel pretty miserable. I don't think that we completely fit that, but it's 30 years, man. That's a long time.
But they didn't really factor that in as much.
I'm going to say the Browns.
Ooh, okay.
They have one player to root for, and they're
Shador?
Miles.
I know.
Nobody in the front office likes their quarterback. Who could be Shador Sanders or Dylan Gabriel. And Alec hates Dylan Gabriel. So, there's a lot going on here. And, it does seem, though, that they're there. They'll show up and they'll support. It was the Panthers for a while. Panthers up until this year. Nobody wanted to show up to those games.
Yeah.
It looked like a high school football game at most of those. But with the Browns, it does seem like those fans still will show up, even though they know what the outcome feels like it's going to be. But I think it's the Browns plus the weather.
So the top 5 most miserable fan bases goes like this. You know what? That'd be interesting if we did factor in weather.
So cold.
Number 1, Arizona. Number 2, the Jets. 3, Raiders. 4, the Colts. And 5, the Cleveland Browns.
So the
Cowboys
Raiders don't make sense to me.
Because they get Fernando Mendoza.
They have a fan base. It's Vegas. It's one of the smallest media markets now.
Right.
And they're just there.
Well, part of theirs
are working at the casino. The other people
not
there, it's
everybody
destination.
in Las Vegas works at a casino.
Not everybody. But almost everybody.
Okay, we will look up what percentage of it is. By the way, the Cowboys are 14th on this list, so you still got a ways to go. Man, what a spirited round of NFL playoff overreaction or reality. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The players you should root for. We do a definitive top 10 list. Is Sam Darnold at the number 1 spot? Next on the Fan.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like if Des Bryant wouldn't have reached for the pylon, which is clearly a football move, it would have been ruled a catch. I will let you ponder that.
It was a catch anyway.
I agree.
Listen, so what's on ESPN right now is, the Cowboys 2 in a row against the Packers.
Hey, the Packers did release Trayvon Diggs, so there's that.
Top 10, because they're going to re-sign him for cheap or something like that, so that kind of, whatever. Kind of like what we're going to do with Kenny Clark. We're going to restructure that deal, right?
But he's still under contract.
We don't have to let him go to do it.
That's true.
The ESPN is playing the top 10 most devastating divisional round losses. Number 9 is the Cowboys again in Des Caught It. And number 8 was Cowboys Jared Cook. And now honorable mention is
at least
Cowboys
we won that game
win with the Hail Mary. So, but yeah, go back and watch. If you go back and watch it, it makes you even more frustrated to see that Des caught that.
I know.
It's irritating.
By the way, quick baseball note, the Yankees and Cody Bellinger have agreed on a 5-year, $162.5 million contract. Now, the headline on ESPN says they ended their stalemate. Not really. Here's what happened. Cody Bellinger said, I want 7 years or else. And the Yankees said, we can give you 5. And then Cody Bellinger saw what happened with Bichette, what happened with Tucker, what happened with the shorter contracts. And he came back and said, okay, I'll tell you what, I will take 5. And the Yankees said, okay, deal. So 5 years, $162.5 million. That's $32.5 million per year, and it includes opt-outs after the second and third season. So we will see if a player who will turn 31 midway through the season could get another payday. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
From the 972, I'm listening to KNC, not watching ESPN. Why did you bring that heartbreak back up, Corey?
You know what's funny? I can only see the TV and a reflection through the window.
Yeah.
And so I am frequently not watching what you're talking about.
It's not, why did I bring it back up? We talk about the things we live.
To hurt our
and
feelings.
Experience. We talk about our experiences together. And we all experience that pain together. So.
Or because you're a jerk.
I'm not a jerk.
Sometimes.
2011.
Okay, you see,
Game 6.
You are a jerk.
Well, you want me to make some good news for you, Kevin?
Yes.
American Airlines has said they will drop flight change fees ahead of this major winter storm.
Good.
Isn't that cool, then?
Yeah, not really. I feel like that is
for those 2 days.
Yeah,
for those 2 days,
I feel like that's the least they could do. I know they'll say, no, the least we could do is nothing.
Yeah.
And that is technically true, but this feels like a thing you should do.
The other thing I wanted to ask about, Kevin, is Sham says that the Mavs are interested in
Las Vegas. Dana White. Does that count?
I don't know if he lives there.
I think he does, but I'm not sure.
But he instruct some fights at casinos sometimes. So there you go. Anywhere from 26 to 32% of the population of Las Vegas works at the casino.
Okay.
So that's a number. Some information there. Just got a text that said, you're a jerk for the 2011 comment. And I just got a text from my wife. I guess the dog ate a bunch of Scrabble pieces. And she had to rush him to the vet.
Just real quick. He has to go to the vet, so it's probably not funny. But if the pieces were like DOG, wouldn't she be like, holy crap, that's amazing?
Probably.
Okay.
But no word yet.
Okay. What he spelled.
Get it? He didn't actually. It was a joke, Kevin. See that?
No word yet.
See how you didn't see that joke coming?
I get it. I didn't. Man, you said he went to the vet and everything. Holy moly.
Had to rush him there.
Good job.
I mean, he did throw up 3 times this morning. That is something that's real.
But not Scrabble pieces?
Not Scrabble pieces. Guys.
Do you get it, Alec?
No word yet.
Coming up next.
It's too early for that.
I asked this question to Kevin, and I ask it to you guys now, and Lady Tolos as well.
I like that you just said the people in this room, and then you decided that could be alienating. And so also the lady Tolos out there.
Do you find yourself when you're because our team's not in it? All right, Cowboys aren't in it. Once the Cowboys are out, usually we did this conversation whenever Kevin was out. We usually go pick. Now we pick a team to root for.
Right.
Do you find that you are rooting for a team or rooting for players when you're watching these playoff games?
See, I think I was rooting for two entities that were eliminated this weekend. I was rooting for Josh Allen because I do think he is very good. But I also realized as the game was going along, I was rooting for the Bears quite a bit. And I didn't realize that until about halfway through the game because I had the reaction that you have when your team you think is getting screwed, but it might not be. You're like, oh, no, come on!
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you're rooting for that. But there wasn't a specific player on that team, on the Bears, that you were pulling for?
I think it was just because I was also texting with my cousin at the time because her and her husband
they're
like
Bears fans.
Super Bears
fans.
And
for Chickalene, that's
we have
I'm
a
rooting
lot
for
of
him.
Bears conversations
I'm rooting
with
for
him
for sure to be happy because he does. It does seem like Bears fans are like us a lot. We're just like it's not going to happen. The Bears and A&M fans.
See, and you'd think I would be more naturally sympathetic to like Jets and Browns fans. But I'm not.
But Alec, do you find yourself rooting for a specific team or a specific player?
I find myself rooting for a team because of the player.
Okay.
Like I
could see
like Drake May?
Yeah, I picked Drake May as kind of like I want him to succeed this postseason. And then it evolved into when the Patriots were on defense. I'm like, okay, get a stop here. Because I want to see Drake May get the ball back again. So I feel like I inherently kind of pick up that team because of the player, and it happens every single postseason.
Yeah, I think because of fantasy football, I do pick players that I'm rooting for. And it'll be, this guy here, this guy there, whatever it is, I'll start being like, I kind of like this receiver a lot. And I'll go through with him. Now, if he had a bad season, DJ Moore did have a pretty bad season for me, so that's why I dropped him. Maybe I'll just dig on him a little bit more. But I do find myself typically, because of fantasy, I'll take a player or two that I'm rooting for. Now, Caleb Williams, I was rooting for the Bears.
Yeah.
I wasn't rooting for Caleb Williams. But I do you talked about this with Shador. It went too far.
Exactly.
And with Caleb Williams, I feel like it went the complete wrong direction. And people were just like, nope, he's never going to be good. And I was like, dude, he's good.
That's why I became a Lamar Jackson, went from a fan to being a Lamar Jackson super fan.
Yeah.
Because way too many people were like, oh, he's not good at all. And I was like, well, that's objectively false.
Yeah. And so I did want to put together a top 10 list of players to root for this weekend, Kevin.
Okay.
Number 10, Puka Nacua.
Oh, I actually thought you were going to have him higher.
Well,
see what happens when I think.
Wow.
I guess.
Dude, you've been around me for a while.
Don't say we're on the same cycle like Mike.
And the reason I don't have him, I have actually Devontae Adams higher.
Okay.
Because I like Devontae Adams. I liked him whenever, fantasy's done that too. And I think that, he wants that really badly. Nick Bonito, number 9.
Yeah.
That dude can ball, which puts his teammate Patrick Surtain right there as well at number 8. So I got the Broncos now out of the way. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have Stiddy on the list.
I don't think anyone's that worried about it.
Number 7, Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
The way he played last week.
Anything to take credit away from Darnold.
The way he played last week was amazing.
Yeah.
3 touchdowns. It was fun to watch. And Kevin, there might be a possibility that when Sam Darnold was like, hey, the oblique injury, Mike McDaniel was like, oh, great. I didn't want you to throw the ball anyway. Now we can focus on feeding the rock to the running back in this one. So that was number 7, correct? I don't have these numbered, so.
It's your list.
Number 6 is Devontae Adams.
Man, are we going to have 1A?
Number 5 is going to be Drake May. I think Drake May is a rootable quarterback. You can root for that guy, absolutely. But I don't want him to have it too soon.
Yeah.
I said this earlier, Alec. This is one of those where I'm like, I don't want the Patriots to be that good already when the Cowboys are going through this. But you know what? Maybe I should just be like, you know what? Good. Rub it in the Cowboys' face. What are they going to learn from it?
We don't learn lessons. That's the lesson. You know what? Real quick, that's the lesson I wish other Cowboys fans would learn, is this franchise doesn't learn lessons.
That's true.
Back to you.
Number 4, Courtland Sutton.
I just want to tell the 214, I bet he's not. Keep going with your list.
Courtland Sutton played at SMU.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in the Dallas area. So root for him.
So that's why you should have put Stidham on the list.
Number 3, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Oh, Rockwall.
Number 2, Sam Darnold.
Oh.
No, I'm just joking.
Really?
It's Matt Stafford. We want Matt Stafford, local kid, to get his opportunity here.
You're an Ed Warder.
What is that supposed to mean?
That is FCC compliant.
FCC compliant.
You know what that makes you?
I was upset. All right. I was very upset. From the 469, I taught Patrick Surtain's father when I was a graduate student, so I'm rooting for him. See, I love this. Why do you pick something?
Yeah.
You know, it's always something. It's always one thing that you're like, whether it was they won you some money on a play,
yes,
or whether it was because you met them at the grocery store one day.
My example was I always supported Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes fighting because they knocked the crap out of Ronda Rousey, who I couldn't stand. And so I was like, I will always root for you in future fights.
Jalen Smith. We rooted for a long time until we saw he couldn't.
Same with Trayvon Diggs, because we had great interactions and interviews with them. It makes those people so easy to root for.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, the Diggs interview, we had a great time. We're walking to the tent to do our interview with him, and he stops at the 105.3, the fan tent, and goes, hey, can I borrow a charger?
Yes.
And then we had to make sure that we got the charger back because he tried to jack it. He definitely did. So number 2 is Matthew Stafford. And ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 person to root for this weekend.
Can I pause you before you say it?
Name starts with a D.
I do not think, Alec, I don't think it's going to be DeMarcus Lawrence. I have heard Corey Majors go on many a rant, especially about DeMarcus's, that win a Super Bowl with another team. I don't think it's going to be DeMarcus Lawrence.
Oh, Kevin, this is about rooting for this weekend, not the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
It is DeMarcus Lawrence. I want DeMarcus Lawrence to have this opportunity. You know what, Kevin? I kind of changed my mind on this.
What?
Not necessarily changed my mind. I'm less supporting the Cowboys in these instances, though. Look, if y'all are going to move on from players because you don't know how to use them, that's on y'all.
And we do.
You're pushing this fan like that's what it's a struggle sometimes. DeMarcus Lawrence revitalized up in Seattle. Congratulations to him. I hope he gets his opportunity to go play for a Super Bowl. Now, will I be rooting for him as the number 1 person to win the Super Bowl? Maybe not because of that thing right there. But I am. I think DeMarcus Lawrence, Kevin. We've had great conversations with him too. He told you. You know what? I do deserve to go earn Tank back.
Yes.
And so that was...
and then we finish it off, and he's like, when I do it, I'm going to be like, what's my name?
Yeah, and exactly. And that was a lot of fun. So that was fun for us and fun for him as well. And I hope he gets that opportunity because it stunk to watch the Tyron Smiths, the Zach Martins, the Jason Wittens, those guys of our time not have that opportunity.
And somebody just mentioned Travis Frederick. They said that's why they love Travis Frederick, because he was so great on the shows.
Yeah.
It becomes significantly easier to root for, or I guess in some cases against somebody because of those types of things. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We will do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Great job corralling number 10, not letting him get loose. Fletcher breaks free. Mark Fletcher in the foot race. Miami touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they not vote Miami number 2? 877-881-1053. So I like to look at the rankings after the fact, mostly because Texas A&M usually isn't particularly ranked, or definitely not ranked highly. They finished the season at 8, just behind Texas Tech, who was 7. But take a look at this. So the way the rankings work is you get 25 points for a first-place vote, 24 for a second-place vote, on and on and on. So Indiana
and who are the voters again?
So the ones I'm going to go after are the coaches.
Okay.
The AP, they did it right. There are 66 first-place votes. All of them went to Indiana. And guess how many points behind Miami was? 66, which means every single one of the voters put Miami second, as they should. Now, on the coaches poll, 62 first-place voters. And yes, this is how I spend my time. Miami, they were 65 points back of Indiana, which means up to potentially 3 voters did not have Miami at number 2, or it's possible one voter had Miami down lower in the polls, potentially 4 or 5, depending on if there were multiple voters. How in the
This is the coaches poll?
Correct. How in the world are you a coach and you watch the path of destruction that Indiana lays out and then sees that Miami has the ball with less than 2 minutes with a chance to win and think, they're not the second best team?
Well, Kevin,
you think they voted for their own team?
Your name is Mike Elko.
No,
and you lost a game like 3-0 essentially to them, and you're like, you know what? We were better than them.
I mean,
so that's one. You don't know how the coaches voted.
Okay, well, guess what? If he did
this is my prediction.
I would say he's an idiot for that.
Well, would you still keep him as your coach?
Sure.
He's a pretty good coach. I liked him.
I agree.
You're also, Lane Kiffin didn't have a vote, so they didn't have a head coach. So I'm going to take that's number 2, and then who else is in there? The Duke. They're all in the ACC together, right? So the Duke.
Wouldn't they vote for them then?
No, they got beaten by them this year, and they were furious about it.
By the way, North Texas, you should think they're idiots. Coaches poll too. Not in the top 25. They were 26. But in the AP poll, the North Texas, remember, they're the Eagles, which is weird.
Mean Green.
The Mean Green, they ranked number 24 in the final AP poll.
Congratulations to them, man. I would hope that they're able to do some pretty good stuff in this next round of transfer portal and recruiting and all that as UNT goes. Good coach. I'm excited about the new coach. It stinks that we had to lose the one we had.
This is the first time that the Mean Green have finished the season ranked in the AP poll since 1959. So, truly a historic season, and that's freaking cool.
I wonder how many of the students on that campus even knew. They're like, whoa, well, hold on, what's happening?
Probably a lot.
They're so busy with their paintings and
their tolos,
writing torts,
or playing the drums.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that. All right,
I went to UNT. I saw y'all. Don't act like y'all didn't see you there.
So, you brought up San Francisco earlier. Are the 49ers idiots? Because they have a lot of things over the Cowboys. The fact that since the Cowboys were last in the NFC Championship game, they've been in the NFC Championship game 8 times.
Wow.
8! And they've been to the Super Bowl 3 times. But
they lost.
They've lost all of those, and it has been a year longer since the 49ers have won a Super Bowl than the Cowboys. So I get it. They're always there, but if the end goal is to win a Super Bowl, are the 49ers idiots because the Cowboys are terrible at constructing teams, and the 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl in a year longer than we have.
They're really good at building teams.
Right.
but they're just missing some, and it's almost as if they're missing an elite quarterback.
They're like the Stars.
Are they? Is that what it is? They're missing an elite quarterback, and that's why they can't. And they're like, no, but Brock Purdy's fine. Listen, Brock Purdy puts together good games.
He does.
He is not the difference in all the games. Patrick Mahomes would be the difference in most games, right? Like he's the catalyst for everything. Drake May looks like he's the catalyst for the Patriots. Can you actually do that? Can you actually have a Brock Purdy and be like, he's good. He throws about 25 touchdowns a year. You know, like he's good. But is he the difference like a Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean, and I wonder if you look at the Eagles from last year and you're like, see, you could win that way. Oh, man, from the 940, Ed and Denton, I bet Ohio State and Notre Dame didn't vote them number 2. I bet it was just Notre Dame. And they're like, F them, I'm voting them down.
Which Eagles team?
Last year.
Last year's team. Can we talk about that real quick?
Sure.
Jalen Hurts, he's fine, right?
Yeah.
He had exceptional weapons, right? Those the Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown made him look better. Dallas Goedert made him look better. Saquon Barkley is a legitimate threat. They built everything. Now, did they have the salary structure to do it or at the time?
I'm so glad that you asked that. The way they have set up Jalen Hurts' contract blows your mind. You know what his salary cap hit was this year? $22 million.
Okay.
You know what it is next year? $32 million. Next year, $42 million. The year after that, $48 million. And just think about it right there.
You're kidding me.
No. And and keep in mind, they signed him to a huge contract.
They just didn't backload it or front load it. They balanced it.
Exactly. And you know what the other thing was? They didn't owe any money on the last one. Remember, the Cowboys owed like $45 million still to Dak. So when you sign him to a 4-year extension, guess what that means? Every single number is $11 million higher per year. And then when Dak's out of contract, he'll be 36. When Jalen Hurts is out of contract, he'll be 31. Could you see a scenario in which Jalen Hurts re-signs with the Eagles? Sure.
Yeah.
So they have some dead money on the end of that contract that they're like, hey, we'll just pick it up at the time. But herein lies the fatal flaw of what the Cowboys have done with Dak Prescott for pretty much since 2020. $31 million for Jalen Hurts next year. For the Cowboys, it's $74 million for Dak. Does anyone in the universe think Dak is $43 million better than Jalen Hurts? The next year, it's like $26 million higher. The year after that, it's like $28 million higher. So you're missing out on how many starters? 2 to 3? You are fundamentally missing out on 2 to 3 starters per year just based off of your quarterback.
And somehow, in all of that, they were able to build a Georgia defense through the draft.
Yes.
Go Birds.
Corey Majors loves the Eagles. All right, let's go from that to, I don't know, who is the idiot in this scenario? Or maybe you just love some damn good competition. Is it Orlando Ledbetter, who tweeted, I know.
On the west of winter. That's Yellow Ledbetter.
Oh, I was like, I have no idea who that is.
Pearl Jam.
He tweeted out, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. QB Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. He's from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Baker Mayfield, of course, jumped in and quote tweeted that and said, "Failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text/call from him after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach." Is anybody an idiot here, or can we thank D. Orlando Ledbetter for firing that rivalry back up?
I love it. Once you get Baker fired up, it'll never turn off. So he's going to have the fight inside forever. I got to change directions on this. Am I the idiot for thinking that pal is more condescending than buddy?
Can you expand on that? I mean, I know why you're saying
if somebody goes, "Hey, pal," that's condescending as hell. Hey, pal. If you're like, "Hey, buddy," like that doesn't, unless they go, Yeah, that's right, buddy. Now, that's pretty condescending, but something about pal and the fact that it comes off with that sound right there. Yeah, pal. Man, I don't know, dude. It's very condescending.
Okay, Alec, I'm going to let you be the judge of that. Is Corey a bigger idiot, or from the 817? My friend thinks Helen Keller wasn't real. All right,
I've heard that.
Really?
That type of theory before.
Okay. All right. I don't. It feels like there's a whole lot
There's
of
no way
documentation
to prove it, right?
out there.
Okay, with documentation, yeah, I can print anything up, dude, and write a story.
Not then, you couldn't. It's taken us a while to get to the point where I can just print you up whatever.
Yeah, but back then, Kevin, it was word of mouth. You could lie about anything back then. I'm not saying
Whose word of mouth?
Huh?
Not hers, right?
Jeez.
Oh, I'm
Wow.
sorry.
Wow.
Did I hurt your feelings?
Wow, Kevin. No.
Okay.
You hurt Helen Keller's.
Well,
She's no longer with us.
I've got yeah, I was going to say I've got great news for you.
She's no longer with us.
Okay. Now, Alec, I'm going to need a ruling on this. Are Corey and I the idiots?
Oh, no.
Because there was an email that was sent out yesterday by one Alex Lucky. It says, quote, "Good afternoon, team. There was a loose gift card for El Rancho laying in the hallway near the elevators. I am not sure of the owner, but if you are missing one, I have it." Yeah, about 15 minutes before that, Corey and I are walking down the hallway where said El Rancho gift card is. We see it on the floor.
Kevin stops and looks down at it.
We know it's not our gift card. Mm-hmm. And then we move on.
Just walked on.
Are we the idiots? Because only less than 15 minutes later, Alex Lucky stops, picks up the gift card.
Looks like a hero.
Then sends out an email saying that he found it and to reach out to him. That kind of makes us look like garbage.
Did anybody Did anybody reach out? Did anybody go, hey, that was mine. You can have it. Thank you for being honest.
All right, I'm going to text him.
I don't know. That's
right
a good
now.
question. But yeah, I told Kevin, I was like, that's not yours. Somebody dropped that. You need to leave it because they're going to retrace their steps and they're going to come back to it. And Kevin was like, I'm ready to leave anyway. So he was more than happy with that. And so we left it there because for somebody else to have it. Lucky stole it, dude. He stole it off the ground. Somebody's probably walking up and down that hall trying to find this thing. And Lucky's like, oh, I got it. And they didn't read their email until today. Or maybe they don't read it all week. They're on vacation. They were expecting to take that. And they went back and didn't find it. And he stole it. They didn't see their emails.
For the record, that was not me. I am not a Helen Keller denier. And then from the 713, this goes down the South Park vein. I'm not your friend, buddy. And then they're like, I'm not your buddy, pal. I'm not your pal, guy. And so I did just email Lucky to ask if anyone reached out to him on the gift
card. From the 214, he shouldn't have said El Rancho. Everyone will say it's theirs. Yeah, this is where, hey, I found a bill of a certain denomination.
Oh, yeah.
Would anybody is anybody missing it? And then you're like, how much is it? It's a $1 bill. Oh, no, I'm good. It's a $200 bill.
Okay.
Changes everything.
That is not a thing.
It definitely changes things, though, if it's a $200 bill.
But if you think about it, maybe $1's not worth your time. Maybe you only think $5 is also not worth your time. So then that cuts it down to 10, 20, 50, and 100. 50 feels unlikely. So you're thinking 10, 20, or 100. Does that not mean now you potentially have a 1 in 3 shot at guessing and getting money that's not yours?
Absolutely.
Don't do that. It's not yours. That's stealing.
That's true. That's why we left the El Rancho card on the ground, just in case somebody was tracking their steps.
I liked that you said somebody is tracking their steps. They'll make their way back here.
Yeah. You're like, what do you do when you lose something?
Yeah.
Where was it
right.
last?
You're right.
And it's going to be in the last place you look.
Yeah. Except for when those people move my car keys at the owner's box.
The last place you looked was in their pocket.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, we talked about this the other day. That's a stupid saying. It's always the last place you looked. Well, yeah, no kidding.
It's true. It's a fact.
Who's going to be, hey, I found that gift card, and then I kept wandering around looking for it. The hell kind of sense does that make? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. I don't know. Thanks for listening to the show and making it so popular. I don't know why you do, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
They do, because of stuff like that.
I guess. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Shan and RJ, it's The Payload.
season. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Harley up top. Late dish. Blocked denied by Swayman, and then he scores! Jeremy Swayman got the first one, but couldn't keep the second one out. A power play goal for Dallas. They cash in twice in the first period, and it's 2-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the GBAG Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Outstanding, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I am also doing well. I did see this list, and I was riding high off the Stars' victory. The top 50 players in the Olympic hockey tournament. How many Dallas Stars do you think are or should be on this list?
3.
Ooh. What say you?
Give me 4.
Okay.
I'm going with 3. Oh.
It's not. You
Is it 4 without Robinson? I mean, it's 3, but Robinson should be on the list, right?
He said should.
I agree.
So it's 4.
Now,
12.
Who are the 4 for you then?
I don't know. It just kind of.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
All the Finns.
I'm sorry.
You have all those Finnish players. I mean, they're
the finishers.
Otter. Yeah.
Rantanen.
Robertson.
4th. Should
Robertson's
be Robertson.
the 4th, yeah.
Miko is 9.
Harley?
No. Hintz is 38. And Ottinger is 43.
So they said 3.
And no Heiskanen. And also,
no,
I need to point it out, Robertson's not on the team,
right,
or else he would be on this list. But yeah, I was
got to play the whole game.
A little surprised. I mean,
enough of these crocodile tears for Robertson.
Yeah.
And
get some forecheck going on.
See, for half a second, I thought that was directed at Heiskanen for missing time because of like his personal life, and I was like, "Oh no!" And then he got sick. I got you.
Have we gotten a good explanation on why Robertson's not on that team?
Yeah, they want defense. They want physicality.
More physicality,
yeah.
which in Olympic hockey is not necessarily like the play because it's why bigger
you
ring.
Can't fight in Olympic.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, but maybe they're just saying we are going to. We're going to impose.
Do we have
exactly. That's our advantage.
Do we have a rink problem though over there? Something it's not.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean, is it not the right size?
Well, and that was part of it, and they're redoing
and like
it.
Everybody is not happy with what's going on in Italy because the rink isn't what they said it was going to be.
Correct.
Okay.
All of that is correct. And as of 1 hour ago, Forbes put out a story as we've been tracking this. Will Winter Olympics ice hockey rink be ready? Depends on who you ask.
Wonderful.
Awesome. I kind of like this. I think they're going to try and surprise us, and they're going to be like, "It is ready, guys. Don't worry about it. We were just joking all along."
It didn't look like it was ready like 3 weeks ago. It looked like we were in open air, like we were the outdoor series. Is what we were doing.
Point.
Kind of looked like the Pantheon or whatever.
The Parthenon.
That's what I meant.
Could we make it like roller hockey if we need to?
Yeah.
I mean,
wouldn't that be the alternative?
If we do that bicycle race around the circle, surely we can do
why not?
hockey there. If you trust the Winter Olympics chief ice maker,
what's his name?
Don
Ready
Moffitt.
Ice. Ready Ice.
Dude, I can trust
that
Don
would be
Moffitt.
Cool.
Yeah, I can
or
trust
like Slurpee. He said, I don't know that things will be completely finished cosmetically.
Crap.
The showers will work. The locker rooms are going to be there. There's rubber on the floor so they can get to the rink.
Great.
Is Dick Pound still in charge
of the IOC? I think he is.
Yeah.
Man. Maybe he needs to get in there.
Take it up with Dick.
Why did their parents? Why did his
got a good
parents
rhythm
do
going.
that?
Really hammer this thing home.
I can't imagine why his parents would do that.
All right.
Is he birth certificate Dick or is he birth certificate Richard? And then everybody just
Probably a Richard.
Yeah,
Probably
gotta
a
be
Richard.
Is there any birth certificate Dicks out there?
I don't know. Good investigatory report you could have for us.
I'm on it.
Maybe
right.
not in this generation.
Yes.
We were making real dicks back in the day.
that's true.
Now we're just nicknaming it.
Sophomorification of our
Nicknaming it.
society.
Exactly.
That we're a part of. I admit we're a part of. Now, speaking of parents, is this a sweet burn that Tom Izzo called out one of his own players and said, you couldn't guard my mom? His mom is 99
He
years
doubled down
old.
on it. We're going to play this out. He's like, you couldn't guard
One
my
of his
mother.
own players.
My mother.
Yeah. And he said they're going to
She's
be
in
going at
hospice.
it in the nursing home gym.
Yeah.
Which, good for that nursing home for
It's gonna
having
be
a
like,
gym.
like Dennis Rodman and Carmen Electra.
Yes. But also they won the game by 16 points. Is that when you drop that insult after a, relatively comfortable victory?
Sounds like they won in spite of that guy.
Okay.
It's not about the final result. It's about the process.
I want more of his
Men put
players.
into it.
I want more
This
of his
D's not going to
players.
get it done in March.
Yeah, give me more of his players in the stands yelling at the refs. That's what I want.
Yeah, he was like, you got to get out of here.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell are you doing?
He loved kicking that guy out. He wanted his own. He was like, this is awesome. I love
Give me
this
more of
opportunity.
that instead of him talking about his players.
All right. I like that. Now,
him and Mariucci are friends, so I don't really trust him.
Oh, okay.
Beef with Steve, don't you?
Yeah, me and Steve have a beef.
Sticking with
respect his
basketball.
football
I'm just
acumen.
kidding. I love Steve.
I figured.
Yeah.
Sticking with basketball, do you care where the Mavs' new arena goes, whether it remains essentially in downtown or they kick it out to the Valley View Center? Do you care at all? Or are you like,
Closer they can get it to me, the happier I am.
I think the Stars are going to work on that.
Yeah, I'm going to become a Stars season ticket holder if they move that thing down the road from me. So that's going to
Do
happen.
you literally mean down the road?
It's, literally. There's on Park. That's where the Willow Bend Mall is.
Yeah.
And so if they put it in that location, which I'm not certain they will, but if they did, I can literally drive less than 15 minutes.
Any chance we keep the food court open over there for the hockey?
They do have some really good. You got the Mexican Bar Company steaks over there.
Knife,
Knife
right?
is over there.
Knife,
Knife's over there.
yeah.
Whistle Britches. They got a nice little setup over there. But
Knife is delicious.
Yeah, the closer they can get, those arenas to me, the happier I am.
That's not too far away from their facility down the road, right?
Not at all. Yeah. So.
But Heggie, you live on the east side like me. You know how nice it is to have the AAC right here. I think this story really only matters to people to their level of convenience.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he's right too.
All right.
And it's cooler when you're in the playoffs and they got the helicopter or blimp view and they're looking at your arena downtown.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
All right.
Instead of just the city that,
Yeah.
and then your arena's
Yeah.
like 20 miles in a different direction. Are you? It's like, here's the city that the arena should be in.
Yeah. Are you a fan of when they show stock footage of the city and you're like, that thing's been gone for like 3 years?
Yeah.
Did nobody tell you to update that
They
thing?
didn't update
I
it.
did
Yeah.
see that recently. There was a building that building's out there.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Jacksonville had a deal. Yeah, they showed like the Maxwell House Coffee Company hadn't been there for 20 years.
Yeah. What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. Wolchuk is out house shopping, so we're going 4 wide instead of the normal 5 throughout today's 5-hour show, and we got great stuff, great sports.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it. And the Stars won off to a great start. Roll home with the GBAG Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say that birth certificate thing that Eric said.
Nope.
Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You
fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may.
Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Like it's nothing. The man has it stuck on automatic. Okay, and you do have Eric Chiafalo in the house with you today, and along with you, we are the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big fan of the radio signal, 105.3 FM. If you can get it in your car, wherever you might be, your office, your home. Also, big fan of the Odyssey app. And I love everybody that's watching on Twitch and YouTube as well. I just think you're doing a little bit better if you're listening on the Odyssey app or traditional radio these days.
Yeah. One of my favorite things that used to be before I was able to have the opportunity to work here, whenever I was living more of a cubicle life in college. Just have the little transistor radio right there at the desk.
Oh, yes. Classy.
And just soak it in.
Yeah.
You know, that was
cool.
That was the way to go. That was the way to do it. And if I wasn't here doing this right now, that's what I'd be doing.
100%. Salute to Wolchuk. He's out there house hunting today. You got to get that house hunting in Monday through Friday, so he took a day off to, see if he can find a new domicile for the Wolchuk household to settle in.
How beat down do you think he is right now?
Extremely. He was literally asking me for prayers earlier via text.
Oh no!
As they were heading to house number 1. I think they were going to go like a 4-house tour today.
Ooh!
And things are pricey. Interest rates are booming.
Is it one of those things where you walk in and she's kind of looking at it and you're seeing really not enough closet space and you're really not seeing a big enough room and but you're kind of trying to talk yourself into it. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of like, she's like, oh, I see, she's got vision, but you're just kind of thinking like.
You're just thinking financials.
Yeah,
okay? She's got visions for things, and you're like, I don't know. We're just in a blank room with blank walls. Like, I can't tell you what this is. I can tell you what the price is, and I can tell you I don't like it. Yeah. And you go to the next house, and you say the exact same thing.
I'm kind of in that mode where, like, if it's a lady or a guy who's showing you the house, just kind of stay out of my way.
Yeah.
Don't ask me a bunch of questions.
I can see everything that's going on.
Yeah,
here.
just let me walk around, and
if I have any questions, I'll let you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you walk into a store and somebody immediately like, "Hey, can I help you?" Oh no, just looking. Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't need you following me around, making sure I see everything.
The cool thing is they're looking at, I think, some new construction areas. So
yeah, good for him.
If you like the neighborhood and you like the yard size, then they can find a floor plan that you're going to like. So hopefully it's not too stressful for him. But my personal experience is, let's get to the part of town that we want to live in, and then just give me a yes so I can go home and get back to what I'm doing. I can pretty much settle on anything. That was my approach.
Do you think this is like another personal day next week and the week after?
Yeah, well, he's got all that dang paternity leave still.
Yeah.
He's probably got like 3 weeks of that left, so he could really milk this thing.
He's about to go on a Sharif run. We'll see him every other week for the next quarter.
Yeah.
But hey, congrats to our guy Jake Ferguson. He has been named to the Pro Bowl team. Let's get this sports look off and running here for you.
Need somebody on the tug of war team, huh?
Would he be good at that, you think?
Oh, he could tug some more.
Yeah.
Jake Ferguson against other NFL players?
Well, no, this is like, is this really the Pro Bowl? This is like, aren't we doing like the egg toss?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you're just doing the games, the Pro Bowl
actual game anymore.
Yeah, like see how many punts you can catch from the jugs machine
at the
with
same
one
time,
hand
without dropping any of the balls.
Yeah. Are we doing that?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
They need an anchor on the tug of war. Jake's a good anchor.
I think they have a thing where it's just like who can catch a ball 2 yards down the field. And so he's going to be just dominant on that.
So it's not rack, it's not yak, it's
just who's got the surest hands 2 yards down the field. And I think he's the odds-on favorite.
Why do you do that?
He did get a lot of work in fumble recovery as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to do some fumble drills in there.
Spin around, see if you can hold on to the ball.
I think he had 82 catches for 600 yards. But he did have the 8 touchdowns.
Yeah.
82 catches for 600 yards. It's incredible,
for 600 yards.
He was a really good guess, though, man.
Oh, he's the best guess ever. I actually love him to death. I'm cracking jokes about it, but I do think...
No, you're not. You're serious.
I think a lot of it was just the offense. Like, it was just... Like, he can't help it that the route dictates that I'm just the security blanket, and when things go haywire, I'm going to get the ball roughly 2 yards away from the line of scrimmage, and then I have to make like 9 guys miss. And that's just not going to happen.
A lot of tight ends are being asked to do that these days. And, I'd say Jake still had a good year. I mean, it's not the worst contract they signed last offseason.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not looking great right now. I mean, it doesn't look amazing. But I think he's a locker room guy, culture guy, fun guy.
Glue guy.
A bit of a glue guy.
Bit of a glue guy.
A glue guy on a non-playoff team.
Well, maybe we should move on. I am hoping to have him back next year.
No, I'm with you 100%.
Chiefs not going to allow that. Word's going to get back, and we're not going to get him next year.
Hasn't been this tough on a player since Trayvon Diggs' tackling incident against George Kittle.
I nailed that one.
You did. You were all over that.
Dawson just told me, he goes, "Hey, Bross, I'm really enjoying watching these college players. Saw a guy that kind of reminded me of Diggs."
Yeah, he doesn't tackle. This guy, Abney, is that who it is? Arizona State?
Arizona State.
Bro's getting blocked on purpose. Like, he just gives himself up like, guess I'm not going to be able to fight off this block and throw my face in the fan. Happened again. Oh, I'm out of bounds. He's like, running play? Okay. I'm going to make sure that I'm 100% healthy at the NFL draft combine. We're out of here, boys.
See, and that's funny. That's like entertaining scouting right there until your team drafts him. Until he's wearing the uniform that you cheer for. It's just all fun and games.
Dawson comes here Monday morning. Oh, God. That guy they took in the third. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those things.
It'd be heartbreaking.
I am having fun researching these guys along with you and listening to Broadus and Wolchuk. And, of course, we'll have the best draft coverage you can possibly imagine anywhere in the nation. All 3 days of the draft right here on The Fan. Dak, GP, Tyler Smith, Quinnen Williams, Brandon Aubrey, Jake Ferguson. That is 6 Pro Bowlers on this team. You add in there CeeDee Lamb's damn good. Tyler Booker's damn good. Like, they're within striking distance. Give me one good offseason. Fix this defense, we're going to be all right. A lot of good players over there.
Did you guys went spending spree yesterday? You didn't care about the DC when I asked you guys?
Well, don't say that because I was struggling to answer that question.
If you get enough right players, you could win with anybody that's a DC candidate. You could plug defensive back coaches. He'll call the plays and you'll be amazing. Like that's how I feel about it. But I think I would go coach because I want this team to understand what it takes. You know, I mean, I guess at 30 years in, though, the better opportunity right now with this offense is spending spree. Let's get it done and actually make some noise in the playoffs. You know, because you could have the right hires at coach, not go on the spending spree, not draft your balls off. The team can't draft defensive players, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm talking myself even more into this spending spree. Brian asked us the question, would you rather snap your fingers and the Cowboys can nail this coaching search or go on a spending spree? It's a great question. He was really in his bag yesterday.
Yeah, seriously.
About time.
See if he can find some consistency here.
Not today.
Not confident in Krusty's corner today.
Not today, no.
Okay.
You emptied the tank yesterday, though.
It was one of my best efforts of the year. I'm done, I think.
I put it in the tees. that Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40.
You do that when you got nothing left. It's like, hey, what do we got tomorrow? I don't know. With Walt Wolchuk, we probably don't have a guess. All right. Coming up at 3:40 tomorrow. Brought us with Krusty's Corner.
Former Cowboy scout.
Yeah.
Loud and proud, man.
Super Bowl
Got to
champion.
lead with our fastball. Show a little Cleveland.
Click.
Okay, Christian Parker's getting his opportunity this afternoon to interview for the Cowboys DC job. Eagles secondary coach, passing game coordinator with them, considered a rising star in coaching. Definitely checks all the boxes of a coach Cowboys fans would be excited about if that's what the Cowboys end up doing. So Christian Parker, we'll see. You know, I did see Calvin Watkins found something funny. He said the rules here for Leonard are different from head coach hires. The Cowboys could talk to Leonard up until Saturday, but then can't until after Denver is eliminated. So it's not the same as a coordinator interviewing for head coach where you can talk to him in that week between the conference championship game and the Super Bowl. You can't talk to him by-week Super Bowl, Leonard, basically, is how Calvin Watkins reported that.
Man, why was I thinking that they were going to try and maybe interview him after the AFC Championship game?
Well, that's what they're saying is the rule is different for these assistant guys who are going for coordinator jobs. You can't. Yeah. You got to interview Leonard between now and Saturday, apparently. Yeah. And if that's the case, and we need to see Leonard in here over the next 4 days.
Let's see if I get a ruling on this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And I wonder if you can even do an in-person one or if it has to be Zoom. Because if I'm Sean Payton.
They've already had a Zoom with him.
Yeah, they've already Zoomed with him.
They've already Zoomed with him, yeah.
So you know, I do think the timing of this is interesting. But if maybe they already know they're just going to hire Leonard, and it's just a matter of waiting until after the Super Bowl, and they're going to enjoy their winter vacation or wherever they got going on there with the Joneses. But this is pretty important hire. Okay, what else do we have going on with you here, GBAG Nation? Other than the Cowboys looking for a DC, maybe the most relevant coaching search inside the East right now is the Eagles OC.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like they got great momentum. They are conducting their OC search with the understanding Daboll wants to go coach the Bills, and if he doesn't land that, Daboll's expected to wind up in Tennessee as the OC for Cam Ward and the Titans there. So they were interested in Mike McDaniel, but he chose the Chargers. Apparently he wants that Southern California lifestyle. They're also looking at Mike Kafka. You have Zach Robinson and Cliff Kingsbury and Josh Grizzard, other candidates that might be in there, but it appears right now they got to wait for some dominoes to fall for head coaches to start getting jobs before they make momentum. But I'm not impressed with who they're talking with.
No, not at all. I mean, I think that Mike McDaniel was kind of the hottest name from an OC standpoint, but he did probably the smart thing there, which is hitch your wagon.
You want to go back to California.
Well, there's probably some California aspects to it, but there's also Justin Herbert or Jalen Hurts. Like, let's just be real here.
Yeah.
And Jim Harbaugh or Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine just the quirky, random conversations those two guys are going to be having. Old school, quirky in Harbaugh, and new school, quirky with McDaniel.
You watch the Dolphins play a bunch.
Yeah.
He kind of fits into running the football how Harbaugh would do it, right?
Okay, so
hand it off and play hard downhill kind of football?
I wouldn't say hard downhill kind of football. I think it's creative, and it's Achane getting to the edge, and it's very impressive with the way that he can create big splash plays in the run game.
Okay.
Where they struggled and where I think this might be a beautiful marriage is you do have the hard-nosed 3rd and 1 Jim Harbaugh feels like we know how to get this thing.
Yeah.
And it's the short yardage stuff that
was
a killer for McDaniel.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
McDaniel,
it's like 3rd and 1, can't get it, but he could bust Achane can on a 60-yard run because he's pulling all the
It's a Kyle Juszczyk kind of way of playing football with the movement and all that stuff.
Yeah, and he's pulling. He's got if you have athletic linemen, he's going to do a lot with them, and everybody's really impressed
by it. He's got those 2 tackles. Yeah.
So I think that there's a lot to like about what McDaniel does there, but then at the same time, it's third and short, and they're the worst. The Dolphins have been the worst short yardage offense in the league since McDaniel took over.
Dang.
It's just been every offseason they talk about it. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And they can't get it figured out. So maybe with Harbaugh and his sort of old school run it, just bully ball kind of style mixed in with McDaniel, who's got a sexier sort of run concept brain. Maybe they could make something work there, and if they have their healthy tackles, that should be a solid offensive line, and Omarion Hampton, things like that. So if I'm a Chargers fan, I'm pretty excited about this.
Yeah. Yeah, he pulled that thing out of the fire midseason in Miami.
Yeah, and a lot of it was with the rushing attack and the way he sort of changed the landscape on that. So he's going to have some great ideas for him, but the short yardage stuff, I think, is what will be most interesting.
He's got all that orbit motion going on and all kinds of craziness, but he's taken his 6th offensive lineman and putting him in the backfield.
Yeah.
Just breaking all of the rules to try to get mathematical and size advantages and matchup advantages in the blocking game.
But for him, for McDaniel, and the passing attack, it's now everything's open for you. When you're coaching Tua, you have very specific things. He has a very limited skill set. You have to get the ball out extremely quickly. You can't really throw outside the numbers. You don't have a guy who's got the off script, by time, huge play down the field type player in Tua. But with Herbert, that playbook just got so much bigger from a passing attack standpoint.
817 says, Gavin, you know damn well Jerry Jones will make a splash the week of the Super Bowl. Yeah, I couldn't rule that out. Brian, what do you know?
Okay, well, here we go. I got an update on what we could do interview-wise with Leonard.
With Leonard, okay.
The ruling is they can't talk to him until he's done, they're out, or after the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And so head coaches interviews, you could talk to them during the bye week.
Yeah, okay.
But you can't talk to him until he's either done or after the Super Bowl.
Okay, very interesting. So we're going to have to wait even longer for this.
Yeah.
We're going to need Denver to lose or wait until after the Super Bowl if Jim Leonard is the defensive coordinator that they want and know they want. And maybe that's the case, or maybe they're going to be happy with Christian Parker, Durante Jones, or Jonathan Gannon, who are concluding their interviews as presumed finalists this week. Alrighty, Stars climbed out of a near month-long funk last night, 6-2. They get the dub against Boston. This was out Rantanen. They did play their best offensive game since December 23rd. And so that's good. They're going to be in Columbus to take on the Blue Jackets tomorrow. We're going to get temps close to 60 degrees this afternoon, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
It's the final hours before the Arctic blast. I got to figure out how to winterize my pool so all the equipment doesn't break.
Friday's the Arctic blast, Friday night?
Yeah, I believe Friday night later, maybe
11 a.m.,
11
a.m. p.m., I'm sorry, gosh.
Yeah, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah.
I guess we typically do not see ice accumulating until temps drop below 30 degrees, says Dan Henry.
Yeah.
And that is looking to lock in maybe 9 or 10 o'clock, depending on where you are in DFW on Friday evening.
And then the precipitation is Saturday, Sunday, which is going to cause all the problems, right?
Yeah. So, we were watching a video before the show started of some independent weather guy sitting at home, and he was talking a good game. He had me convinced, but he was painting the picture of the potential of 3 inches of ice. And he said, when that happens, there are no more power lines standing. So we could be looking at a full infrastructure rebuild, depending on how things go. Are we getting some rolling blackouts here? Are we preserving some power in the grid? What is this going on? We've had. This is not a good sign. If this is not intentional right now at 55 degrees.
Yeah, we've been losing electricity in and out here at the station. So when the lights were out, I thought you guys just were setting a different kind of mood.
You thought we
up in
like
here.
the nighttime show?
Yeah, like Fred and Blake like to dim the lights.
Fred will walk in and turn the lights completely down.
It's his first move every time he walks in the studio. But they're back.
Are you guys anticipating power lines being down? Or power being off?
I think you have to be in anticipation of that. Get ready to eat some sandwiches at home over the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely anticipating it. You want to have your fuel sources and a plan of attack for all that. And yeah, the problem with the pool is if you lose power and it goes under freezing, like the filter thing breaks.
Yeah.
And I could not believe how much it was to put this damn thing back together after 2021. I was like, I'll never let that happen again. But now I forgot how to winterize it. So I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna Google it up. I'm gonna get this damn thing winterized. And I mean, it's literally like $7,500 to fix your pool if it breaks because of the cold weather.
Yeah, you got to get ahead of that one, bro.
Yeah, it's huge. It's definitely worth spending multiple days
Do you
on.
like wrap like a huge blanket around the pipes and stuff? What do you do?
You got to turn off the water and the power and like unscrew everything so the water's not stuck in there. What happens is the water freezes inside of those filters and things and then just breaks it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's like me. I went out and buy the heat, that stuff, in the yellow can, put it in the gas tank there. So I learned that in Wisconsin. Keep the fuel lines the water
very
from
important.
freezing. Yeah.
All righty. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10. Chief, where are you taking us?
In honor of the Indiana football Hoosiers, we have the top 10 turnarounds in sports history. 877-881-1053. That's next here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Shan and RJ here with the greatness of Own Well. If you have not protested your property taxes ever, you're not alone. Plenty have done that. Plenty have not done that. Come to our side. 2025, both of us protested our property taxes, got the value assessed on our home to drop by the tens of thousands. $70,000 for me. I saved over $975 in actual cash that I did not have to pay the county. That's a Christmas worth of savings right there by protesting your taxes with Own Well. Have you been to a property tax hearing, hired expensive lawyers? Hearings are a grind, long waits, confusing rules, and inconsistent appraisers. Own Well experts will handle everything, saving you time and money. Cannot recommend them enough. Stop overpaying on property taxes and get your free savings estimate right now at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com to see how much you can save in 3 minutes or less. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard our ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting. But when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
Hola, amigos!
Heroes, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877.
Roger that, Sally.
Reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. That's how simple it is on Prize Picks. All you're going to do, you're going to pick 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you're right, you're going to watch the winnings roll on in. And with the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. I'm loving doing it with my role models group chat from my buddies in high school. You just copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. They got every other sport you can think of: college sports, hockey, basketball, MMA, boxing. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
At Berkey's, we're celebrating 50 years of service for the Metroplex. Looking for a great deal on a new air conditioning system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. That's up to $4,000 off per system and 0% financing for 12 months. Just call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Buford, what are these IRS notices?
Karen, don't worry about those. Just put them on my dresser.
You hid this from me? They're saying we owe the IRS what?
Honey, I can handle this.
Buford, I'm going to...
Hi, I'm Randy Martin at IRSprob.com. We help good people with IRS problems. If you're receiving IRS notices like Buford, you need to give me a call right now.
Wait, who are you?
A friend, Karen. At IRSprob.com, we protected thousands of families from the IRS and negotiate settlements, oftentimes for less than the original amount owed.
Hey, Randy, can you help us?
Absolutely, Buford. But you need to call for an appointment right now at 214-214-3000. That number again is 214-214-3000.
We're calling now. Thanks, Randy.
IRSprob.com is here to help. Check out our 5-star reviews. Call us today at 214-214-3000. Again, 214-214-3000.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating? Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325.
Boom!
on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go.
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go.
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
RJ Choppy here. Hair thinning can change how you look and feel. I know because I'm one of Dr. Mark Bashara's actual patients. What makes him different is his bio-enhanced robotic hair restoration using advanced robotics and your body's own natural growth factors to help your hair grow stronger, thicker, more naturally without a linear scar and only 2 or 3 days of downtime. Perform the first robotic hair transplant in Texas, one of only 500 surgeons worldwide, board certified in hair restoration, over 3 million grafts. MarkBasharaMD.com. MarkBasharaMD.com.
You can feel the buzz, can't you?
day treatment, you will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Simply put, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR. Or become inspired with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. UCLA head coach Mick Cronin blasted Big Ten scheduling for giving them 5 of their first 7 games on the road. Mick, sir, UCLA and USC are the reason college sports have changed. Both schools leaving the Pac-12 to join the Big Ten is what started conference realignment. Stop complaining. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone budget conscious looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, Tolos, quick question. Have you ever tried financing a paint job? Spoiler alert, you can't.
Yeah, nobody's handing out payment plans on a bucket of beige, but you can finance Rhino Shield.
That's right. Gary Zanobi here. Our ceramic coating comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield won't chip, peel, or crack. It's UV ray resistant and helps insulate your home.
And with easy financing, Gary can even get your payment under $200 a month.
Protect your home for the long haul. Visit RhinoShieldDFW.com.
Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Rhino Shield.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 2 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time for Daily Football Fix. And here is Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Plenty to get to here in The Fix today. Coaching updates and plenty more right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir. Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
In regards to my T's, 817, what about Baker's testes? No. He's getting testy, like confrontational.
Yes.
A little bit heated on the Twitters.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how I would describe it. I mean, he's a brat. He's petulant. You know, he's a little toxic. He's defensive. He's back. You know, I thought maybe he'd grown out of this.
Right.
But he's still that man.
He's definitely still that man. Started with a tweet from Orlando Ledbetter, who covers the Browns. And he had an article where he says, Falcons, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which
Ledbetter's
started
with Atlanta. He's an Atlanta newspaper guy.
Oh, excuse me.
Constitution.
Yeah, Atlanta, yeah.
My apologies. He covers the Falcons.
Yeah.
And Stefanski, who was formerly the head coach of the Browns, is now with... candidate for the first 5-6 weeks, whatever it was, and then everything started to fall apart, and then he's losing to Bryce Young, losing the division to Bryce Young. He's losing to Quinn Ewers. It's like, really? That's what's going to happen there? So Baker was already fueled, but now you've the Falcons now in the same division, so yes, they will see each other twice per year.
It'll be interesting to see if D. Orlando Ledbetter has a clap back. And I don't know. I'm sure Baker's not scared, but I wouldn't want to be getting into a war of words with a guy named Orlando Ledbetter. Just seems like he's a poet with the pen, you know?
That's true.
He might tear Baker's ass up here.
That's true. I mean,
lie in wait for him for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you get into a beef with a writer,
yeah,
like he can
never argue with anybody that can buy ink by the barrel.
That's the rule.
That's the rule.
That's the rule of thumb.
That's the rule of thumb.
Well, Joe Thomas, the first left tackle in football history, according to a CBS graphic from years ago, certainly one of the best, played for the Browns his entire career. And he says, he responds to Baker. He says, I could be wrong, but I've heard that communication is a two-way street, and there were no laws against you, Baker, sending Stefanski a text or calling him after you got traded. So now you have a little bit of infighting going on here. The funniest thing, I think, is Skip Bayless, who likes to get in the weeds on some of this stuff. By the way, Baker's tweet it has gone
What are we looking at?
Over 20 million views.
20 mil.
Over 20 million views. 21.1.
Yeah.
Twitter might be sending him a check.
It's good soap opera stuff. This is the goods. You know, as you enter this new world of media. I don't know if the NFL knows that yet, but this is the good stuff. They'll probably fine him for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They could get a letter from Roger Goodell. But Skip Bayless says, go, Baker, go. Call out Stefanski. Say you can't wait to see him twice next year. You made him, then he predictably turned on you. He's a smug fraud, an awful hire for Atlanta. He fooled blank. He'll shoot blanks.
This is Skip?
This is Skip, bro.
Man, he needs to go away. It's embarrassing now.
That's unbelievable.
Just trying to get himself mixed up in that for any relevance he can harvest out of it.
That's embarrassing. That really is embarrassing.
For all the Skip Bayless haters, you are getting the end maybe you deserved.
No question. No question. We do have the worst sports take of the week coming up in Sounds of the Sports Day at the top of the hour. It will not involve Skip, but I think it's like you might laugh out loud a little bit when you hear it.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Is it from our show?
It is not from our show. It is not from our show. Now, is Filippone, the Pittsburgh guy who was having to get his nipples pierced and stuff?
Yeah.
Is he on this thing about McCarthy being the leader in the clubhouse for the Steelers in their head coaching position? Is that real?
I mean, a number of their opinion leaders are saying that today. So we're just trying to interpret if this is real or if this is, agent and Pelissero fabrication. Is this echo chamber? Or is this actually happening? But yeah, a lot of the prediction markets have him approaching Shula for the odds-on favorite to get the job.
That is crazy, dude. I would love that for Pittsburgh, though. It'd be really good for him.
How so?
I just totally sarcastic. It would just be a disaster. I mean, I guess it would give him an opportunity. Maybe they could get an opportunity to suck bad enough to get a good quarterback. I don't know. Now, I don't know if we buy this guy's report. It used to be legit. I don't know how respected he is these days, but it's Jason La Canfora. He says execs from multiple...
I thought he quit.
He left the network. I don't know where he's been, but he's still tweeting like he knows things. He says execs from multiple NFL front offices who are conducting head coaching searches believe the Ravens are moving close to a final decision and strongly anticipate Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter getting that job. So... I don't think anybody's too surprised by that. There's so much Harbaugh connection, stuff like that there. But Jesse Minter, one of the best young defensive minds in the NFL with the Chargers, came over from Michigan with Harbaugh and now might be replacing the other Harbaugh in Baltimore. We were talking earlier, nobody wants the Eagles OC job. Mike McDaniel going off to the Chargers. Looks like Brian Dable is, if he's not going to get the head job in Buffalo, looks like he'd prefer to coach Cam Ward in Tennessee as the OC as opposed to Jalen Hurts and hang out with Nick Sirianni every day in Filthy. And Garofolo, NFL Network, saying the Eagles interviewed Matt Nagy for their OC job today.
Matt Nagy might be without a chair.
Yeah, he could be the last man standing, coaching a position, or maybe a quality control coach when it's all said and done.
It doesn't seem like they're getting a lot of great candidates that want to come interview for that job and would prefer something else. I wonder.
But do you feel like that maybe they see that Sirianni is actually on a hot seat?
Yeah, you got the Sirianni hot seat, you got the quarterback not ideal, and then you have the wide receiver dynamic as well that he wants out. I think there's too much instability there and drama.
Yeah.
And I don't want to plunge myself into that world.
Right, and you have a fan base that's ready to egg your house at any turn and every turn if you're not putting up 1 million points and winning every game.
Yeah.
Like that it's just a toxic environment. Diana Rossini was on WIP in Filthy. She said, I think coordinators on the list are aware that navigating Filthy is difficult, and it's not the easiest place to step into, especially if you're looking for a successful few years. So I don't know, man. I don't know. And they're willing to give whoever the OC is like full autonomy. They can't wait to get Nick Sirianni as far away from the offense as possible.
That's a good sign.
Still, everybody's like, nah, I think there's... And listen, what Mike McDaniel did choosing the Chargers and Herbert over Hurts and Sirianni in Philadelphia, like, no-brainer. Absolute no-brainer. And I even think for Daboll, I'd rather go coach Cam Ward. I would.
It's crazy how they had a quick hook with Doug Peterson, who seemed a lot more professional, and Sirianni just looks like... I mean, he puts off the energy of like a youth sports coach. And they're okay with this considering how many times that it's gotten away from him late in the season now. 2 out of the last 4 dumpster fires in December.
It's crazy. Yeah.
It does have that Super Bowl win. That buys you some.
Oh, that buys you time.
That buys you some time.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of years. But there's so much going on, though. Like, if I was a coach going in there, I don't know if I want to be in part of that dynamic. Like, you watch those tapes and you see the quarterback, you're like, I don't know about that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't. And then you got a head coach that might be, everybody, you got a general manager that's pretty aggressive that might move on. All of a sudden you move your family over there and then, boom, you're blown out. Go for some stability.
Wouldn't we love it as Cowboys fans if they end up with Nagy as their OC? Like, wouldn't we consider that a big win?
That would be outstanding.
Like, really? They got Nagy?
Yeah.
The guy who couldn't put up points with Pat Mahomes over the last few years?
That's true.
They do a lot of things well. I don't think hiring coaches is one.
John Lynch, general manager of the Niners, confirmed that the Niners have looked into the electrical substation situation that they're dealing with, where they have an electrical substation that is right there next to their facilities, next to their practice field, next to their stadium, next to their weight room. And there are theories out there among scientists that is the cause for all of the injuries for the Niner players. So John Lynch has now lent voice to the fact that, they've looked into it. It's obviously vague, not sure if they think it's a big deal or not, but I would be leaving no stone unturned here with that theory. And I would want to be very confident that this is not part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of detailed scientific research that activity underneath power lines is bad. Makes cows go crazy.
Yeah.
You seen those mad cow videos?
Oh, yeah, I've seen them.
Those cows are shaking like they got bit by a cobra.
They're nuts, dude.
That's electricity flowing through their body. Can only handle so much. So, I think this is an NFLPA deal. Because you get money involved, and the Niners don't want to build a new facility. But I'd be trying to ramrod this thing in front of an independent committee.
So yesterday we had the conversation about Sean McDermott being fired from the Bills, and Vic Carucci was saying that 6 weeks ago they just had a meeting of the minds with McDermott and the GM and the owner and just the front office, and McDermott was sort of complaining about the roster, saying this is not a Super Bowl caliber roster. That apparently offended everybody in the building, and that's part of the reason why he got let go. And also the owner, Terry Pegula, says that his decision to bring in a new coach and fire McDermott, he said today, it was based on the results of our game in Denver. So it was a bit knee-jerk there. Brandon Cooks catches that ball, alternate reality. Wow. And a lot of people say he did catch that ball. And now I'm seeing other angles. Are you seeing the slow-mo, different angles from that now, where I'm starting to be like, oh, my gosh, I think he might have.
He caught the ball.
He might have just caught that thing.
He caught the ball.
I think he caught that ball.
I think he got coverage? What are we looking at?
No.
I thought all the TV and the replays kind of left it undetermined, and that's why there was such a robust debate.
Okay, no, you have NFL Films that has a sort of a different angle, and it's slow mode, and you're going, oh my gosh! Here,
his back hit with the ball in his chest.
I'm gonna DM it to you right now. I think Buffalo. I was kind of back and forth, and I felt like I think maybe they did get the play correct, but new angles. I feel genuinely sad, even more sad for Bills Mafia than I did when it happened in real time. Dawson, I just DM'd you the video that I'm talking about. This is probably all the confirmation that we need to know that Buffalo got absolutely jobbed, and now Sean McDermott's out of his.
Okay, I'm seeing this in real time right as we speak, and the ball is flying through the air in slow motion. There's Cooks. He's got it with both hands. The feet are down. The knee is down. The butt is down. He is rolling. And he had control of the ball the whole time. Dude just took it from him.
The dude took it from him when they were on the ground together. That's what happened.
And I had felt like
that's sad.
Coming out of the weekend, I said there's not enough evidence to give that ball to Denver.
That's crazy, dude. So that's part of the reason why McDermott doesn't have a job anymore. But now things get a little bit even more interesting here because Pegula, the owner of the Bills, and their newly promoted general manager, Brandon Beane.
That's usually how it goes when owners take these press conferences. They're not very good, like Jerry is. Jerry has the missteps, but this guy is just a jackass.
Yeah. Did you
hear what he said though about he did do something pretty interesting though about the draft pick of Keon Coleman?
Yeah, that's part of this here.
Yeah. Like he was pretty adamant that Brandon didn't want to draft this guy. He's just being a team player.
Yeah.
See, this is the things that I think you deal with Will McClay. I think that's exactly the kind of things that Will trying to be a team player. And I say this in all respect to Will because I think there's times he absolutely hates me, and I'm cool with that. But I'm saying if he had the autonomy to do what he needed to do without outside interference, I think your roster would be even better. I do. I just don't. There's too many people with opinions that probably shouldn't have opinions in the Cowboys organization.
Yeah. So that was part of their presser today in Buffalo, was basically saying that, and they were asking a question to Brandon Beane, and the owner stepped in. Yeah, and saying that when they drafted the wide receiver Keon Coleman in the first round, the owner stepped in and said, like, hey, that was the GM Brandon being a team player. He's taking heat over it. I'm here to tell you the true story. And it was the coaching staff that pushed to pick Keon. So now they're pointing the finger as McDermott's saying, hey, the roster's not good. And now ownership and general manager are saying, well, we were deferring to the coaching staff when we drafted this player. But it's even funnier when you look at some of these old videos where you can see during the combine, Brandon Beane, Bill's general manager, sees Keon Coleman run a poor 40. And he's actually like Tiger Woods fist bumping, like, yes, good, that's good. It was a slow 40. That means that there's a better chance that he will fall to us. That's from the GM's mouth. Then you have the Hard Knocks offseason deal, and Brandon Beane says, when I went to bed the night before the draft, I was like, it's Keon, unless someone just blows us away. Yeah. So when you look at the other evidence in lead up to the actual draft pick, the GM seems very on board with Keon Coleman. That is a disaster. Josh Allen is he's in one of these terrible franchises again.
Yeah, and now
happening.
You see why that organization has been such a failure for 3 decades.
They sucked for forever.
And only McDermott and Allen saved him from it.
But I wonder if he's in a situation where he knew he had to do this for the coaches. But you're saying at the combine, right? That he was hopeful that he would fall. Is that what you're saying, Chief?
Yeah, and yes, that's what he's saying.
Like I'm glad he ran a slow 40 so that he will fall to us so we can take him.
It's entirely possible that he was given the company line after the draft, and at the combine, that's an independent, in a vacuum thought about the player instead of how he preferred them over this player or that player. But it looks so messy right now, and you can see the dysfunction and the lies and the office politics all boiling to the surface here in a very embarrassing moment for the Bills. That losing is toxic, dude. It'll tear you apart. We got the C-note coming up next, and where the Cowboys need to throw the most dough in free agency, plus the other headlines from your day of Cowboys news. That's coming up next here in the GBAG Nation.
Shan and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, GBAG Nation, and...
$50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit berkeys.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making this part of your day. If you want, you can get in on the Franklin injury attorney text line. Every day at this time, we give you the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. But the number, 877-881-1053. And I think I read the article today that makes Caleb Downs make a lot more sense for me.
Okay.
Maybe you don't need that. Maybe you do. Maybe you're like, why would you want to spend premium assets on a tackler? And that's how I woke up this morning. I'll be putting my head down to sleep tonight with a different perspective. As it's not as so much as I'm scouting these players. I'm giving myself a draft education, trying to learn. And one of the most important things about what you learn and what you know is, you got to know what you don't know. And I got a healthy dose of that earlier today, Brian. When's the last time that happened to you? Probably 1984, something like that.
In what way?
You have an epiphany? Like, I was looking at this player this way, and then I figured something else about the scheme that makes it make more sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of times when you go back, and like there are guys that I've studied early in this process, say November 1 when I started, and now there's more film. Maybe there's playoff games, and there's stuff that you saw maybe in week 3, 4, 5 where you're like, oh, okay, cool, but you have maybe a little better competition. Maybe the players. I think there's stuff that we need to do about Reese from Ohio State. I think there's things you need to go back at.
He's going number 2 in a lot of these mocks right now.
and you're kind of wondering. And I see why people really, really like this player. But is there stuff that they didn't do with him? Is stuff Matt Patricia didn't do with him scheme wise? Do I need to ask some questions to my scouting buddies? Did his play fall off for a reason? Was it a coaching thing? Was it a scheme thing? Did something happen? Was he playing through an injury or something like that? But yeah, I mean, you talk about there's a lot of times where, there's people talking about these players and you're like going, okay, that's an interesting thought. And I'm like, oh, what games you watch? And every one of them are.
Yeah, it's more about finding different games.
Every one of them is. It was the conference championship game. It was the first playoff game. It was the second playoff game. So you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you really need to watch them against good players.
Yeah, you got to go back. You got to go back and watch these guys, especially. And that's the thing about when you start with a top 100 list. You might do the first 10 players and all of its early tape, and you have some later tape that might be able to tell you a little bit better. Give you a better picture about that player.
Okay, so this segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We go to Ted Wynn of The Athletic. Wrote today about one of the things that great defenses have in common this year in the NFL, and that is a terrific player at nickel corner. Some of them are nickel safeties. But Wynn says there's only between 5 and 10 of these guys in the league, depending on what you consider elite and what you consider average. And he singles out Nick Emenwari, Jalen Petrie of the Texans, Quentin Lake of the Rams, who was a very interesting free agent target, but he signed an extension a couple of years ago. The Chargers' Derwin James and the Eagles' Cooper DeJean are the standout nickels that he's talking about in this article. And he writes, the nickel has become a premium position, a defensive defining position. This is Eagles safeties coach Joe Casper telling The Athletic, the value of a great nickel is way higher than what most personnel departments think. Maybe the Cowboys are in that group of players, considering they let Jordan Lewis go. Maybe Jordan Lewis was your borderline great nickel or could have some incredible nickel games. Casper says most personnel departments are really way behind the times when it comes to the nickel defensive back. They think that they need the outside guy first and the inside guy second. And you know what inside piece is really a mid-round type of guy. He says, I totally disagree. The way that the game is going, when you look at it, you look at these offenses that run in-breaking routes off of reductions, and then that is already defeating quarter leverage. And then we talk like, oh, well, the corner is still the most important one. I just think that's grossly inaccurate if you're talking about keeping up with the times. So, I was thinking of the discussion we've been having with Keontae Scott as well. Here is another defensive back, and, he's a slot corner by, positional designation, but they play much more like linebackers. Yeah. So the thought is, instead of trying to find a linebacker that can cover, let's take defensive backs who can tackle and line them up down there in the box. And it's a chess piece that is, harvesting great advantages on game day. He writes about how Jesse Minter with the Chargers, who's up for a ton of head coaching jobs, made Derwin James a permanent nickel safety, and he's had now his best season. And what it took for him when he got there was, we need to find two different guys that can play deep safety, because I'm not moving Derwin James out of this nickel spot right here, and that allows them to stay in nickel quite a bit. And he has a quote in here from Mike McDaniel on how things have worked out with Emanwari being their nickel. In terms of how you manage your roster, really, Emanwari's playing a linebacker position. We're really kind of turning it into like a 4-3 base team with a crazy athletic Sam is what we are, says Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Seahawks. When we go to dime, we're really a nickel 4-3. I think the cool thing that our front allows us to do, what Nick allows us to do, is we get some front variety that normally you wouldn't get out of a true 4-down team, and I think that's been pretty cool what we've been able to create, and it speaks to the impact of the right coach and the right personnel, just how much better the Seahawks have been this year, from not a top 10 defense to now one of the best defenses. I think they're number one in EPA, and the Chargers last 2 years, they couldn't get defense figured out at all, but they are absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and that's why Jesse Minter going to Baltimore and having a guy in Kyle Hamilton, if that ends up being the case there, where Jesse Minter ends up taking over as the head coach, he's already got that particular guy in place, and you can see what a difference it's done. I mean, there was a handful of acquisitions this offseason for Seattle, Tank being one of them on the defensive line, but Emanwari really allows Mike McDaniel to do what he wants to do. And last year he was trying to, but they were getting run on at a crazy level. But when you have a Swiss Army knife kind of player like that, gosh, it's just so valuable.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie is getting a lot of credit for what he's doing down there in Houston. So, it's worth keeping an eye on and talking about for the Cowboys. Like, if you would draft another outside corner, can Deron Bland be that guy? Like, who are their candidates to be that guy? Do they have one, Brian? Chief?
I mean, I like Bland as a nickel. I did his rookie year, but now with the foot injuries and his lack of desire to want to play in that spot, I don't know. I mean, I do think he can certainly be serviceable there as a nickel. He won't be to the same extent as a Derwin James, like these bigger body guys that are just total freak shows where they're big and they can cover extremely well and tackle extremely well. I think he's probably, of the guys you have, I would say he's your best candidate for it. But he's sort of the knockoff version compared to these super beasts that you have out there. Emanwari, Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James, like that's kind of a different level. Where
the 205, the 215 pounders.
Yeah, they really are a cross between safety, nickel corner, and linebacker.
Yeah, because I went back and I was looking at Emanwari. I was looking at what I said notes-wise about him in the draft, and I was just because I was curious. And you didn't see a cover guy. You didn't see him you saw the down box stuff. You saw him being able to do that. But there were times in games where he would blow somebody up and then he had a chance to blow somebody up again and he wouldn't do it. So there was that, you're thinking like, okay, well here's a guy that completely looks the part. And now, you need to see him being more of a physical player. So they've clearly unlocked something with him with that. If you look
and it takes a really special athlete. Like, you can't find these guys. I don't even know if you can team build like targeting this player unless you want to take downs. Or another guy who is because you can end up getting just average at it quite easily.
Did you watch Thinnerman from
Oregon?
From Oregon?
Yeah.
See, to me, that's a guy that I kind of look at when you watch him. If you go back and watch him play at Purdue even, Like he's playing down. He's playing in coverage. He's tackling really, really well. This is the type of guy, like...
I didn't think he was strong enough to play in the box.
Man, I disagree with you on that one. I think, to me, you watch him play downhill, and the way that he's able to, like...
He's nasty. He's aggressive.
Oh, no, yeah, gets rid of guys and stuff like that. I think he does. I would say I would much rather have him playing forward than I would have him playing back. And I think that you got a guy here that could actually cover. There's another guy. There's McNeil Warren. It's a hyphenated name out of Toledo. That's a taller guy. That they play him more as a free, but he could be a guy that's really tall, but he can move. He's got a, he's not what he's usually. These tall guys are real leggy and they can't turn and can't run. This guy can do those things, but. Like I say, Thieneman to me is like an Oregon. That's a second-round pick. If you're Dallas, if you don't trade back, you're not going to have a chance at this guy. So you're going to have to make a determination if you can. There are guys that I think that you can look at as nickel corners. I think Terrell from Clemson would be a guy that you could play him on the outside if you want to put him inside. I think he could be just as sticky. I don't know about the guy Hood from Tennessee. He has the size. Probably more of an outside guy. But if you're looking for a guy to play inside, I don't know if that's his thing. So we've seen the kid Pons from Indiana. That's a 5'9", 174-pound guy that could probably play outside or play inside. You saw him playing down the other day, knifing down inside, playing off blockers and stuff like that. So Dallas clearly needs to go find a guy that can play in that role. Yeah. Because I don't know if you can with the foot situation with Bland that you can really, really trust that. You probably need somebody that can line up and play inside and be really good at it.
Man, this McNeil Warren from Toledo looks badass, dude. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's interesting because of the size.
Yeah.
And
the coverage ability looks good. He's tackling.
Yeah,
my goodness.
He's like I say, the size, his ability to turn, his ability to run, like I say,
then drive.
The drive. You're absolutely right about this guy. But like I say, he's in a range where Dallas, if you're going to have to take him, because Dallas might have to overdraft him.
Yeah.
You might, because you don't right now have that day 2 pick.
And it's tough, especially for this team. They talk about in this story how important it is to be able to support the run, but also these screens and these over-the-middle short passes. Like, there is so much offense happening closer and closer to the line of scrimmage in the war against chunk plays that you need guys that can rally to the football. And I know Houston's not alive anymore, but it's amazing to watch Houston just rally to the ball because they have 4 or 5 guys that can't be blocked.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
He's really amazing the way he plays.
Okay, so is Krusty's Corner, and that's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we got more football commentary with these guys. We'll do that next.
I want to chat about D&M leasing with you before we do that, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle right now, maybe something that's more winter ready, D&M can get you taken care of before the weekend. 972 or 817-35 lease. Ring up D&M right now. Tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, sports car, station wagon. They do it all at D&M Leasing. You're going to love it just as much as I do. And you'll see why I've done over 10 easy leases.
guys kind of hear the whispers that maybe Bo Nix got hurt in the locker room celebration?
I saw some like weird rabbit hole stuff that I didn't go too deep into, but some people were questioning the injury factor. So yeah, is that what it was? That's what they were alluding to?
I was just wondering if I was the only one that was hearing that maybe he got hurt in the locker room after the game. They were kind of messing around.
And maybe that's why Sean Payton tried to get ahead of it and go back to the podium and explain things and lay it out the way he wanted to.
Maybe.
And just lie his balls off.
I couldn't get Sean to...
Oh, no, that's not... You can't put that in writing.
Sean's not going to say anything.
You don't send
like
that to your radio man friend.
No, he ain't going to do that.
That's a segment.
No, he's not going to do that. So, anyway. But, it was... I was just kind of hearing that there were some whispers that, like, maybe he got hurt in the locker room celebration.
Whispers from, like, people you respect or whispers from the internet?
Just whispers.
Just whispers, period.
Just whispers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, these whispers are probably less credible than ever.
Okay.
It's amazing after these big stories. People are just making stuff up.
You think so?
I'd
love for Sean to say, he busted his ankle jumping up and down. Like
it's somewhat believable.
Like lineman fell on him. He was in the, they were.
We've seen injury celebrations. I mean, they happen basically every year. You see something.
The only reason you'd lie about it, though, is if somebody had made a big mistake.
If it's embarrassing. If somebody picked him up and slammed him down.
Yeah, some sort of thing that you shouldn't have been doing.
Yeah.
That people are going to make fun of or get you sued.
Yeah, I just grokked it. The AI for Twitter. I just said, what are some internet theories about how Bo Nix got hurt versus the Bills? And the first one is locker room celebration injury.
Yeah.
Fracturing it in the locker room while celebrating. And the team covered it up as an on-field play. Which it's fair to speculate because of how...
You never know.
Well, because it's one of the first times you can remember a pretty catastrophic injury that you can't recall the second it happened. Even after going back and watching plays, it's hard to figure out when it actually happened.
Yeah.
So now, like, Tracy Wolfson, I think, was the sideline reporter, and she interviewed him after the game, and she was saying he was kind of like favoring the one leg. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it got worse in the locker room.
Tracy would know. Tracy would know.
Yeah.
We should believe Tracy. We shouldn't believe on these internet reports. Do you know the Athletic? They had their consensus top 50
draft prospects.
Yeah, this just came out.
Is this Dane Brugler's?
Yep, I believe so. Well, put it this way:
or is it a collective?
It's the Athletic being reported by Austin Mack or Austin Mock. How about a guy named Austin Mock working on the draft?
He was built for it, born for it.
He's a staff writer for the NFL. But
I bet that's like a Matt Pittman thing, where he got into the business and he's like, let me see. Let me tweak this stage name.
This is their consensus top 50. They got Arvell Reese at number 1.
All right,
from Ohio State.
There's some Dane Brugler influence.
There's some Fernando Mendoza, number 2. Caleb Downs, the safety, at 3.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, at 4. Somewhere like all these can't draft a running back at that spot. People, are all kind of like going, it might be that he might be the best player in that among all these players. You know what I'm saying?
He can really catch it. He's going to help your passing game a lot.
Yep, maybe just
I don't know about top 5, maybe top 15.
Yep, top 4. David Bailey from Texas Tech.
But the player rankings and the mocks are going to be significantly different, right?
Yeah, this is a player rank. This is their consensus big board. I mean, this is their top 50. They got Jordan Tyson. I'm just going to do the top 10 for you. But I'm going to tell you about something though, because we're talking about safeties. I kind of want to go through, since we were talking about them. I want to run through a couple of them. But they got David Bailey at 5. He's the edge from Tech. Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver from Arizona State. I think this is George Pickens. I think Jordan Tyson's George Pickens as a player.
Just a little shorter.
He's 6'2".
Oh, nice.
Yep. Reuben Bain, number 7. Has anybody helped themselves more than Reuben Bain in the playoffs?
No, the playoff I mean, everybody knew he was legit,
He was a legit
surefire
player.
top 15, 20 pick, but now it seems like surefire top 10 guarantee.
No way he gets you at 12, does he?
I mean, it's hard to fathom.
Spencer Fano, the tackle from Utah, at 8. Cornell Tate, wide receiver from Ohio State, at 9. And Sonny Styles, the Ohio State linebacker, at 10. All right. What I want to talk about, though, is we were mentioning about these safeties. And Dawson, I want you to in this top 50 of the safeties, they've got 3 of their safeties in the top 50. Downs at 3. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, who we were just talking about, at 41.
Yeah.
And then this is when, if Dane's doing this list, this is the problem that Dane has. He doesn't know which safety he likes better, so he's going to stack them. He's got Emmanuel, McNeil, Warren, who we just talked about. I'm going to go through these guys' reports. But
he's got them tied.
He's got them at 41 and 42. He doesn't know which one he thinks is better. So it's one of those, anytime you see one of Dane's lists and it's got 2 players, I know his tricks right here. I know what he's doing.
So T.J. Parker, Clemson edge, and Akeem Mesidor, Miami edge, stacked back-to-back.
There
he likes
you go.
them basically the same.
There you go. He's trying to figure out until he either gets more film or somebody in the scouting world helps him break the tie.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's waiting for a workout.
Injury report,
medical, all that stuff. So if you ever see Dane's list and he's got 2 positions back-to-back, he's not sure which one of the guys is the better of the players. So always keep an eye on that. Like I said, he's got Downs. We'd all believe that Downs would be there. I mean, not be there. We'd love to have him there. Wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Could we take a safety like that at 12?
Oh, my gosh, absolutely.
Okay. But you need, if you want to go back in the draft, though.
I like this theory from the 214. Bo Nix got hurt while mounting his TV. It's pretty good.
That was so. Just come out and say that, right?
It's the all-time Cowboys ball sack.
Just come out and say that if you're going to do that.
There's no other way as the TV, because they would have just said the TV.
Yeah,
I was mounting a TV.
Stripper pole.
I was
hit him in the
being
head.
a little handyman at the house.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, TV's coming down.
Yeah.
Hit me in the head.
Need to be better on that.
Dadgummit.
Yeah, need to be better. Dylan Thieneman, though, the Oregon safety, I really like this kid a lot, Dawson.
Yeah, I did too. I think he's got a lot of good stuff.
I do have him in the second round, and I know here we're going to just talk a little bit of safeties, but I think this guy's a really good open field because we're talking about these players that can play down and around the box and be linebacky guys. Now, Dawson, you're not wrong. He's 6 foot. He's 205 pounds. But he plays, I think, at a different level when it comes to being down. Because I do see a really explosive guy. I think this is one of the better open field tacklers I've seen in the draft. And what I'm interested to see if somebody takes this guy in the first, because I think they might, just because of the things that we were talking about earlier, about that type of player that can cover and be physical and all that. But this guy, he drives through you. He can play around the line. He can play at depth. He plays well with his eyes. He has a really good job of tracking receivers with the ball. He can backpedal. He's got athletic ability. He can mirror trigger on throws. I mean, he plays the game at top effort. He's looking for a game-changing turnover.
Yeah.
That's how this guy plays. I mean, he is looking. He loves to compete. He loves to tackle. He loves to cover. The way he covers ground is impressive.
Everybody loves him. He's got like an insatiable appetite for working. He's a grinder.
He does. He's absolutely. And then there's Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety from Toledo. And this is a guy, Chief, and you just kind of were picking up a little bit of looks at him and stuff.
Yeah.
6'2", 202. He's out of Toledo. This guy's got the length. He's got the size. I kind of see this guy more as a free safety. He has a history of being a big-time hitter and tackler, but he did miss more tackles this year than the previous 2 years. And for somebody this size, he does show some surprising hip fluidity when transitioning, in through routes and stuff. This is a loose guy, and I mean loose in a good way at 6'2", 202. I see the anticipation. I see the ability to read. I think he plays with a burst. I think he can match up with tight ends. Athletically, he could stay with any of them. He's around the ball. He's got a nose for it. He spends the majority of time in the box. He's got no fear for wanting to come forward, attempt to fill. These safeties, I think, in this draft are the types of guys that we're talking about. Mm-hmm. Whether it's the Downs or the Thienerman or the McNeil Warren, those types of guys. I think our kid from Miami fits in this mold too.
Keontae Scott.
I think Scott fits in this mold too. So if Dallas, I would be interested to see if, in fact, if Dallas covets one of these guys, potentially, if they don't get a shot at Downs, do you pass on a guy like this? Is 20 rich, or do you back up a little bit and then pick up a pick and draft this guy? I think there's several safeties in this draft that could absolutely come in right now and start. Bobby Belt did a whole study of like players you draft and play through the playoffs. Safety's the number one position there. We always talk about defensive tackles, edges, linebackers, safeties. They're the ones you draft, you plug them in, they play the most snaps, whether it's regular season or the playoffs right there. So maybe.
As far as being instantly ready?
Instantly ready to play.
I love that fact.
So these safeties, I think there's some guys there. You're also going to hear about Ramsey from USC. You're going to hear about Halsey from LSU. Those are strong safety guys that probably don't cover as well. Not like what you get with Downs and Scott and Thienerman and McNeil Warren. Those are the guys, I think, that when we were talking about that earlier, those are the guys that can play like what we see with the Chargers. Don't come off the field. I'm not going to move. I'm going to find another safety because these guys play so well in all those other positions.
Maybe there's a wide receiver there that a team really, really needs, and they're willing to come up to 20, and you can pick up multiple picks on day 2. That's where I'd be more comfortable taking these guys.
No, absolutely. I think these guys all mentioned, somebody might take them late in the first round. But if you're Dallas, it's going to have to be, maybe they like him enough to take him at 20. I don't know, but Dallas needs a safety that has these kinds of skills of the guys we just walked through.
Terrific stuff. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. Chief, what is next?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring your worst take of the week and a new laugh in the laugh bracket. That's next here in the nation. Batolos, it is time to take control of your financial future. And I would encourage you to do what Wolchuk and I did, and that is look no
Hour 3 of the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, sir. Hope you're having a good one. It's time now for a little Sounds of the Sports Day with Eric Chiafalo. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay. Got plenty to get to here. One of which I hope I did the proper editing on. We'll find out together in real time. But I teased the worst sports take of the day, perhaps of the week, perhaps of the entire draft season. I would like to take you to one of your former coworkers.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Colin Cowherd.
Okay, yeah.
He's talking draft, Broadus.
Mm-hmm. He was doing morning drive radio and late night TV. He was like the TV news anchor.
That's legendary.
Ripping and running.
That's pretty ridiculous to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
Morning drive radio coupled with getting home extremely late from your newscast.
Yeah.
Wow. Got respect for that. And I think he's great at what he does. But this here was one hell of a take. Now, it's just a sports take. It's just an opinion. Okay, so it's hard to say, oh, your dead ball's wrong.
He's got some doozies.
This one, I think this one's pretty interesting.
Like,
here.
He's genuinely not saying anything he actually believes. He just wants the reaction. He's that radio guy.
He's gone to crap since he lost the lady that used to sit with him.
Which one?
Was that Joy Taylor?
Hey, Joy Taylor.
Oh, yeah. He had a...
I think Joy Taylor kind of kept him in check.
He had a couple of them.
She used to call him out a little bit. Yeah, he had Christine Leahy, the blonde girl, for a while when he first got to Fox. I'm not sure what happened to her.
Yeah, but
then he got Joy. Now he's got J-Mac.
J-Mac, it's like he just kind of agrees with the foolishness.
Okay, not on this one, though. Now, you won't hear J-Mac in this clip, but if you watched it, you would see him...
Like cringe?
Yeah.
I've had a little cringe.
Yeah, this is a little cringe here.
Yeah.
It's quick. It's concise. It involves Ty Simpson, quarterback from Alabama, who will be in this draft. And it involves the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cowherd, floor's yours.
Pittsburgh with all these picks. My takeaway... You give out about 6 of them to go get Ty Simpson in the first round. Say what you want. It's something.
It is something. He says they got like 12 picks. I'm not sure. Is he right about that? He might be right about that. They got 12 picks.
A lot of comp picks.
He thinks they should use half of their picks to trade up. Okay, this is like a Ditka, Ricky Williams situation, to trade up for the undersized, often injured, and 1 year of starting experience, Ty Simpson.
Yeah, you could probably just take him where you're sitting there. What are they picking, 18th or 19th? If you really like him that much, I don't think you got to move up.
And you certainly don't have to give up 6 picks to do it, do you?
No. I don't think you got to move up at all to get him.
Broadus, am I crazy here? Is that eligible for worst take of the week?
It's pretty close.
Like if Walchuk's on the stack and he's talking about this, are you going to give him a forearm shiver?
I'm calling him out for this.
You're going to drop kick him off the studio stage.
I'm going to call him out for that one. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
If not me, Aisha will. Yeah.
Somebody will.
Yeah.
Word will get back to me, and I'll punch him right in the face.
Yeah.
But he's too good for that. He's too smart for that. Look at this. We got Fred Davis early in the building already.
What's
grinding?
2 hours and 52 minutes before the start of Fan After Dark. And we found out with the new angle that he couldn't have been more wrong about the Brandon Cooks catch that wasn't a catch. And now he's going to shake his head with his He's got his toothpick in his mouth. He's got the look.
I'll send you a clip. I'll send you guys clips where you can clearly see McMillan's arms on the ball as well. Okay.
Willie C might have had you cornered.
But doesn't
on that
the tie goes to the offensive player?
Get back in here, Fred. Don't be scared.
Isn't it where if both guys and I mean I'll defer to the guys been in the NFL.
I'm doing radio with you. Do you think I'm going to get at this?
I mean, you've got if
I saw a ball in hand back on ground.
You know what? That's my phone at.
Did you see the new angle?
At?
Yeah.
I got to send it to me.
I'm going to give you.
I've got one too. I've got one too that I saw that made me feel better about myself.
I was standing 10 feet away from when Dez did that. And I said right then and there, it's a catch, and that referee agreed with me until the league said no, it wasn't, and then they came back and said yes, it was.
Did you guys play the audio from Matt Randolph? By the way,
no.
Who's Matt Randolph?
I think you mentioned it. The renowned energy expert who's basically sounding the alarm.
Oh gosh, it's like the end of the world.
Okay, basically, go
3
ahead.
inches of ice.
Yeah, get your affairs in order before the weekend's over because we're all going to die.
Prepare for no power for up to a month.
A month?
What?
3 inches. 3 inches.
3 inches of ice going to bring down all the power lines.
I know
so this guy's
plenty
going
about
viral.
that, but my gosh.
The guy Brian and I watched in the break room before the show.
I call my mom and dad. Yeah, that's him.
Right here, yeah.
He said, "Now, if it's possible."
I'm going to send you guys this audio.
Is he the real deal?
Does he got any credentials?
A month of no electricity?
He said.
Okay.
He said this could be catastrophic. I hope he's wrong.
He's a renowned energy expert and Forbes energy contributor. So do with that as you will. Okay?
Wow. He knows about the grid.
Does Forbes catch a lot of breaks because they're Forbes? I'm just asking.
They're not the same outfit they used to be.
Yeah.
They
this
throw
is
the
your
Forbes
father's
name
Forbes.
around. Stolen credibility.
I mean, hey, he's saying. Now, I did see, again, I've been keeping an eye on this thing because I'm supposed to go to Kansas tomorrow. Actually, no, I'm supposed to go to Kansas Friday morning.
Good luck.
Okay, it's still.
You'll be there for about a month.
Just come back Friday night. You'll be all right.
Well, here's the problem. I'm slated to drive up there Friday morning.
Yeah.
Go see the boy play Friday, Saturday, and then head back Saturday night.
That sounds like a horrible idea.
That head back, that head back ain't happening.
Now look,
Fred, you're from Kansas. Go do it. Just go.
We've seen. Well, it's not. I'm not worried about getting up there. It's getting back. That could be the issue.
I think you'll be fine, Fred. There'll be nobody out there.
Well, I'm worried about Oklahoma.
There'll nobody out there.
Do we trust Oklahoma road
you'll
crews?
You'll be all right. You might be in a big, we might see the highway and there'll be like a 26-car pileup and you're in the middle of it.
If you have to abandon your vehicle and walk, you're done for.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a wrap. Now I'm getting a rental car, so
go with lots of supplies, bottled water.
What kind of car are you going with?
I don't know yet. I don't know because, like I said, we're on. We're going to wait until tomorrow night.
Better pay the extra for the 4-wheel drive.
Well, I'm paying $25 for the insurance, so God forbid the car blows up. Boom, done. The guy literally said, Enterprise Rent a Car said, you buy that $20 insurance, you can bring back the steering wheel, and we have to take the car. So, little rental hack out there for you guys. That's straight from the Enterprise people. So
that's worth it.
Anyway,
Good info.
Play this audio. I'll send you guys, like I said.
No, man, it's like the end of the world audio.
I stand by McMillan and the interception. Okay, like I'm dying on that hill. But you may want to play this to get everybody all freaked out. So anyway, we'll see you in 2 hours.
Take a look at the new angle. Okay, take a look at the new angle, and you'll get back to us in crosstalk.
We got something to send you too.
Honestly, I really just wanted to make sure that
your wire was here.
Your
cord to charge your Android.
See you soon, Fred.
There he goes. Okay, this is from the morning show. This is Gary Myers.
Gary Myers.
Gary Myers?
I think, Newsday?
Yeah, Newsday. He's a New York guy.
Very crusty.
Used to be,
very crusty.
Very crusty.
He used to work here.
He did. And he's a Hall of Fame voter, all that kind of stuff. So we're talking about
take that away.
Harbaugh and the Giants, and they start talking about the Hall of Fame stuff and Woodson and things like that. And then they ask him about the Eli Manning stuff. And, of course, this guy's out of New York. Listen to this, and then tell me what you think about his laugh.
Gary, what is the biggest Hall of Fame fight that you've witnessed or been a part of, and what's the next big argument that you're anticipating?
Well, that's an easy one for me because the most contentious, well, there's actually two of them. Most recently, it's been Eli Manning, who I am a big advocate for.
Bye, Gary. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
was that I hate you laugh right there? Was that just giving him?
I think that's Gary Myers.
That's just a real.
That's Gary Myers.
That's a Gary laugh.
That's Gary Myers. Yes, I've been around him enough. That's Gary Myers.
Okay.
Yep.
So he didn't think it was funny. He was annoyed.
No, that's Gary Myers laughing.
Oh, that's his real laugh.
Yeah, real laugh.
I didn't know if it was like a courtesy laugh or if it was like I'm gonna laugh to keep from saying go F yourself.
No, that's Gary Myers. That's a real laugh.
Yeah, I thought it was screw you for shooting down my credibility.
Right.
That's what it would have sounded like. But I trust Brian on this.
I've been around him. That's his laugh. Yeah.
Lucius, what do you think about that particular laugh there? I mean, that was worth the pull, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to definitely pull that one.
No, that's him.
That's great.
Another idiot Cowboy fan that doesn't realize the greatness of Eli.
Sound like he was in the back of the car. Hop.
Yeah.
He's a fighter.
MMA guy. Didn't his son assault the other guy or whatever?
Yeah, that's true. This is a violent individual. This is not a guy you wanna get on the wrong side of.
I think this guy did something. A lady was interviewing him one time. Did you ever see this one?
I don't know.
Well, we'll look it up afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look it up after. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, a lady reporter was interviewing him, and he was doing something kind of inappropriate.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, this is just him sort of crashing out. He's angry, and he's angry because the AI stuff has come after him a little bit.
Oh, he's getting butt cracked.
There's an AI photo of him being fed like fruits and cream, and at the other end of the spoon feeding him is Diddy. Okay. So Diddy is feeding fruits and cream on a spoon to Rampage Jackson in an AI ballsack photo, and Rampage is not happy about it.
I never sat in front of a fireplace with Diddy, ever. I ain't never let no feed me no fucking cherries and cream. That shit AI like a motherfucker. BFF, y'all got me fucked up.
I think boomers are going to crash out about this super hard. It's just not that serious. Like, everybody that needs to know will know this is probably fake. This is AI, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
I think the people that react like this are going to get 10 times the amount of AI content produced about them.
Yeah.
Just to try to get the reaction.
Yeah, for sure.
Got to be cool about it, man.
Rampage reaction. He's living up to his name.
I've been wondering, is this AI the snow drifts in Russia right now? They look like as tall as like apartment buildings.
Wait, what is this now?
Okay, so there's this snowstorm going on in Russia, and they have videos of it, and some of these
like tunnels.
Some of these snow drifts are literally like 30, 40 feet tall.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'd say I can't tell if it's AI. But I think everybody has a very healthy amount of skepticism. At least most people do. Brian, when he's watching dog videos, his defenses can come down a little bit.
What did he think a dog was jetpacking out of an airplane or something?
Yeah, parachuting out of an airplane.
I think that was a dog that was a military dog.
My dad was watching. My dad was watching these videos
Was I wrong?
of pets that had been turned into cakes. And then their pet friend was seen, was watching the cake get cut. Like, we're cutting the cake now, but it looks like a dog cake. And the dog's freaking out about it. I mean, it's a brilliant AI bit. It's fun to watch.
Some of it's tough, man. Some of it's tough to know. I am seeing some of the Russian snowstorm stuff, and some of them are being community noted, but other ones they're saying like, no, this is not.
This is
AI.
actual real. Yeah,
I don't know. That looks crazy.
Like, entire houses are buried. I think in this part of Russia where there's been 20 feet of snow or something like that.
Yeah, I'm seeing like an apartment building where it's halfway up in snow.
Okay, yeah, and that's not community noted.
It's not community noted. It looks like it's legit, and it's been up for the last 4 or 5 days now. So. I don't know. Russia's getting absolutely hammered with the snow.
Yeah, but the AI thing has kind of played its course, and now the best entertainment is these people crashing out over them being put in a bikini.
Yeah.
Like, how dare everybody's asking Grok to put a person in a bikini. It's not objectifying you. I don't think it's weird. It's no man's land that we're in, but I think you got to take it in stride.
Everybody loves the Gary laugh. By the way, thank you, Gary, for bringing that to the table this morning.
Incredible laugh, incredible reporter, incredible brown teeth. I think he beats Woody Page in that department. Actually, We got an NFL draft big board report. We'll jump back into who folks are mocking to the Cowboys. I got 2 mops. We'll score them. We got 105.3 The Food coming up, and before too long, the GBAG of the day, and much more right here. It's the GBAG Nation of the Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Is life insurance part of your New Year's resolution? Listen, if you're young and healthy, it's simple, and any old agent can get it done. But if you're 50 to 60 years old with a touch of wide waistband syndrome or have correlating health glitches, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou doesn't bait and switch you in with young and healthy rates only to clobber you with the truth down the road. $1 million of coverage could be as low as $200 per month. And unlike that treadmill, this one won't collect dust in the corner. Call Term Provider, speak with Big Lou, and find out how much he can save you on your new $1 million life insurance policy. Start this year off with peace of mind by calling Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
We're proud to welcome you to Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family. Our reimagined dealership is designed to feel more like a retreat than a showroom. Expect a truly elevated car buying experience with modern, ergonomic waiting areas, calming Zen gardens, and thoughtful amenities. Explore our vast selection of new 2026 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing, low payments, and no hidden fees. Experience luxury redefined at Genesis of Plano.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Guys, 85% of men deal with hair loss, but Next Level Med Solutions has a great offer for fan listeners. Folix is the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive, revolutionary treatment to restore hair. No needles, no surgery. It's affordable and only takes 30 minutes per month. Call Next Level now, 469-991-9292. Book 6 treatments and get 3 more absolutely free when you mention the fan. Featured on ABC, Fox, and Good Day, now Next Level Med Solutions is bringing it to fan listeners with this awesome deal. 469-991-9292. Next Level Med Solutions.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2026 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, it's Erin here to tell you that every Tuesday is Bikinis and Boots at DFW's #1 sports bar, Rowdy Cowboy. That's right, come and see your favorite rowdy cowgirls in their sexiest bikinis and favorite boots. And if that's not a good enough reason to visit, how about all Texas spirits and beers are on special? So saddle up for a lunchtime, dinner time, or a good time at both Rowdy Cowboy locations on State Highway 121 and Grapevine and the Colony. Help us get rowdy.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The holidays are over, but January football is just heating
Coming up, don't let your game day spread get benched with dry grocery store beef. You need a new playbook. Head to Wild Pork Foods. From A5 Wagyu to thick cut ribeyes to lean bison and elk, we blast freeze everything at peak freshness. That means better flavor, better prices, and zero waste. With 9 DFW locations, or visit wildporkfoods.com for delivery options. Kick off the new year with protein that actually performs.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's AC Plumbing and Electrical.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's. We're celebrating 50 years of serving DFW. Save $19.75 on a new 40 or 50-gallon American water heater installed. Huge savings on the things you need. Visit us at berkeys.com today.
M37968.
Chat, welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105 through The Fan. The text said those are real, Dawson. The apartment buildings in Russia, or the towers in Russia. He said they're 8-story buildings. Those drifts are towering over them. Yeah, I figured, okay, this is where I'm going to stop believing this Russia snow story, that these got to be AI to some extent or some sort of photoshopping going on. But apparently they're true, and it's quite a snowstorm. But right here we have a storm of draft content. It's time for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, grade the mock. We got Mel Kiper in with his first mock draft of 2026, saying he's found perfect fits for all 32 picks. And we'll let our former scout Brian Broaddus be the judge, the Super Bowl champion. He takes Sonny Styles at 12 with his 174 tackles over the last 2 years. He does have the two top corners on the board there, Delane and McCoy.
Yeah.
I just hope they have I hope they have a linebacker taken care of by the time they get there, so they're not forced to think they got to fix their linebacker situation with one of these picks. But I'd say if Sonny Styles was your pick, chances are he's going to be a good player for you for a long time, Brian. So I think I'd give that one the thumbs up.
Yeah, I think so too. Who did he pick at 20? Just to be curious.
Akeem Mesidor.
Okay,
Edge,
Mesidor. Okay.
Miami.
There you go. All right, now determine, Dawson, linebacker, edge, or say corner linebacker. And I say that with Allen or Hill being the pick at 20.
Yeah, I would rather get my linebacker at 20 with one of those guys and get a better pick of edge. But if Bain and Bailey and Reese are gone at 12, then I think this approach kind of makes sense.
I was wondering if the combination of Delane, LSU corner at 12, and Hill, Texas linebacker at 20, or Allen at 20 might be a better situation for you there. Or you could even or maybe you look at the. I would take, seriously, if you gave me a shot at Delane at 12 and Mesidor at 20, I think I would probably even take that more than I would Styles or anybody else.
And I do wonder if Mesidor is going to climb, 12 and a half sacks, and there's so much to like about him. Yeah. He can win in so many different ways. The injuries
is good. The thing about his feet are going to be the only. He played his tail off in these playoffs. We learned a lot about him along the way. He might go a lot higher. I'm interested to see what happens with the feet on what teams think about that. But I think there's a couple of different combinations. Styles is damn good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to get away from Styles, but I know one thing. I have more corners in the first round than I do linebackers.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm kind of like
number of good ones.
Yeah, if you're telling me he took Styles and then he took Mesidor, on my board he took basically players say 17, 18, 19, some of that range. I have neither one of those guys as my top 15 first round grades.
Yeah.
So where I do have is like Delane up there so if you gave me a shot at a first round corner or one of my top 15 players and came back and I could grab say Mesidor at 20, then that would be probably ideal for me.
I mean, whatever the case, I do feel like when it comes to the draft and the top-end talent, like just draft-specific, I think the biggest need on the team is edge, because that's where you're going to find the premier talent. If you want to find a premier talent at edge in free agency or the draft, you're going to have to give up a bunch of picks and a bunch of money to get that done. Like coming in here, I got my fingers crossed, and I want to pick an edge at 12 because I think that's going to give you the most game-breaking potential. By the time you're at 20, it's the fourth or fifth best guy.
I wonder if on my stack that McCoy, Delane might be higher on my stack than what I have with Bain and Bailey.
Oh, really? That good corners.
That's kind of where I'm. That's where I'm kind of looking right now. And I would love to have any one of those guys I just named, but I wonder if my corner stack's going to be stronger than my edge stack with in the top 15.
Cowboys spent the fewest dollars on the edge position this season in the entire NFL, and they paid for it big time. Like that was atrocious. And if you look at the ability to hold a lead or ability to choke out a game, like they're going to be good or at least average stop in the run, I feel like, with these defensive tackles and a new scheme in there. They got to get the edge situation fixed. So if you don't throw a bunch of money at it or make a trade before you get to the draft, it's mandatory. If you have any plans on being serious about contending in 2026, that you get a demon. And it might be that you look at all of these edges and say none of them are ready to show up in the NFL next year and win enough. Maybe it's a combination of internal improvement, free agent money, and a draft pick if you're really serious about getting this defense right, because that was embarrassing at times. And you see in these playoff games how devastating it is when you're trying to hold a fourth quarter lead against some of these quarterbacks. You're like a turtle on its back against these dudes.
Yeah, it's important, man, and it makes your secondary better.
Well, somebody should have raised their hand when they were talking about trading Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I was guilty of that. Yeah,
somebody should have. When we were talking about, we were at Jake's Burger there, and we were talking, and I know we had this discussion. Okay, we think we're damn good on offense. How are we going to close these games?
Yeah.
You trade this guy. How are we closing these games? Somebody needed to be on record. I'd love to know if anybody was on record.
Was it me? I thought they could get it done.
Well, I'm talking about the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about the Cowboys. There's somebody in that organization that should have stood up and said, we think we're going to be good on offense. How are we going to close these games with no pass rush?
What they fell for is everybody else looked better with Micah Parsons having that gravity to him that drew the attention. Now you need that catalyst edge that's going to set the rest of the defensive line up for success. And until they do that, they are really going to struggle. Okay, and I've watched Mesidor quite a bit. Then you watched him Monday night in the national championship game, and he's going to be productive one way or another. If you have speed, he's going to beat you with power. If you have power, he's going to beat you with speed. He'll jump to the inside. He is relentless. I love how he just has a way of fighting through the traffic to end up at the ball carrier. Yeah. Like he really, really, really wants to compete, and I think that matters. But none of these guys are your golden era edge rusher that you feel like is going to be up there with the Myles Garretts and T.J. Watts. Are they? Or do you have a guy like that on your board where you're like, this guy is going to be amongst the premier edges in the game?
I'll tell you what, man. Bailey's got a shot. And I say that because I feel like that he has got that. He's got the build. He's got the explosiveness. He knows how to work blockers. Bain is totally different looking when it comes to physically how he looks. Bailey might be the guy that when it's all said and done has the chance to be what you're talking about.
You can tell he's really worked at it.
Yeah.
He's refined.
Yeah.
And he's a tremendous athlete.
Well, I can say, though, that these guys are, I mean, these edges are, they're different looking guys. And the two Miami kids, like I say, I'm enamored with how they play. I mean, they needed, everybody as these playoffs went, they needed They needed these guys to step up, and they did.
CBS Sports Mock Draft. This is Josh Edwards. He's taken us back to Keldrick Falk, a very popular pick, the Auburn defensive end. Some people think he's as big as 6'6", 290.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Cowboys are looking at it. Do we want a pure hunter, or do we want a guy that can stay on the field for all 3 downs? He's a team leader guy. He's only 20 years old. He is going to anchor against the run.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot to like about Keldrick Falk. Violent hands. He's quick and he's powerful for that size. But you don't see
There was a fall off.
Yeah.
There was a fall off from 24 to 25 with the number of sacks he had.
Yeah.
So you wonder why.
Well, okay, so when I'm watching him, I don't think he's got the great bend and the great dip and rip. He's got to push the guy, and then while they're resetting, he sneaks around him. And I think you can get ready for that as a tackle. And in the NFL, you're not going to get pushed back.
There's a couple of guys like him, and I think, in Jacobs from Illinois, and then Dennis Sutton, another hyphenated name from Penn State. Great-looking physical players don't always play to that level.
Okay, and then at 20, CBS Sports snags you Colton Hood, and I've been waiting to ask you about this guy. He was the guy that stepped up when McCoy didn't play. He was one of the top corners in the SEC this year. I don't know at 20, is that a reach? There's a lot to like about him. I just didn't see elite traits out there. I think you're getting a solid starter.
Yeah, the thing with him is that he's got some looseness to his game, and I mean the looseness in a way of is he covering his guy? Is he not covering his guy? It's almost like watching Diggs, and I mean this in a way. You know how Diggs plays with that. I'm in phase now. I'm not because I read a route and I'm over here.
Yeah, I'm hanging out waiting for the quarterback to throw it.
Hood has got a little bit of that to his game where he could be physical, he could run with you, but if you want the guy that's like, okay, for example, Terrell at Clemson is like he's got it buttoned down.
I'm in there. Yeah,
I'm in there.
I'm in your lap. Yeah.
Hood is more of I'm kind of on the edge. I've got you covered. No, I don't have you covered. Wait a minute. I'm reading something else. He's the guy that's a little bit more of the scheme is like he's not always playing the scheme. He's being a football player, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Like I'm reading the quarterback doing this.
And he's got one interception this year.
Yeah.
5 PBUs.
Yeah.
So what are you getting there as he's sitting back? He's not making a ton of plays on the ball.
Yeah.
Do you think some NFL teams might like Hood over a Terrell?
Oh, they
or
will.
Even
But
McCoy?
they will. Maybe they'll like him over Terrell just because of the size.
Huh.
I mean, it's a 195-pound guy.
Yeah.
Like 6 foot, 195. They'll just like the size. But if you want some guy that's really buttoned up, playing defense and locked in, this is probably not your cat.
All right. Great stuff there from Brian Broaddus. It's the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. There's an NFL Draft Big Board report as we continue our journey into this offseason. A very massive one. Got to get these picks right. Okay, and it's time now for revisiting a former segment. I believe we've done this one before, haven't we, Chief?
We have. We bring it back. Another edition of 105.3 The Food. Which NFL quarterback would you guess owns a nut farm? 877-881-1053 plus a DFW culinary update. That is next in the nation. But Fort Worth, I'm looking at you right now, and I'm bringing you good news. Okay, so go ahead and perk those ears open because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is conveniently located at I-35 and Golden Triangle. And listen, I was in the car business for a couple of years, man. Let me tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner, big-time Tolo. Him and his team are delivering a dealership experience that is truly second to none. Trust me, you will feel the difference. A one-of-one car buying experience at Alliance Hyundai. Right now, all you can find is the best of deals. Score 0% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Hyundai Tucson or 0% APR for 72 months on the 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5. And keep in mind, every new Hyundai comes with America's Best Warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And make sure you check out the stunning 2026 Hyundai Palisade selection as well. Great family vehicles, and you will get the best deal possible at Alliance Hyundai. And they have a state-of-the-art facility. It features Hyundai certified techs using advanced diagnostics for top-notch care, oil changes, repairs, you name it, with same-day service and no appointment needed. Relax in their comfy waiting area, free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. Visit AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, our NFL draft focus continues with a breakdown of super safety Caleb Downs. Plus, what's your Rangers story? Join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Since the total on New England Denver opened at 40.5, it's slowly climbed up to 42. Based on what? Their pass rush could force New England's quarterback into a lot of quick decisions and checkdowns too, leading me to wonder if we really have good reason to believe that based on these two defenses and how hyper-vigilant each passer needs to be in avoiding mistakes, this won't be more than just a conservative race to 20. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Colos, we're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more, or moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21+.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Unexplained weight gain and loss of muscle mass could be related to low T or hormone imbalances. Trust my team for men's health, the Men's T Clinic. They're going to get you on your way to weight and muscle mass. Once your hormone levels are optimized, Men's T Clinic's proven programs work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. Making that call to Men's T is a small step for big gains. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
Men's T Clinic, 1-800-246-OT.
mensteclinic.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Corey Majors. Tolos, you've heard a lot of talk about the one big beautiful bill. What does it mean for you and your retirement? Probably a lot. My friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, will help you navigate the details to create your own big beautiful retirement. A plan built around your goals and your freedom with guarantees for life. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your free copy of David's book or call 972-736-7373 and start your big, beautiful retirement today. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow today.
Come celebrate the Lowe's of Salina grand opening on Friday, January 23rd at 3540 South Preston Road. And while you're there, join Milo's Rewards for free. Turn 5 times the points on eligible purchases all weekend long. Plus, they'll have in-store promos, free food, product demos, and more. 5-time points offer valid January 23rd, 2026 through January 25th, 2026 in Salina store only. Points are awarded on eligible purchases calculated before taxes and fees and after applications. Discounts, if any, exclusions, additional terms, and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for program details. Subject to change.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWSecurity.com. You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, it's the GBAG Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. GBAG of the day, 5:30, then LA Live. Here's the Chief with some 105.3 The Food.
Do you think I should get the announcer man should I just keep peppering him with crap to do? And
absolutely.
Get a 105.3 The Food intro cooked up?
Yeah.
You guys in on that? Probably
yeah,
need
I think
to.
we pay him on retainer. It's not by line, you know. It's just like a flat fee per month. So
I need to figure out a gig where I
use
can
him up.
just be on retainer.
Yeah.
What a beautiful gig that would be.
You need me to say stuff into this microphone?
Yeah. Just send the check and send the read. I mean, literally, you just read words into a microphone. That's the most, like, get out of bed in the morning, you didn't do anything to earn it kind of talent. No. You were blessed with a great voice. No one sees your face.
Yep.
As long as you know how to read and God gave you the pipes, bang, here you go. Retainer, make a bunch of money, sit at home, and record crap when they ask you to, like 105.3 The Food or the Newsbag Nation.
You can have it right there on your recliner, just a microphone on the coffee table.
Yeah, you're exactly.
Laptop computer. Plug the USB in.
Has this guy been in regular street clothes since he started here?
I would hope not.
I mean, that's just a pajamas. I mean, I bet half the time he's full nude, just recording crap into a microphone right there from his bedside, snacking on stuff. That's what he's doing.
Falling into his belly button.
Do you guys remember what I teased here? What was the question?
About peanut farmers or nut farmers.
Yeah, the NFL quarterback with a nut farm.
Who's your nut farm quarterback? Who's got the nut farm kind of face?
I mean,
this is starting
you have to start in California.
This is a starting quarterback in the NFL?
This is a starting quarterback in the NFL. I will give you this. It is a California nut farm. This guy does not play for a California team.
Okay.
Tua.
Good pull.
Oh, you're thinking because Hawaii?
Hawaii, yeah. They got a lot of nuts there in those ABC shops.
Macadamia nuts and stuff like that.
It's not Tua?
I'm going to say this.
I nailed it.
I'm going to say this. He does not play for a California team.
That's right.
Damn it, I was going to go Mac Jones.
Hey, it's a good guess.
Is what I was going to think. I thought Mac Jones being Alabama would be...
There's like an Alabama nut
peanuts
thing.
down there.
like kind of a Georgia, Alabama peanut southern thing.
Well, congratulations to the 469 who absolutely nailed it.
Okay, wait. It's... Okay, not for...
It's actually one of your guys, too, man. You've been on this guy since day one.
Is this
even when people doubted him like me, thought he was more of a tight end than a quarterback?
Who is it?
Oh, it's the Josh Allen texter.
Josh Allen.
Is it? Oh.
He's the Nut Farm guy.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw this earlier.
He's a California. Is he California?
Yeah, he's from California, and apparently his family, since like the 70s, his grandfather had a farm. They had all sorts of crops, but then they started just dialing into more of the nut farm staple, and it's really mostly pistachios. And they make a ton of money. I mean, he's invested a bunch of money in there. They got like 1,500 acres. And it supplies nuts to Wonderful Pistachios, which is one of the biggest brands. So he is a quarterback / pistachio nut farmer, and they generate close to $7 million in revenue every year. So congratulations to him and the Allen family for keeping that thing going. And congratulations, of course, to the 469 for nailing it. Okay, now elsewhere here in 105.3, the food. Let's tee up a little Kevin Durant. The age-old question. He plays for Houston now, of course. Went to Texas. Where are you getting your fast food burger? Whataburger, In-N-Out. This is on SportsCenter. They're in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
They're trying to get him to get drawn off sides. He stayed true.
What's better, In-N-Out or Whataburger? Yeah, see?
I'm gonna go Whataburger.
Why? Because you there now? That's why?
Oh, I mean, when I got down to Texas 20 years ago, University of Texas at Austin, Whataburger is the first thing I had, so it's ingrained in my brain right now.
So they tainted you from the jump. I get it. It's all good.
Ooh.
Oh, Five
That's
Guys.
fired.
Late guy, Five Guys, I heard.
Yeah, she tried to throw in the Five Guys there, which is completely not a part of the
Washington,
conversation.
D.C. guy, right? Came to Texas
and immediately fell in love with Whataburger.
Probably took him on a recruiting trip. Bet you they took him to, after a few cocktails, took him to Whataburger to eat. Yeah, okay. I can see it.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
You get to Texas, and next thing you know, you get a taste of the landscape, and that landscape is going to be that orange W. And
Just
he fell in
watching
love.
how bad C.J. Stroud is in these games.
Are you watching replays?
Gosh,
I mean, both are
dang it.
really
What are
good.
we
It's just
doing?
Whataburger's the perfect 10. But when down in Houston, you can also check out those Trill Burgers, from Bun B.
Oh, that's true.
It's a good burger.
Yeah, I have. You've had one?
Yeah.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I would like to try one of
I
those.
think they're like $15, so it's not really a cheap fast food burger.
Okay. Does it bring the requisite size?
It's more of a fast food burger size, and it's smashed. Like, I think you might want to go quadruple patty.
Yeah,
they're smashing those things.
I'll tell you what, man.
I would do that.
You cannot watch a YouTube video about food and not see somebody doing a smash burger.
Yeah,
whether
they're
it's
trendy.
Whether it's the Oklahoma onion one.
That's what the Burger Schmurger does, and I think it might be the best burger I've had in quite some time.
That is a hell of a patty.
People are just crusting that stuff up.
Yeah.
They're taking those flat tops and just they're smashing onions in it, and I think it's good.
Where the salt meets the heat and the meat, it's magical.
You know,
it is, dude.
You know what's
They're
funny,
making
though?
music in there.
Dawson, you know what they say about this? You shouldn't over-season the meat, especially when you're cooking it like on a flat top or a grill or stuff, or in a cast iron skillet, because with too much pepper or salt, it sits up off the heat.
Wow, that's science right there.
If you use thick granules of salt or pepper, and you're trying to get the best sear,
it plays defense against the heat.
It plays defense against the heat because it takes the meat and raises it up off the pan.
I'll risk it. I think I'd rather have a slightly less of a sear than not enough salt.
Yeah. Could you always go with a post-cooked salt? I mean, is that possible, or you like it really getting up in there?
I think that you got to. I think Dawson's right. He got me convinced about how much pepper and bark and how important that is, and that's what makes great bark is the pepper.
Yeah.
So he got me convinced. I didn't think I'd like how you pepper da 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 da. No, he's right.
That's what saved my pork butt.
The more pepper you use on stuff like that, the better the bark's going to be.
Yeah, it's all about that bark, baby. All about that bark if you want the good bite. All right, headline reads, Little Debbie ice cream sandwiches are here, and we need them all. So you like the cosmic brownies? Now you can get them in an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
You like the oatmeal cream pie?
Yeah.
Now you can get it in an ice cream sandwich. You like maybe a zebra cake situation, a honey bun situation. The ice cream sandwich game is like really taking off into a new stratosphere here in 2026.
I testify to that. I've been trying a lot of them out.
Yeah,
not the Little Debbie ones, but like they're
different variations.
They're like craftsmen. They're artisan ice cream sandwiches sitting back there.
Have you guys hit? Remember me at training camp that I'm addicted to?
Oh my gosh, yeah, you were running that place dry.
The Nestle Tall House cookie.
Yeah, the yellow
chocolate
wrapper.
chip cookie with the ice cream
in the middle of it. Yeah. You guys try that at any time?
Oh yeah. I know my way around that thing.
They sell like 8-packs in the frozen section.
You got to be careful with those things, man.
I don't know if there's.
I'll treat that like a lunch
sandwich. I don't know if there's a better dessert. By the way, last night, date night.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Guy ordered the cheesecake. Michelle looked at him and goes,
lazy bastard.
Michelle goes, lazy order. And she's ordering.
Wait, who's the guy? Like just next to you?
Next table over.
Oh.
By the way, Michelle and I at our restaurant, we've eaten there so much.
At our restaurant.
They bought dinner for us last night.
Oh, Did they really?
Yeah, the manager came up, the lady, she goes, we really appreciate you guys. We know you have a standing reservation. And Michelle and I were like, oh, well, thank you and all this stuff. But like Michelle saw that guy on the next table order cheesecake and she goes, lazy order.
I love that she's a Tolo.
That's so good. Oh, wait, so do you get the news on the front end of the order or at the back end of the order that it's going to be free? Because that changes the whole dynamic of what I'm ordering.
Michelle and I have we go through the menu. There's various things we try all the time. And we're kind of like, it's kind of consistent with, like, okay, try this, give me a bite of that. And so, yeah, it wasn't, we didn't know. We didn't know. The manager just came up and she's like, listen, thank you guys so much for always coming on Tuesday nights at 7:30 and being a part of this. And we appreciate it. But I had to make sure how much the bill was so I could tip the guy.
I'm surprised you even eat at a place that serves cheesecake as a dessert. I'm surprised he even sets foot in there.
I saw it. I didn't say a word. Michelle beat me to it.
Yeah.
Beat me to it. Great meal. Had the cheesecake.
That's the move, though. If you're credit to them for doing that. You do that at the end. Because if you say that in the beginning, this order's about to get embarrassing. We're about to clean.
Do you really? If somebody tells you, "Hey, I got dinner.
I got this on the house tonight," like the manager comes and tells me that. I'm not going to go.
Okay,
I'm going for the ribeye.
You went to that.
Let's just be real.
You went to that Asian place. Did you know you were going to have your dinner paid for?
No, it wasn't the Asian place, but it's the Mont in Fort Worth.
That's what I thought it was an Asian place. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's incredible. Highly recommend it to anybody. Fine dining experience. And I was unsure, so I got the New York strip to save myself like $15.
There you go.
And then at the end, I realized that was going to be a comp situation. I was kicking myself. Should have got
take a ribeye to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Should have got the lobster tail to go along with it.
The Mont in Fort Worth.
Yeah,
100% worth your time.
It looks great.
So freaking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pulling through Taco Bueno the other night, and I hand my car to the person in the window. They say the person ahead of you has already paid for it.
So they saw you in the rearview mirror?
Yeah, I guess they said that they do that every time.
Really?
Pretty generous folks out there from time to time.
Nice.
It's amazing when you see that. So I paid for the person behind me. I said, let's get the party started.
That's beautiful, man. People helping people.
I was surprised how many tacos they ordered. But
what was your order, by the way?
I think my order was 4 party tacos, so it was like $6.
Was it yesterday that you were like, God, was it yesterday you were walking around like, I am so hungry right now?
Yeah.
Was that what the order was from yesterday?
No, actually yesterday I got In-N-Out burgers afterwards, and laying in bed at night, I woke up with the worst indigestion heartburn I've ever had.
Did you buy it for the family?
I probably ate 8 Tums last night. I kept waking up and it wouldn't go away.
Oh wow!
I was like, I'm gonna have to go to the doctor in the morning about this. Luckily, he was gone when I woke up. But a combination of a sore throat and heartburn, didn't get much sleep. All right, we got 3 down, 2 to go. It's the GBAG Nation here on the Fan. We got GBAG of the day coming up at 5:30, and football's finest next. Eric.
Yeah, let's start prepping our bodies for the AFC and NFC championship games. And if I gave you the rest of time, you wouldn't be be able to guess how Mad Dog Russo tries to pronounce Jarrett Stidham's name. That's next here in the nation. But Tolos, how about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places where it's been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. Simply put, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Did I mention the results can last a lifetime? Hello. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 469-599-HAIR. That's 469-599-HAIR. Or become inspired with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. The Chargers made the best hire in this coaching cycle by bringing in former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel as their offensive coordinator for QB Justin Herbert. Some guys are just better suited to be coordinators than run the entire show, and McDaniel is one of those guys. He'll get the most out of Herbert and transform this Chargers offense. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here. Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our DNA. P&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the GBAG Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the Nation on your home of the Cowboys, home of your Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up here in about 20 minutes. We'll go commercial free to the top. Right now it's time for Chiefs football's finest. Here's Eric.
All right, let's prep for championship weekend and an updated coaching carousel right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
So earlier today, we heard from Pittsburgh that maybe Mike McCarthy actually is the leader in the clubhouse to replace Mike Tomlin. You now have NFL insider Aditi Kinkhabwala on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh saying she talked to another NFL coach who said that Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator for the Rams, is the leader in the clubhouse to be the next Steelers head coach. So take that for what you will. That makes a heck of a lot more sense to me. How young he is, defensive side of the ball, McVay tree, Shula last name, everything fits a heck of a lot better. If I'm a Steelers fan, I'm praying right now that that's the case and it's not Big Mike.
Yeah, there's I think there's a case to be made that Mike McCarthy would make their coaching staff better. It would be an upgrade from Arthur Smith. And if you wanted Aaron Rodgers back because there isn't a better quarterback option out there for you, like run it back. Let's keep all the old guys together, Cam Hayward and TJ Watt and Jalen Ramsey, and see if we can make something happen with maybe a better offense and a better wide receiver too to support DK Metcalf. There's some uncertainty to be said for sure about how sophisticated Art Rooney is in making this coaching hire. Like it was his family, right? And now it's him and Omar Khan, who's an operations guy who worked with Mike McCarthy in 2000s with the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
So, you can connect some dots. And a couple of other insiders have said today that they believe McCarthy is the favorite right now. And it's really hard to say what's happening behind the scenes. But McCarthy was in that building today talking, and now the Chris Shula thing has been hot for a couple of weeks. There is definitely a contingent of people that feel like they're just waiting for the Rams to be done, and then they're going to swoop in and make this hire.
That would make plenty of sense. You also have the Raiders, according to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, saying that they do want to find an offensive coach. They want to pair an offensive-minded coach with Fernando Mendoza with the number 1 overall pick. So I don't know what that means for their coaching search here. Mike McDaniel obviously off the market here. Don't imagine they go the Dayball route. Certainly not going to go the Nagy route. Like, who's the offensive-minded coach? Is it the Shielhaas guy with the Rams? Is it the Udinsky guy or whatever with Jacksonville? Looks like he's getting some looks in Cleveland. He's super young. Is it Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, or one of the offensive assistants in Denver? How do they go about this? I mean, would Kingsbury actually get an opportunity here? I'm trying to figure out who the offensive coach is that they would want to bring in right now.
It would make sense for one of the Kubiaks. They're on the West Coast. Clint and Seattle, and
Seahawks. Clint
and Clay with San Francisco. So. Watching Indiana play, I think ideally you would find a guy who's as close to the RPO-heavy system that he was doing. And I don't know without studying those coaches who would be more likely, but I think that is a big component of what made him look so in control. He's got a real mastery of how to manipulate and put edges in conflict and know when to hand it off and when to pull it and throw it. And I want to lean heavily into that, at least early in his NFL career.
Totally get that. Yeah, he's mastered that.
I actually believe his coach at Indiana's name is Mike Shanahan.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's no relation.
No, none at all.
Yeah,
none at all. But
something to monitor there with the Raiders. You also have Todd Archer. This was yesterday saying that the Dolphins have requested permission to speak with Cowboys assistant special teams coach Carlos Polk for their special teams coordinator opening. I don't know why you would want to pick from the Cowboys special teams staff, but take that for what you will.
Sure.
And then no word yet on if Miami has asked about QB coach Steve Shimko, who was Jeff Hafley's offensive coordinator at Boston College.
Yeah.
So he might, as he starts to try and fill out his staff offensively, he might be kicking the tires on the Cowboys quarterbacks coach, Steve Shimko. I don't know how much of a loss that would be. I mean, Dak is off one of the best years of his career. How much did Shimko have to do with that? I really don't know, but
I think there's some people. I think there's some people that will tell you that Shimko, like before he was the quarterback's coach, he was working with Dak kind of behind the scenes on footwork and mechanics and stuff like that. So, we've seen coaches that have kind of helped Dak along the way. A John Kitna, would be a guy that you would kind of look at, and that I think that maybe Simcoe kind of falls in line with that. A guy that was here to help, and I think Ken Dorsey too. I think Ken Dorsey is a guy that kind of, he's a little bit of a quarterback whisperer when it came to mechanics. He's a guy that helped. Maybe he's not a good play caller, but he sure helped Josh Allen, get himself throwing the ball better. Mm-hmm. Mechanics were better. And I maybe you might get Ken Dorsey as the quarterback's coach if Shimko were to leave.
All right, so can you guys tell me who is going to be quarterbacking the Denver Broncos this weekend?
Jarrett Stidham.
Jarrett Stidham.
Stidham, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, you nailed it. If I gave you the rest of time, you would not be able to guess.
He went heavy on the Stee. He went heavy on the Stee.
This is Mad Dog Russo.
Yeah, he went heavy on the Stee.
We're going to go live to Doggy, and he's talking AFC Championship. He's talking Broncos Patriots.
He didn't go Stid. He went Steam. Steam him. He went Steam.
It's a good guess.
Yeah.
Of course you're wrong. And like I said, if I gave you the rest of time, you wouldn't be able to come up with how he pronounced it. You can hear him get lost in the sauce a little bit.
Lost in the gummy sauce a little bit.
He's lost in the sauce. He's trying to figure out, he's pulling out his printed sheets of paper, trying to figure out, wait, what's this guy's name? And this is how he pronounced it.
But you have confidence in Peyton getting the most out of the quarterback in this ball game here. Stick him in this game on Sunday afternoon against the Patriots. What's your take with that game? Let me hear.
Stick him.
Is that a bit he's doing?
No,
you know what's funny is Mad Dog Russo started the satellite radio thing, and he had his own channel, and he would like fire guys if they couldn't name like famous Yankees lineups from the 30s and 40s, and he'd go on like these rants about how young broadcasters, didn't know the history of the game and what was really important. How could you not know who's about to be the starting quarterback in the AFC Championship game if you have a national platform and you're talking football?
You can hear him. He's up in the air.
He's struggling.
He's up in the air. He's trying not to travel, and now he's looking around at his teammates. Who can I dump this ball off to? And he ricochets it off his own knee out of bounds. It's a turnover.
Why didn't nobody help him? Why didn't nobody just say
he's a one-man band? And I think they like watching him just old man fumble.
There's nothing worse than old man fumble.
Don't tell him.
It happens to me.
When Hagee was trying to get you to just name stars players, finish names, and you're like, don't do this to me right now.
Why are you doing that? I mean, listen, I'm trying to watch it's 75 college players right now. What am I?
You got a million names in your brain. The last thing I need is a Euro name.
Yeah, why you ask me to watch what's going on with the stars right now?
I mean, usually don't really dive into the last 2 weeks of the season. It's well established.
He should know that.
And then you're locked in.
Well, I think Hagee watches them every night.
I think so too. Yeah.
I think Wolchuk. I think Wolchuk watches them every night too.
Majors watches quite a bit.
They talk about it far more than we do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in disrespect. I'm glad that they do.
Me too.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, I enjoy the fact we talk a lot of draft, which is going to be really important coming up.
Hey, man, we play to your strengths, right? I mean, you get in an offense and you're an RPO quarterback, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're going West Coast on me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to look like the number one overall pick. Yeah. But you guys agree, right? Like, I could have given you to the end of the show, and you wouldn't have said stick him. You wouldn't have said stick him.
I wouldn't have said stick him.
That was jarring.
No, I was thinking Stidham, Stidham.
Stidham, yeah. Steenham, you've gone too heavy on something.
I just can't decide if Mad Dog was looking at the name on paper and that's how he said it, because his old man eyes and I guess the D could look like a CK combo or something. Or if he was just trying to go off memory and the memory was failing him.
Memory fails, man.
There was a lot failed him there. Shout out to Doggy. Roger Sherman reports a fun fact. The Broncos were the only team in the NFL whose backup quarterback did not attempt a single pass this season. So stick him when he makes his first throw on Sunday. It'll be the first of the season for him.
Yeah, hasn't thrown a pass since 23. I think week 18, 2023.
Yeah, did not attempt one last year either. Jarrett Stidham will become the 9th quarterback since 1950 to make his first start of the season in the playoffs. The previous 8 quarterbacks combined to go 1-7 in those games.
Was Roger Staubach one of them?
If he was, he's the loser because I only have the name of the winner here if you want to guess.
Steve Bono.
I'd be wrong.
You're saying it started his first playoff game in the championship game?
Yeah, his first start of a season was in the playoffs.
Jeff Hostetler.
Also wrong.
Dang, those are my 2 best guesses.
1992.
Give us a team? Okay, 92.
Is it our guy from the Pittsburgh Steelers?
It's the no one circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Frank Reich.
The Buffalo Bills. Frank Reich. Bang!
Frank Reich.
Nice work.
Did he start the game after the divisional game? Is that what he did?
No, that was the wild card. He started the wild card game. That was his first start of that season.
Oh, wow.
And was that the game against the Oilers?
I think it might have been. Yeah, I think it might have been. And it was and so he's the only quarterback throughout time since 1950 of the 8 quarterbacks who made their first start in a season in the playoffs. He's the only one to win the game. So Stickham will have some history working against him there a little bit.
It's a shame for the Broncos, but here we are. Sean Payton can win with a backup quarterback. He's done it before.
Listen, with that defense,
yeah,
and at home,
yeah,
and a week to prepare, it's not even like, oh crap, here we go, we got to throw him in the third quarter. Yeah. Like you can put a plan together. And for as much of a bleep hole as Sean Payton is,
they're not going to win a Super Bowl.
He knows what he's doing. But you're not beating Seattle or the Rams.
Yeah, with a backup quarterback. Yeah,
and wouldn't that take the shine off the Super Bowl a little bit? If you got a backup quarterback starting in the game, like would that kind of deflate the lead up to it, or am I wrong there?
Just means I can start watching college players earlier when it's
and the defense scored a touchdown, and they were just. It was just a lot of punts or whatever, and that's your Super Bowl offense going up against the Rams or the Seahawks. I think we're all going to be going, son of a gun,
Not ideal. Nick Foles was putting on a show in that. Remember all the deep balls? And
throughout the postseason, you had multiple games of, Nick Foles isn't screwing around here. Granted, I think we all doubted him, me included, when it was like, okay, but now you're going up against Brady and Belichick, and he still found a way. So tip of the cap to Nick Foles.
I think Sean Payton's just such a great coach. There's a level of intrigue. Like, is he going to get it done with a backup quarterback? After having Drew Brees and all the tremendous success they had there. And it's interesting because Denver would get to the Super Bowl in back-to-back cycles with Peyton Manning and Osweiler playing horribly at quarterback. And then Nix and Stidham. There's like some intrigue to just how important is the quarterback.
That's a good point. Looking forward to Radio Row.
Yeah, me too, buddy. It is the GBAG Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We'll be heading out there. What are we, a week and a half away now? Week and a half away from flying into Santa Clara.
Off week, then we're
covering that Super Bowl for you right here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll come back, hit the expressway, get your G-Bag of the day in LA live right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we get there, though, because, life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck. Hopefully everybody's out there defensive driving 10-2, mirror signal, head check, all that kind of good stuff to make sure that you're not contributing to negligence in car wrecks. But sometimes you just cannot avoid it. And when it happens to us in the Dawson household and us up here at the Fan, we just call the Frankels. They've been doing this for 30 years, protecting victims' rights, defending victims of negligence here in North Texas. Because when you're hurt in one of these accidents, the impact can be massive. It can impact the way you get around, your quality of life for decades, and you should be compensated for that. The Frankels make sure that happens. Now, of course, we do have the big winter blast coming in. Dalaska is what I've heard this is going to be like coming up this weekend, up to 3 inches of ice, and that'll turn the roads into a skating rink. So be extra careful. Stay at home if you can coming up this weekend. But if you're out and about and somebody's just not paying attention, not being careful enough, and they get you, call the Frankels right there roadside, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com. Your credit cards are stacking up. It's time to make home equity loans great again with TexasLending.com. Get those credit cards refinanced today at lower rates, saving you hundreds or thousands each month in payments. Call TexasLending.com, the home equity loan experts in Texas. TexasLending.com, we got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tired of GLP-1 side effects, endless diets, or surgery risks? DFW meets Limb Sculpt, the all-in-one transformation at Souza Clinic. Lose up to 20 pounds a month naturally. No whey in food, no forced workouts. Plus, our visceral fat targeting laser blasts deep belly fat. Plus, advanced radio frequency for skin tightening and cellulite smashing. Normally $350 to $850 each per month. Souza bundles all three for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic today for your free consultation. 972-479-5187 or weightlossfortexas.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Take 5 Oil Change.
Oil lights never come on at a good time. You've got enough to juggle, so let Take 5 handle it. Drive in, stay in your car, and roll out in 10 minutes. No waiting room, no stress, just fast, friendly service. Visit take5.com today to find your nearest shop.
Welcome back. It's the GBAG Nation here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. GBAG of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes. Then LA Live with Lucius coming up at 5:40 here on your home of the Cowboys. There is a little bit of news from Brian's phone. They just finished up interviews with Christian Parker.
Yes, sir, they did.
The Eagles' secondary coach, considered an up-and-coming star in the coaching business. He has worked with a number of the top defensive backs in the NFL across 3 different teams, and he's still significantly young in his coaching journey. Do you think they'll choose to hire one of these 3, or, as you reported for us earlier today, they're going to have to wait until after the Super Bowl to chat with Jim Leonhard?
Yeah, that's, there's people, and I tweeted that out on because I haven't got my Twitter account back, so I'm on, the Crown Global Media account is when I've been, and there are people like, no, you're wrong about that, and I'm like, I'm talking to somebody who's involved with the interview process here, Yeah. I mean, I just want to say, like, you're not right, that's not right, that's not, and I'm like, no, I mean, somebody who is involved with the interview process said, quote, we can't talk to him until he's done or after the Super Bowl. Head coach interviews, you could talk to him during the bye week.
Yeah, when there's coordinators going for head coaching jobs, that is the only type of hire that qualifies for the Super Bowl bye week interview. And I was under the assumption they were all under that umbrella, but it's different. So you're gonna get all your 3 finalists interviewed and then decide, do we want to wait 2.5 weeks for Leonhard possibly?
And people were saying too the fact that they'd already interviewed him on the Zoom that made it different. And I'm like, I'm just telling you, folks, I'm talking to somebody who's directly involved with this. If they don't know the rules, we're all effed.
Yeah, and Watkins reported this morning, and then we were talking about it. You confirmed it there with your source, so I think that is a fact. I would say if they don't hire one of these guys in the next couple of days, then we're likely waiting until Denver loses.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a problem waiting 2.5 weeks? Like you're going to have the Senior Bowl come into the picture and maybe not have a DC? Are you okay with that?
If you get the right guy.
Yeah.
If they believe this strongly in Jim Leonhard, go ahead and wait. Go ahead and wait. If you believe that strongly in him, go ahead and wait.
Yeah, because then your scouts are doing the heavy lifting for you at the Senior Bowl.
They're just gonna evaluate the players when the coach comes in. Now, could it hurt you with hiring some other guys and stuff like that? Maybe some assistants. Yeah, maybe. But if you make sure you get the right guy.
Yeah.
If you're committed. If you really liked what you saw in that Zoom interview with him and you've done your due diligence on him and you want to talk to him about it and give him the opportunity, go for it. I mean, just wait it out. Just wait it out.
I think you would be flirting with getting Gannon because if Flores takes a job and the Vikings promote Durante Jones, then you just have one other candidate that you like. And if something else happens with Christian Parker, who's got 2 or 3 interviews, now you'd be like, do we restart the process? If we can't get Leonhard, if he takes a different job, do we go to?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's people in the organization that were really excited. They loved the Jones interview. Like, I know there were a lot of guys and some gals reporting that they were, that he blew them away. Jones did on some interview stuff. They were really looking forward to the Parker interview because they felt like that, okay, this is the one, Jerry, Steven, everybody involved, that maybe this is the one that could.
And there are a number of people that would prefer Christian Parker out of all this.
I think so.
So right now they're in a pretty good position, I think, if they hire one of those 3 guys to get a great candidate. Winter weather is expected to descend upon North Texas this weekend, could disrupt the plans of incoming and outgoing travelers, including the Lakers of Los Angeles. Luka is among the group expected to play against the Mavs Saturday at the AAC, his second game at the AAC since he was traded last season. I don't know how many people would get to that building. If you already have tickets and you're close, sure. But if it's 2 or 3 inches of ice, as could be, that's completely different than driving on snow. That's a nightmare.
This is the thing that kind of like makes people like get mad at the Mavs. If we lose power and they open up that stadium to go play basketball and people don't have power. I've seen this happen.
Oh yeah,
before.
It happened a couple years ago.
It happened a couple years ago. You
can't play well.
We had that massive storm.
21,
and the Mavs were like playing games, and like people were saying, well, how can you use electricity and the rest of us don't. We're struggling here without it. We're cold and we don't have.
Yeah.
And it's one of those. It's one of those things like, where are our priorities? Like, are our priorities making sure that we get these games played, or the priorities to make sure that the citizens have power?
Yeah, whatever power we have should be routed to people that need it to live.
Exactly. That's the danger you have of walking these games like this when if the city completely loses power.
I was stunned in 2021 at how cold it was in my house. Like, there was no amount of blankets
I think they were playing. I want to say they were playing the Miami Heat, actually. I went to the game.
Did you?
Because you had credentials, and I went to the game. Like, drove in like the snow and the ice and all that to go to the game. Because I was just at the time, I'm like, let's go see what's going to happen here tonight. And it was like there was nobody in the crowd.
Jason Kidd was asked, is there any scenario in which the game could be postponed? He says, that's out of my pay grade. We show up rain or shine. It snows on the East Coast. I don't see them postponing. I think the reason for that is their grids are set up and maintained to be able to handle the cold.
They know what the cold's all about.
They don't have ice storms that get everybody's power turned off for maybe a couple of weeks. But they're saying this thing is so bad. Is this fear-mongering or not? I don't know. But they're saying it's so bad you might be without power for multiple weeks on the other side of this. So I think it'd be wise to make plans for fuel sources and warmth, however you're going to get it, or leaving the area. If like in worst case scenario, I could definitely see myself going to stay at a hotel for a while, or maybe just driving to a warmer state, doing the show on Zoom for a couple of weeks.
Just kind of hoping the Crown Global Media Studios are like up and running, like
that would come in clutch.
Like just sleep on the couch.
Yeah. There you go, man. Just set up camp in there.
Yeah. Just do podcasts all
ramen
night,
noodles
all
and
day.
meat sticks.
Yeah.
Mavs and Stars are both off tonight. You'll have hockey in Columbus tomorrow, and the Mavs will host the Warriors tomorrow as well. And that team's in a bit of a crisis there with the injury to Jimmy Butler and Steve Kerr getting kicked out of a game last week. It is highly stressful. So you could have another winning situation there with the Mavs tomorrow playing pretty good basketball. Yanks and outfielder Cody Bellinger have done a 5-year deal. It's worth $162.5 million. Includes opt-outs after the second and third seasons, $20 million signing bonus, and a full no-trade clause. He figures to slot back in as the Yankees' primary left fielder. Started more games than anywhere else last season at left field, and it dislodges Jason Dominguez from an everyday role. So the rich getting richer. I saw the Dodgers are working on adding another starting pitcher. It's incredible, some of this stuff going on. Is the longer you go, the more we just keep repeating history here with the Yanks and the Dodgers money whipping people. Okay, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see any nominees that I should be playing out there, you see it on the timeline, you hear it on the radio station, you might see it on TV. You can record it off the TV long as it's good. I don't care, fam. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on all social media platforms, but make sure it's audio that I should be playing on the air, bro. Make sure it's a G-Bag of the Day nominee, just not a meme that made you laugh. Please. I've had enough of those, okay? Please.
Backwards hat today.
And I say that respectful to you guys, because I do like the memes. I do think they're funny. They just jam up my time. When I wake up, people take up mostly all of my time. All right, this winner champ right here, going for day 2. It's the Blue Collar Boys. Blue Collar Boys. Shout out to the blue collar people out there. If you don't know what you should be doing, you should get you a trade. All the people I know with a real live trade make more money than the folks out there hustling hard.
No question.
Somebody did this computer-aided drafting. He just kind of went there on a temp job. Next thing you know, a year and a half later, he's like through the mentor program.
Yeah.
Just killing it.
That's it, man.
Just killing it.
He is no longer an apprentice.
Yeah.
An apprenticeship.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Go get that blue collar job out there. That's how you get paid for
Might
real.
need you to fix that the electricity here in a little bit.
We could use some journeymen.
Yeah, real life. All right, here they go. They crashed on out. My man was standing on business.
Needs to be a 36.
Yeah.
What's the problem? It's too goddamn high.
I told him that.
I told the man.
I can't put the goddamn driver on it. I can't do anything about it till the motherfucker's fixed. Don said he was getting. Let's get some straight right now. I ain't no goddamn motherfucker. Don't pull up here, motherfucker, me. So let's get that straight right, guys. now.
Okay.
I ain't no motherfucker.
All right.
I done heard all of them here about that
All right.
So let's me and you get that straight right now.
All right.
The goddamn riser's ordered. I can't help it if the riser ain't here.
I know.
That's the goddamn 18-inch riser over there that goes over there.
Yeah.
Till the riser gets here, I don't know when the motherfucker will be here.
Okay.
I'm sick of every goddamn time you pull up here, you cussing at me, because I ain't never disrespected you. Today's it. Now I'm done with you, I'm telling you.
All right. I apologize.
Today's it. I'm done.
Now, in fairness, now that I've heard that a few times, he was calling the riser the mother bleeper, not the worker. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so my man was just triggered?
I think he might have not been able to hear it clearly, and he thought he'd been called a mother bleeper. But the foreman or the general contractor or whatever was saying, I don't know what to do until the mother bleeper's fixed. And work guy thought he was getting called the mother bleeper.
He said, watch how you talk to me, bro.
Yeah.
Watch how you talk to me.
Now, maybe you just should not be using cuss words in any sentences, like you're getting cussed at in general.
We're doing blue-collar jobs, bro.
Yeah, but yes.
I think he'd
We
had
can cuss
enough,
at each
though.
other.
I think maybe this guy got on his ass for something earlier and it just triggered him.
He said, I had about enough. That means it's not the first time I've heard it coming out of your mouth. I've had about enough. It's going to stop today.
Exactly. Yeah,
Next time I hear mother bleeper come out of that guy's mouth, he's going to get a talking to.
Let's see here.
Did somebody get out of a truck to get after the guy?
He came out, yeah.
Somebody got out of
slammed
the
his
truck.
door. He got back in his truck.
He got back
in his truck.
Oh,
yeah.
see, that's a smart move, too.
Here comes Jim.
Guy had probably had a DeWalt hammer in his hand. You know, it's just like,
yeah.
Happy birthday to Billy Ocean out there.
Yeah.
Any reason to play this song, I'll do it. Love this jump. All right, let's see here.
Kind of a darty drinking song out of the deck.
Yeah.
I like it.
For sure. Let's go to football's finest yesterday.
Uh-oh.
We learned that Falcons owner Arthur Blank made steaks to close the deal.
right.
Woolchuck. Know what he needs to get the deal closed, too.
Arthur Blank had a planned steak and potato bar and surprised everyone by cooking the ribeyes himself.
Oh, look at that.
And after they all ate, he offered Stefanski the job. How good was that steak?
That's dominant. I think that's better than taking somebody out to a steakhouse. I'll stand firm that the average man that's put any amount of time into this can make a better steak than what you're going to get at a steakhouse.
Yeah, I would love to know what his approach was here. Did he smoke those things and then sear the hell out of them on a
good piece of meat and some seasoning?
Yeah, that would help too. The deal's closed.
He short-circuited.
Pretty funny. I was surprised Woolchuck got suspended for today.
Yeah,
that line, dude.
It's a shame he got kicked out for that one.
I thought they were going to give him the brain fart flub. Just no issues there, but
seemed unintentional to me.
Like you just had one?
Yeah, I didn't know what I wanted to say there.
It is a good piece of meat.
Puss.
No punishment.
That's crazy, Woolchuck.
That is wild.
That is wild, bro.
Freudian slip.
Man,
Yeah, a lot,
He
yeah.
knows what he needs to get that deal closed, bro.
Close it. Close it.
That's the cherry on top for old Woolchuck right there.
That's not a
And
board
the
order.
steaks, please.
Yeah.
Give them both. All right, let's go to the NBA on NBC, the MLK games. Walt Clyde Frazier.
Oh, right.
He was on the call.
Still roll trust.
Hey, he was fly back in the day, too,
Oh,
right?
God, he
Super
still
fly.
is. Yeah.
Good suits.
He was bagging them all, right?
Yeah.
He was bagging them at the moment.
Yeah.
Explains this right here.
His perspective and love is so pure, Clyde. Yeah. What an extraordinary career. 4 rings, all NBA, NBA all defense, all-star, now 4th all-time 3-point field goals. He's also become a great mentor for so many of these younger players. He is one of the great representatives of what the NBA should be all about. But his real claim to fame, Mike, Megan Thee Stallion. What are you doing? You know, you're gonna have to get a warning. And you're going to get me in trouble.
Yeah, Frazier knows.
He knew.
He knew.
He knew.
Oh, he knows.
Megan T.
Shout out to Clay Thompson right there, man.
Clay.
His real claim to fame is Meg, though.
Yeah.
Hey, you seen her walk by? I'm at the scorer's table. I see her walk by all the time. That's the win.
You never grow out of it.
You can't.
You just realize that people are getting more and more creeped out about it as you get older.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's go to Nightcap. Nightcap. I played a hunting clip last week. I got another hunting clip for you hunters out there. 'Tis your season. Chad Ochocinco just got his CDLs.
Oh,
hey, we gonna go deer hunting?
I'm not going with you nowhere with no gun. You don't even know how to carry a gun.
I got my CDLs. Oh,
CDL is a trucker license.
Jeez.
Well, what? I mean, my drive. I mean, you know, what I'm trying to say my license.
Concealed permit.
That's what I'm talking about. I knew it started with a C. Hey, it's what I do, Joe.
No, it ain't.
Hey.
No, it ain't.
No, it ain't.
Got my CDL.
Got my CDLs
on up in an 18-wheeler.
That's a fun show.
You back up a trailer. That is, man. They're doing a good job.
Yeah,
And Ocho's bidding it out.
Yeah.
You know?
He's bidding it out, yeah.
He's doing a little Blake Elliott there.
You
know?
think so?
Yeah. It's coy.
You think
he's sharp?
I mean, if that's what he's doing that on purpose, he's really good at it.
It is good. Yeah, that's
really
my read.
The Raleigh?
Raleigh.
Come on, man. He's really good at it if he's doing that on purpose.
Little slow Jeff.
Yeah, exactly.
Routine in there.
Now, this isn't one, but you guys brought up the legend Don Fisher yesterday.
Yeah.
Indiana's broadcaster. Right?
Yeah. Yes, sir, we did.
Okay,
Yes, sir, we
just making sure. Just making sure.
Yes, sir, we did.
This was been sitting in my folder for a while. I didn't get to it. Didn't get to it. But this is after the Alabama game. He took some shots at old Paul Feinbaum right here.
Get 31-3 over the Crimson Tide. What are you thinking now, Paul Feinbaum?
Big Ten's done it.
Good for him.
They've taken over.
1972, Don.
What a great voice, too.
Yeah, some good pipes.
Get 31-3 over the Crimson Tide. What are you thinking now, Paul Feinbaum?
Paul Feinbaum.
Better with age.
Enjoy that ring, sir.
Yeah, I would say the SEC's claim to the top is extinguished.
Yeah.
There were already some truthers coming after it 4 or 5 years ago, but
doing a good job.
Can't deny it now.
Yeah, especially with the additions of Oregon and USC. I mean, there's the Big Ten's gotten better top to bottom.
I must have left something in my jacket pocket because it is getting crazy in here with the smell.
Okay, I was wondering about that earlier, Lucius, when I was sitting next to you. I was like, man, you got some good cologne today, bro.
It's wonder while the part-timers were lined up outside.
I got to put the jacket outside this little thing because this room will tell on you.
It's loud, bro.
It's crazy, bro.
It's after 5:30. Boss is long gone.
They'll come back.
You do got some squares down there in the news department.
Yeah, facts. All right, that's it, brother.
Okay, it's time to vote. It's the Blue Collar Buddies. Is it football's finest with Arthur Blank Steaks and Wolchuk?
Lucius used to just fight through. He's like me now. He just gives up.
Just give it on up.
Just gives up.
I haven't figured out how to finish it, how to wrap it up properly.
Wrap it up. Like the Thunderbirds.
Because I know the ball's coming right back. You know what I mean?
I see you getting ready for the next round.
Like, damn,
all right, I'll shut up now. All right, sorry about that.
It is. It's Walt Frazier with Megan the Stallion commentary, or Chad Ochocinco getting his CHL, I believe is the 3 letters he was looking for. I'm gonna go with Wolchuk here, Chief. How about you?
Same here.
We're 2-0, Lucius.
Blue Collar Boys in the building.
2-1, Brian.
Let's vote it off, Blue Collar Boys.
Jump on to @GBAG Nation. That is our Twitter account. You can follow us all when you get there, @GBAG Nation. And our handles are in the bio. We'll create an Insta poll. We'll announce the winner here towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. Pause.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a go. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
The fool is always the smartest man in every room. The one who chooses to look like a fool, not the one who acts foolish. He gains by appearing harmless, disarms by seeming simple, and collects secrets while others compete for attention. Because perception is a weapon, and nothing is cleverer than being underestimated, the wise man plays the fool when it suits him, and it suits him when stakes are high. The man who controls how he is seen controls how others behave. He lets the room reveal its secrets. He let others burn their strategies in public. He waits in the shadow of their pride and moves only when it matters.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
Yeah, I told you this year I'm coming with them things for you. I'm giving you some motivation. It's still the year of the snake. I want you to shed that old you and step into the new you. Step into the new you. It's time. LA Live for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Miss Erykah Badu for naming today. And peace to the gods and earths out there. Love hanging out with my peoples, smoking cigars and having esocentric conversations. You don't get my point. I woke up and seen Ted Cruz on an airplane headed out of here. I knew right then and there, damn, we have 6 more weeks of winter. Oh my gosh. Now his office said he'll be back on Friday. I hope he doesn't use, hey man, the planes are backed up. I can't get up.
Weather jammed me up.
You seen I was coming back. But the weather. Hey, and another one too, before I get into proceedings, I seen this morning. I warn people about this every time I see these stories come up. Florida. We have a 65-year-old Florida Keys charter captain. My man got his own boat and everything out there. He found some keys of party powder. Party powder. Floating.
Yep.
Just bricked up, floating out there.
Float him.
He put some on his boat. He decided he was going to make some sales. I don't know who he called to or whatever the hell else happened. But this man was recently arrested after selling a key of cocaine valued at $10,000. Now, everybody says this. If they see this cocaine laying on a beach or it's floating out there, they're going to take it and they're going to sell it and make some money. No, you're not. You're not part of this game. You don't know anything about the street game. You're going to get your head cut off.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I got 4 keys. Oh, you got 4 keys on you right now? Where they at? You don't want none of that. Yeah. You don't want none of that smoke, man.
No.
Yeah, he sold it to an undercover officer.
Total rookie mistake.
So many ways this is going to go bad.
It actually might be best case scenario because at least you're not going to get your head chopped off.
You're not going to get your head chopped off put in the back of somebody's car.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm most worried about. The police, the robber, or the boss who's like, somebody's selling cocaine on my streets. Bring them to me.
Yeah. Oh, somebody's in trouble.
Yeah.
If there's keys of cocaine floating out there and it didn't make it to its destination, somebody's in trouble.
They're out looking for it. You don't want to be holding it when they come.
Somebody is done. You better get out of the country, brother.
I think realistically, the only thing that you could somewhat responsibly do with that is just use it all yourself.
Yeah, it's probably the only thing you can do.
You got a couple years supply of cocaine. Yeah. And if that's your thing, that's the only W you can take.
Yeah.
You're saving money on cocaine for the next couple years.
Because if you turn it into the cops, you're not going to get a reward. It's cocaine.
No.
No
reward.
Appreciate it, man. Here's $80,000.
Sell it to the police.
It's not going to happen. I might break it off and give it to friends. Here's little 80 bags I got. Lucius got for 50 bags. It's really 80.
All your friends are strung out and unemployed a couple of months later.
Strung out. All right. Let me get this vibe. Appreciate you, Rick.
We know what Rick would do with it.
We 100% know what Rick would do with it. Snort it, smoke it, brick it, cook it, inhale it. I don't know. He'll do it all, man. He burned some girl. Him and his girlfriend.
Yeah,
it's rude.
Did, yeah.
They was wilding.
Put cigarettes out, right?
He said they was into pain and stuff. They was out of their minds, bro.
Let's go with the wax.
He went to jail. He went to jail for that.
I can imagine.
He served his dues. All right. I got a question for the Tolos on a Wednesdays, because this is what I like to do. Us in here, we talk about our lives. Sometimes it gets personal, and you get to hear it all. But I don't know who you are. So I do questions for the Tolos on the Wednesdays just to get to know you, man. Just to get to know you. Today's question is, what's an opinion you stand on 10 toes down? I stand on this opinion. Nobody's going to move me from this one right here. I believe this. What's an opinion you stand 10 toes down on? I asked this to the Tolos, and I got... hold on. These boys was in their bag when they made this one. I got answers like, No diet or gym is worth giving up your Taco Tuesday.
Facts.
That is a fact.
You can make up for it. A couple extra laps. What are we looking at? About 200 calories a taco?
Yeah, no, that's what I try to do. Convince myself, then I forget those extra laps.
Yeah.
And then they start compounding and compounding and compounding on me. A paternity test should be required at birth, no matter the status.
Yeah, 100%. That sounds reasonable. Maybe a little costly, but hell, they're already charging like $5,000.
It's going to be some pushback on that. Mama's baby, Papa's maybe. What's an opinion you stand on 10 toes down? Cowboys should have stayed in the Cotton Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Maybe with a full redesign.
Yeah.
Just keep the field and the internal walls. We need everything new over there.
Yeah, everything had to be new over there.
I love how old the Cotton Bowl is.
It's hard to get into.
That's gives us this little feel to me. I feel like I've been there. Somebody's been there since the 50s and 40s, you know.
Great,
I feel like I'm sitting in those same spots. You can tell everything's a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
You can almost hit your
when
head
the average
in
man was
places.
5'7".
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's when it was built.
That's what I'm talking about.
I get claustrophobic, and it's hard getting out of there.
It's terrible.
And then I get anxiety when I don't have an actual seat. It's just a spot on the bench.
Yeah.
And they're moving in on you. Yeah. There's just, I wouldn't have minded if they modernized it, though.
Nah, you're right. What's an opinion you stand 10 toes down on? As Tolo said, that most of y'all are slow. Damn. I don't know who the y'all is, but hey.
Who's a y'all?
Must be a smarty pants know-it-all.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not in Mensa like me.
Most of y'all are slow.
Yeah, for people with average IQs, this is kind of tough, but not for me.
Opinion that you stand on 10 toes down. That cereal goes before the milk. I feel like we all kind of knew that.
Yeah,
I'm
that a real
before
thing?
the milk.
There's a small group of people
Milk
that
before cereal vibes is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
You can't gauge how much you're going to need.
My brother used to
have
do
an
that.
overflow.
He used to put the juice into the glass, then put the ice in there, and try not to make it spill. I was like, what are you doing,
Yeah,
dog?
that's crazy.
Yeah. You got all
You
kinds
drop
of
it all
messes.
slow.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming off. Well, if you did it opposite, it's a lot
The
easier.
little tray on the ice maker has little
God.
orange juice splashes on it now.
My God.
That's driving me crazy at the house, by the way. The rogue ice cube that comes out into that tray, and then you open the fridge door and you got water on the kitchen floor. That not happening to your spot? Drive me crazy.
No, we don't have the ice situation. We just don't have ice at all.
Oh,
missing out on that.
Oh, you're
honestly.
not doing any ice.
Just no ice.
No
Kind of a
ice?
European vibe.
Yeah.
Even the trays?
I got one of them fridges that doesn't have it, and I just haven't even thought about
Just buying the tray?
Yeah, just buying the tray.
Okay. Lucius, please check out the band Portishead. Got a feeling you would like it, fam. I love Portishead. I love Portishead, bro. Vibies. It's vibey. Oh!
You said goodbye. Oh, mama.
Walk on by. What's an opinion you stand on 10 toes down? That prayer changes things. I believe you, brother. But faith without works is dead. Another opinion this man stands on. That sugar and butter goes on breakfast grits.
Yes, please. More sugar and butter in breakfast in general.
Yeah, we don't care, but that's a big debate out there with people. I'll eat the grits if you got them, as long as they're made properly. I'm cool. What's an opinion that you stand on 10 toes down? That saying 10 toes down is lame AF. Man, we've been saying that for a long time. Stand on your square, be on your square. It's the same thing. What's an opinion that you stand on 10 toes down? That giants existed at one point in time.
I've seen some of that AI content on social. It looks fascinating. I mean, there were giant animals of all sorts.
Yeah.
Up until like 10,000 years ago.
Bro, they in the NBA right now, all the giants. I think about it from some time to time. What were like 6'10" and 7-foot people doing back in the day before basketball? Now they have a life. They can actually make a living.
Yeah.
But what were they doing then?
Yeah.
Banging their head on the door frames.
Was you wrestling? Must be the wrestling. Wrestling's a big thing.
Yeah.
Must have been wrestling like the president did.